I know I'm dope, going hard on the beat, sound unique, going ape shit with the flow. Ain't tryna compete with a fool in the street, I'm out tryna make this dough. This game ain't sweet, better move your feet if you not what you came here for. I'm around the elite, y'all way about tweets, that shit sounds so loco. Like a top athlete, my skills concrete, moving up your head, honcho. To a high ride suite, on the throne, have a seat back, feeling me, mango. Being obsolete, you don't grind, you don't eat, y'all already know the motto. My life upbeat, never on deplete, but it don't repeat. My life upbeat, never on deplete, but it don't repeat. What's the dealio? Snapping like this for a minute though. Hold it, they know it, no Angelo. Looky, no rookie, I let them know. Gotta get my dough. No other reason I came for. Shoot for the stars up the cosmos. Slick greasy flow, call it soul glow. This ain't no game, we ain't throwing darts. Names never change, so it all in the same. They slipping like they at a water park. It's all in my veins, I studied the game. Then I got hot from a little spark. Try to play chess, you got check of pieces. My thesis, you know you done from the start. My life upbeat, never on deplete, but it don't repeat. My life upbeat, never on deplete, but it don't repeat. My life upbeat, never on deplete, but it don't repeat. My life upbeat, never on deplete, but it don't repeat.
My price went up, you can't afford me. I'm everywhere, I'm where I know you can't ignore me. I cost too much, yeah, pay just to see me. They're taking notes, so yeah, I know they wanna be me. Money makes a girl act different. All couture, yeah, I made it out the kitchen. I don't wanna listen, to a boy with a severe lack in vision. I'm on a mission, yeah, I don't get stuck in traditions, nah. I'm on my business, y'all are my witness. Fill my cup with a splash of citrus. Make lemonade, that's what gets me paid, yeah, yeah. Turn a sour day into a power play, yeah, yeah. Superpower, babe, let me light the way. Give me space now, you should know your place, yeah, yeah, yeah. That money comes easy, no risk, no test, no forcing it. Big stacks to the ass where I'm sourcing it. First class, I can sell a whole course in it. That money comes easy, I'm the one with the cash and flex, yeah. I'm the one they trust with the big, big bucks, yeah, I bring good luck. My price went up, you can't afford me. I'm everywhere, I'm where I know you can't ignore me. I cost too much, yeah,
one, another one. Here we go. How I like that? We back from another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta leave. Give me this. But to do it, hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been before. They know I done been it before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one.
Like, no!
Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power to turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy. I bet I can take it that you know who don't.
It's all serious. It's literally all serious.
I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. Hold up. They know we done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again.
One shot!
Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power to turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy. I bet I can take it that you know who don't. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. Hold up. They know we done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again.
Nice!
Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Tell them let's do it again.
Nice! Okay.
I got my chain back.
No Nezzo this time, baby.
I got my chain back.
It's a 1v3 for
Oh
Merc.
no, don't give him a chance here.
Wait. Bomb carrier down, tags are
Oh my god.
Nice space!
Oh my gosh!
He's so good, bro.
What the?
We're going the distance!
Unbelievable plays time and time again.
Shinobi at work on Den. The defuse now from Super. He's in. He's pushed him off the. Oh, it's an unbelievable play. Prediction from Gwyn. Oh, you get the rid of a second. What a shot from Gwyn. He's getting the second. Oh my goodness from Kismet. And then the third. No way.
Welcome back, one and all. It's week 3 here for stage 2. We've got about 7 more games for most of our teams. Welcome back in. I'm Chris Puckett. I missed last week due to a funeral. Feels good to be back amongst the video games. Let me say that. Nameless, I want to start with you, though. What did I miss last week? I was able to catch some of the broadcasts, including some dubs from Riyadh.
You missed a lot of 3-0s and 3-1s.
Lots of 3-1s.
Series, yeah, there was the series weren't as close, but we're hoping this week we get some Game 5 bangers.
Allie, we saw a Game 5 between 2 of the teams that are going to face off today. Vegas FaZe taking on Riyadh Falcons. Do you think we get another second search and destroy?
I'm hoping so for sure. I mean, this is a team with some really champion world vets, and for Riyadh Falcons, even though they've been slipping a little bit recently, I'm expecting a banger still.
We've got a lot to talk through before we get into those games. To update you on some of the rosters for squads like Boston, things have switched up. Cammy, gone.
Yeah.
Legacy player sent back down to challengers. Instead, it is a challenger player who was once on Cloud9, denies the Cloud9 offer, accepts the one from Boston. What does Spart bring to the team?
Yeah, you can see the stats there in challengers. He's been doing really well on Telluride Bush. Been in the limelight there, and now he's in the league on this Boston team that's been struggling across the board. But he brings a lot of search and destroy prowess. When he first came into the league, obviously they had that crazy run where he was the Major MVP, and they won a ton of search and destroy. So he's kind of had that moniker on him for a while, and they're hoping that he can come in and just be a breath of fresh air in that game mode and have a backbone to fall on in these series.
And also hopefully give them some pace, right? So I feel like Boston Breach, a big issue for them was they were just too slow on some of these smaller maps. So with the addition of Spart, you hopefully add a little bit more aggression, a little bit more engagement, and also maybe a different way to approach the game.
I know the unshaven loyal will be back in this, man, now that he's wearing a Boston jersey. Spart, playing with one of the most popular challengers team, makes his move back up to the CDL. And I know I'm, for one, am excited that not only is he focused on competing, he's also focused on creating content this time around. He's been streaming a lot more. If you guys haven't checked out his stream yet, go show him some love. He'll be in action today. We got to keep it rolling, though, to Riyadh, because as good as Spart is, his team, well, they're at the bottom of the leaderboard. Riyadh right in the thick of things in the top 5. In fact, they're sitting there with a 2-2 record at 20 points. It started rough. Losses to Paris, and more importantly, that loss to Boston sent them back.
Yeah.
But now you have wins over Cloud9 and a 3-0 over Carolina Royal Ravens. Exceeds crew. Got bopped. How good are the Ravens, or sorry, are the Falcons right now?
Well, the Falcons are as good as the opponent that they're playing in front of them. That's kind of how it's felt recently. Obviously, now with the wins versus Carolina on top 9, it feels like the ship is maybe righting itself, but don't let that fool you. They still jumped the map to Cloud9. However, on the positive side, I think Search and Destroy looked unbelievable in this series, and the fundamental bounce back and the hard point was fantastic at the Riyadh Falcons. So, big picture, they're surging up. They're fixing some of the tiny mistakes they were making in these series, and hopefully today's match versus FaZe should be another great one.
And you called out that Kismet is one of the few snipers that is not landing the shots the rest of the league is. He needs to step up that stat. But outside of it, it looked like the Falcons found success. 6-1 map count last week. They're coming into this rematch against FaZe Vegas. Do you think it's going to be Kismet or Celium that has more pressure on him in this series?
Yeah, I think, Celium always has a ton of pressure. He deals with it well, but I'm going to go with Kismet because there's a clear difference. Like when he's finding success in the search with the snipe, and you saw in the last one, he was getting loose, after the early round, which is something that he's done so often in his career and why he's revered as one of the best search players in the CDL. Well, we just hadn't seen too much of that throughout this year. So I think if he can continue to do that, they have a great chance because the hard point has been way better this split.
I know I'm asking for a lot, but if Exnid can drop another 40 against FaZe, and if we can get 99 kills in a game 5 for all the people, it would salvage a rough schedule. Let's take a look at our standings, though, as we check in on who's on top of the leaderboard. 2 squads at 4-0, a perfect record for the Gentlemates as well. After that, it's a 3-way tie at 2-2. A bit of slop, but we'll decide who moves into the top 4 between FaZe and Falcons tonight. We're going to break. When we come back, the first fight, I just lied. What do we got?
Boston,
baby.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the Boston series versus the Falcons, that
find out who's built for the big save.
The Heretics ready to dive in.
Thanks, Tim.
Four and Snoopy. Come on, wants them all. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top route. So damn happy. It strikes down
Ravens looking to bounce back after a rough week number 2. This is a perfect opportunity to do so. And if you're looking at the Ravens week, well, today you've got Breach. Tomorrow you got Vancouver. This could be a 2-match win week if you're a Royal Ravens fan.
Yeah, but you got to tread carefully. I mean, the last performance wasn't exactly great. And with this team, you know, you dive into it, 7-14 at hardpoint. Their HP has taken a huge fall off. And it's not because of kills. They're actually like top 8 in Team KD in the game mode,
I mean,
right?
you can't forget map 4.
Yes.
I mean, nobody's going to let them live that down.
Abysmal, Allie. And when you go back, you watch it, you're just like, it's a ton of like mini decisions of selfishness in the players where you're just not helping your teammates. So for these guys, the focus has to be on teamwork and game, but they have to also have that weird balancing act where it's like, we don't want to lose the edge of where we have insanely talented players. So they got a tall task if you're Brian Saint and the coaching staff here to balance that, like play the right way, but also don't lose your edge.
Last 10 maps, you have won 1.
You know,
your retakes in SND 0-7.
That happens.
How do you just mind wipe and start fresh? Because those are abysmal stats in stage 2.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. How do you mind wipe? You just have to do it. Essentially, you need to not look at the stats in this way. You clearly got to approach the game differently, because if you're dropping 40 kills and you're not closing out hard points and the rest of your teammates are still, none of them are going double negative. They all got 30.
Yeah.
So clearly something in the foundation, clearly something in the chemistry isn't working. And when we look at Carolina Royal Ravens, like, they were soaring when it came to the online split. They were great at overload. So clearly the honeymoon phase seems to be coming to an end.
I hear the honeymoon phase is over. Is the challenger's mindset of playing for stats starting to seep in? That's the rumor I saw on YouTube, chat. But on the other side, Boston had to hit the reset button after hitting the struggle bus. We saw, of course, a lot of eyes on Purge and Snoopy as the SMGs weren't performing, but Cammy was the first one rotated out of the starting lineup. So with Spart in, what is the expectation for Breach tonight?
The expectation to get better at search and destroy, and also to up their pace overall in the game. I think that maybe the biggest problem they identified with Cammy was that sometimes he'd be putting up these big time numbers, and sometimes he wouldn't. And it finds that when the ARs are finding consistent success for Boston Breach, obviously it's going to make some of these maps a little bit easier. But regardless, foundation slash rotation win percentage in stage number 2 and scoring 1.7 goals per stage. They're a very defensive heavy team when it comes to overload. They don't high score, but they'll definitely be able to hold that line to keep you from getting too.
And it says rotation win percentage. Is that on the SMGs or the ARs?
I mean, that's on the whole squad. And, you know, when we talk about this team and this Boston roster last year, something that we commended them for was their teamwork. Everybody willing to do everything on the map. Right. And that was so awesome. That's why they would have these series where they take turns going off. You see Purge taking over. Next series, it was the ARs, right? Snoopy would have his moments. This year, we have not seen that at all. And I think that's why they're pivoting and trying to make a move, because you know, you bring in Spart and you're hoping you get a backbone where you guys can lock down search and destroy so you have a chance in series. And then you're playing the waiting game on the SMGs. These guys have not been performing, and clearly, like, if you look around, you're like, okay, they should have made a 2-man change. But you know the potential because of last year, what Purge and Snoopy can do as a duo, and you're just waiting.
They're just hoping he's an enabler for the rest of the guys on this team.
Allie, we've seen the peak of Boston as top 3 last year. They hovered around the middle of the league for most of 2025. Now that you have Spart alongside Nasty. Nasty was supposed to be an improvement over Awakening. Spart now an improvement over Cammy.
Yes.
What is the new ceiling of Boston?
The new ceiling should be to get top 3 again last year. I mean, if this is the kind of change that you made it in hopes in that, and I understand your faces, but I'm just telling you what the organization is hoping for with the change, right?
And we're saying ceiling.
Hoping to enable it. Hopefully they hit the same placing at peak that they did at least last year on a top.
And then the real question is the floor, though.
The floor is, well, I'd say on the lower middle end of the league. I don't think they would end up placing like 10, 11, 12, but I think they definitely would stay maybe around that 6th to 8th range if Spart performs
This team could get way worse. I mean, at least...
Really?
Yeah, because when you were watching, like, Cammy and Respawn was not awful. And a lot of the series, like, the ARs were playing fine. Like, Cammy started to figure it out, like, I thought he was playing fine in the Respawn. So, yeah, I think Search, he's been a liability throughout majority of the year. But, yeah, if the search doesn't immediately improve, then what are we doing?
Why is this match so important? Let's take a look at those standings one more time, because Birmingham does not have room for all 12 teams, Allie. In fact, we will be saying goodbye to the bottom 2, which is exactly where Boston finds themselves right now.
Listen, regardless, this team needed to make a change, right? Like all the other teams, like Cloud9 had to squad wipe because they're sitting at 12. Koi had to make a change because they're sitting on the outside looking in. So you start to think of who's up next. Well, that all depends on this match's results. Now, Boston Boston Breach has made a change. If Carolina Royal Ravens can't win this, we're probably going to see something happen on that side of things, too.
Stuff's about to get wild. This is the most, and you know, we talked about everybody plays everyone. It's your most matches in a split. This is the most important split that we have all year long for your champs hopes, especially for teams like Carolina and Boston, who are going to be like on the cusp. Right. So you have to start to think about what does our team look like long term. And for Boston, this feels like the start of like what their team's going to be. Make the change for Cammy and then maybe one of the SMGs.
Let's take a look at the maps and modes for the new man. Spart makes his way up from Bush. Here he finds himself on Colossus, Exposure, and Den for his first 3 maps for the 2026 season. Allie?
Yes.
Do we get to a map 4?
I think we do. Absolutely. I think these two teams actually, with the addition of Spart and the expectation, will probably be pretty evenly matched. And to be honest, I love Colossus and Den for Spart's play style. I haven't seen any of the Challengers gameplay, but it just feels like something he would thrive in.
Ravens, going back to Colossus, 0-7 on it. Probably like the most mind-boggling performance we've ever seen.
They have to add it. They have to add it to their map pool. It's the worst part.
But as the pros are saying now, you got to snatch your chain back. Got to get this Colossus.
Snatch your chain back. It's been taken 7 times. You got to get 7 get backs. Boston trying to pull off the upset, and you said the honeymoon period is over for Carolina. I'm thinking it might just be starting in Boston, Allie. Let's take a look, though. What's the vibe check for the boys on the Ravens?
Boys on the Raven, I mean, cool, calm, collected. Lurks is extremely locked into those bots and whatever he's doing. Nero's, you know, making sure his backdrop and his water is ready to go.
Getting his creatine ready.
It is the first match of the day, though, ain't it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're in the crib, so they're vibing.
Yeah, they're vibing. They're back in their bedroom, as Scrap would say.
Yeah, everything looks good. You know, the backdrops are a little bit cleaner today. Ben was heavily criticizing the backdrops.
Heavily.
He said that was the reason they lost.
They didn't even iron them.
Yeah.
He said.
But it's looking better today.
Looks great. Crispy on all ends. I'm told the match is ready. We're getting Lurks out of his bot fiesta, which means it's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. And I wasn't here last week. I got some catching up to do. Rosalie, at 57 correct picks, you're insane. Did you also pick Carolina Royal Ravens today?
No, I did not. I'm picking Boston Breach.
She's going
today.
Boston. Ant's also riding the Boston train.
This is 50-50. I don't know. I'm going to go Carolina.
Go with the honeymoon.
I got Carolina taking this one.
I thought I was going wild as the only Carolina picker. I am going Carolina officially, and the fans are riding with us as well. Can I switch to Boston? Spart is going on Boston. Let's do it. 2-2. We got shift and study. Let's party.
Probably a smart swap.
They still didn't change it.
They say, Chris, welcome back. Good to see you, brother. Jay, you're already in for the thick of it from jokes like that. But Boston, hey, the kind of the do or die for a lot of the teams that find themselves 1-3. It feels like early. The important win to get yourself going. I think just for obviously initial sake for Boston with Spart in the mix, but for Carolina, just trying to right the ship from what was kind of gone wrong for them really since Major 1.
Yeah, Carolina on a 3-game losing streak. Obviously, it's been tough with the matchups that they've had. They've had Falcons, they've played Mates, they've played Thieves, and you only were able to take 1 map combined between all of those series. So Carolina haven't been hitting the same way they did throughout stage 1. That's because the honeymoon stage is over. And you're also taking tough losses on certain maps that you should be winning. And we're going to have one to start off this series, the Colossus HP. They're 0-7 on the season. And the reason why, when I take a look at the numbers, Al, is because their P4 is the worst in the entire league. You improve P4 here, you probably get your first win.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Money Hills all the time, but on a map like this that is a bang out and it's mixy and it's chaotic, yeah, once you get to those money hard points, you need to start to lock in time. So we'll see what we get. Spart, of course, on your screen early. He has been, well, dominant in challengers. He's done this before, come into a team that's really struggled and found a way to win a championship. And how about the re-debut for Spart? A 3-0 kickoff, and that'll be enough for Boston to get into time for P1.
Yeah, Sparty Supreme making his re-debut back into the league. A lot of fans supporting him. The Bush all right behind him on his debut here for the Breach. Starts off 3-1, finds a lot of success early on towards the statue, and that's what's leading currently to good time here for Boston. You were keeping the Ravens on the back, but they want to get at least aggressive towards the people, but not too aggressive to flip themselves out. But now kills going their way. They have the rotation.
Yeah, kind of stucks them in the mud a little bit. Sticks them in the mud, stuck them in the mud. One of the two, maybe the combination of both of them. It's a seed, gonna push out the hard point, find himself one. Finesse, little wiggle, little dance. Nasty only finding the one, but spawns will move. Nero head in a swivel, good for two. Has health nearby. Could he finally get the regen off? No, Purge will find the shutdown, and Boston will supplant Carolina in the hard point.
Yeah, the team kill doesn't help. You had the numbers to fight through the front if you were the Ravens, but Craze, unfortunately, team nades his teammate, and then you lose those numbers, and Boston still have the spawns to lock this one down. So Nasty at 6-3. Spart on the back end watching the OE. This has been a flawless setup from Boston. They are still running up the score.
Yeah, are you a little bit surprised to see that Boston's still actually sticking with this 2-2 setup here? Because we've seen a lot of teams on the break especially move over to a third SMG, but so far Boston happy to allow Spart and Nasty to still run that AR throughout every single moment to this point.
Definitely want to allow the new players to be comfortable on maps that they are not familiar with this kind of lineup. So just get everyone to guarantee their kills might be the answer for success, but early off the rotation for Craze, he's able to line up 3. So now there's only one player here to try to contest you in Snoopy. He's valuing his life. Craze gonna go for the child. Give me all 4. A couple kills off earning a Hellstorm.
Yeah, now could just sit here and watch the tunnel rotation. Boston setting up for a full break from the front. At least initially that's the case. Purge taking a lot of damage as he contests the hard point. Nasty's able to win not just 1, but 2. Now the flank is on the way around the back. Spark should be good for 1, but Nero somehow turns that into a double. And Nero off screen, able to turn that into 3. Purge last one left. Lurk's trying to clean him up. What a moment from Nero to help Carolina hold in what looked to be a very successful Boston flip.
Yeah, that would have been a bad time to lose that HP because Breach have yet to lose the side of the map that they want for the P4. But Nero single-handedly is able to make the play happen for the Ravens, keep themselves still into the mix. Going to be down by 20 by losing this final 10 and losing the rotation over towards P4. But we're trying to clear our space through top mid. It's going to be Exceed. He just gets caught.
Yeah, and here's that hard point that you wanted to see, Jay, for Carolina. They are the worst team at this hill, and they're already starting off on the wrong foot. Completely pushed back after that initial chance to try to fight off against the rotation. And now it's about setting themselves up. Purge will be the first to drop for Boston setup, though. Now an opportunity with numbers, potentially flood, but trophy systems galore, able to keep most of Boston's setup safe. Exceed gets himself 2. Purge, last one left coming off that staggered spawn, but he gets dropped by Nero, and that's a pretty solid break from Carolina.
Yeah, it's a great break from Carolina, but they still have the pressure right in front of them because Boston are going to be over towards yellow. Craze holding down mid lobby, is able to find his second kill. You're hoping that your teammates can trade out the rest, but it's going 1 for 1 until Lurks is the final man standing. So the Ravens make the most of this P4 from the front, hold it down for at least 35 seconds to keep themselves in the mix, but now it's a battle for statue.
That's a W break in terms of efficiency for Carolina, all things told. They'll get this game to within 10 points and will rotate back up to the top side of the map. Snoopy, first one there, 4 in 10. He has not really had the same pop-off potential that we had seen from this Boston team from last year, at least not as of yet. Shut down there as Nero finds himself another triple, and Carolina going to create some space as they jump in the hill.
Yeah, it's just crazy to see Snoopy like consistently dropping numbers like this for Boston, especially early into some of these respawns. I remember all of last week, he's always having a stinker to start it off, but he needs to be that consistent X factor for this team to always stand a chance, especially on maps like Colossus. But this is why you're bringing a new guy who's trying to hold down statue control before he gets taken down, trying to give you more slaying prowess, but Snoopy needs to get activated.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things of picking the right battles, it feels like, for Snoop right now. So he will win a hard point battle, get himself a little bit of time here for Boston, still up just barely. Now on rotation, Purge, first one here, good entry. Does he get a 2? Yes, he does. That's a huge kill, plus a follow-up from Spark behind that. Nero just trying to stay alive and block. Not gonna happen. Carolina spawn out. Boston have the hill for now.
Yeah, and this has been Boston's hill so far throughout this entire game. Basically held it for 45 seconds your first go around. Now you're looking to repeat it or even better this time around. He's getting active. There goes a double from top mid. You alleviate the pressure from the front, but we're challenging them when it's unnecessary. So you're giving Ravens a chance, but you're still holding every breach.
Yeah, a couple of staggered spawns now starting to get on through, but Carolina are battling. Let's see how Boston try to calm through this as they will be broken, and we'll jump to a breach. Listen in.
I'll go top
Yeah,
mid.
I'll say Cindy, boys.
Really weak works.
Nice,
2 guys. We can hit
I did it wide right. You guys
I'm gonna right too.
Yeah, I'm trying with you.
We got him with an 8. I got him. Nice shit. Exceed first guy.
7 here.
I have it.
Elbow. 2. Both of them.
I won. You got bro.
Oh, yeah. Nice shot, bro. Nice shot. Hey on that.
They're going mid. Nothing right behind.
I'll get you ton of pinch, Eric. Push right. Exceed. Absolute.
They have all the
Give them in.
That's why yellow.
He's already close box.
Here you go.
No, I should have prayed. He's gonna go to
I'm 1 HP tonight. I'm 1 HP.
Tunnel courage, just
I'm watching
your cross. I'm watching your cross.
He's on the Eddie. Too close. I'm gonna die one shot. Close up.
Weak.
I got tunnel. I heard you. I saw blue.
I'm
On the Eddie crazy. I'm down. I'm one shot. I'm one shot. I can only use. I'm not close. One
shot on the head.
Both there.
I can't. Let me look in a second. Absolute great.
I'm looking Russ.
Someone's Russ. He's back to the back. I see Russ anymore. He backed up. I'm going tunnel. Come on.
I need to you can still play a bar. It's the one shot that I'm 1 HP, bro. I can't try.
Hold statue. I'm going to Melky.
I'm going to top chair. We can double this.
Rush. I sent him close side.
I'm looking at the plan. I don't see anything on the plan.
Rush me one shot. He's going yellow side door. One shot time near. Nice shit.
Time. One shot.
Yo, get one shot on me. They give me time mid.
I heard you.
Okay, a couple of nice moments in there. I think in particular hearing Purge kind of quarterbacking Snoopy on those wraps, both through tunnel and then back again up to the top. So decent moment here for Boston. Carolina finding themselves on their Achilles heel, moving back over to this very treacherous P4.
Yeah, and it's the final 15 seconds. They won the rotation this go around. It's just the pressure from Purge through mid lobby, opening up with a double, allows Boston to flip the spawns and then keep this one scrappy. Still going to be up by 35, almost 40 points as we get to our third set. Back over to the P1. And if you're Boston, it's all about these fights over towards Statue, but Nero finds it first.
All Craze, good patience, taking down 2, but Spartan Purge still outwin the duel. Exceed trying to get into the hard point, was the lone man there for the Ravens, and as he drops, Boston get closer to 200 points. Moment of pause, Boston on the setup, trying to once again keep Carolina on their heels, and so far, so good. Trades coming through though, and Nero continues to have a blazing map number 1, but he needs some help.
Yeah, he needs somebody to get on time, or someone to get a trade at some points, because again, he wins a massive one-on-one gunfight to secure the blue spawns for his team. You are in the driver's seat now to soak up this final 20 and potentially chain it over towards P2, but Nasty ready in, waiting in bottom tunnel, is able to line up a double. Now that forces Exceed to try to do something out of nothing. He gets caught, Boston get the break, and now they're already in your face.
And Nero's just sitting here like, where are my subs? Just continuing to take 1v3 moments, and to be fair, he survived through a lot of it. Lurks, not having a great game. Maybe a chance to make up for it here, but gets bested by Snoopy. Back over to the hard point we go. Nero right back into the mix, but traded by Spart. New guy up, the Sparty Supreme. Gets the trophy down with Nasty there for support, and how about it? The kills come through. Nasty doing it all right now as Boston have a chance to get this thing closed here.
Now there's only one more play in towards the back to try to make a play. And it's going to be Nero once again. He finds the opening, finds kill number 2, leads to the break-in for his team, almost finds Purge towards the backside, but Nero making big-time plays to just keep his team in it. So 30 seconds here at the P2. Boston are just looking for the opening, and they find it through top mid. Now everyone through the front door.
Yeah, for Boston, this is just cross your T's, dot your I's. Don't do anything crazy. You've got a huge advantage. Don't let Carolina run through you. And as they get cleaned up on their final break attempt, all eyes moving over towards the third hill, but Spart does not predict Craze getting as close as he was through tunnel. So now you've got numbers here for Carolina. Fighting off the heady is Nero. Maybe more in front of him. What set of shots this is for Nero. Lurks able to follow up with the elimination, but Nero is just turning, burning, not quite able to get the pistol up, and Spart's double now has a natural advantage for Boston.
And now you got to clutch up down here. If you are Lurks and Craze, or Exceed and Craze, they get two-pieced by Spart. So he single-handedly was the guy that spawns over towards blue side, finds massive gunfight after massive gunfight to lead to the break here for Boston, and they can close it out here at P3 with another clean 4 day.
all for dead again. Oh my goodness, what an absolute incredible map number 1 to this point. One more chance to hit. Nasty covering nicely. And how about it? Welcome back to the league. Chris Cervantes, Spart taking over in his re-debut. This time wearing the Boston green.
Man, look at the smiles on Snoopy and Purge's face. It said, wait, the new guy on top almost just gave us 60 EKIA on that scoreboard. Oh yeah, welcome to the team, Smarty Supreme. What a map number 1 for Boston. They continue to add to their repertoire. A little bit of Colossus HP, but when the slaying looks like that, it's going to be a lot easier to get W's at the end. But even with the Ravens making small adjustments on their P4, it still leads to another L here on Colossus. 0-8 so far in the season, and now again you find yourself down 0-1 in the series.
I mean, it's just, there are 2 major things that stand out in my mind, and I'm interested to see where you take this point, Jay. First and foremost, it's P1 to P2, Carolina playing on their heels because they don't want to lose rotation. Yep. They've lost a lot of presence at mid, so you're trying just to lock down spawns best you can, but you're not winning those gunfights when there's that little bit of extra push. Someone will spawn out or a stagger spawn will happen, and Boston, like we saw and like you mentioned in our second set of rotations, continue to do well rotating to 2. Almost the exact same thing from 3 to 4. Ravens, well, this time, not even able to get a chance to get on their heels to try to protect against spawns. They just have a really tough time on the left side of the minimap, just never really getting into position to earn spawns for 4, having to break both times that we were there. One time, to be fair, pretty successfully, but the second, obviously, not so much.
Yeah, it's just like when you watch the Ravens, like they get all 4 kills. They win the rotation this time to P4, but it's just one guy breaks them down because they're allowing openings to happen when the positionings are being watched. Like, there's no way someone sneaks through mid-lobby and kills the guy off of the HP, and then that trade happens. That guy shouldn't be in a position to even contest your teammate on the hard point, but when they find that opening kill, it forces you to change your defensive look or your setup on the HP, and by just moving a little bit, someone else on the opposite side influencing a positioning or with a couple kills to flip you all the way across the map, it continues to break down the Ravens on some of these really tight and gritty HPs on Colossus. So until they fix those little mistakes where we shouldn't have openings when we win the rotation, eventually they'll find a W there. But now you're down 0-1, gotta go into a search and destroy where as a team the chemistry's just been out of sync, and the way that Spart just played, you gotta believe he's gonna use a sniper in map number 2 and continue on that hat streak.
Absolutely the case. And here's a look at your game flow again, just about parallel lines all the way through, with the small gaps largely coming, I would say, at the very beginning of those really key hard points. You know, P1 to P2, P3 to P4, Boston finding the edge by winning rotation. So again, great stuff from Boston. A huge welcome back to Spart on that debut, or re-debut as we've called it. And now we take our conversation over to exposure search. And this Boston team hasn't played it a lot, but when they have, they've looked good on it. To be fair though, Carolina also not that bad at this map whatsoever. I just feel like for both teams, it's very simple gameplay. It's nothing too crazy. The mid-round adaptations aren't really all that complex. It's just a lot of, do we have numbers? Okay, let's bang out this site. Or okay, let's just watch our lanes. It's nothing too creative, nothing too cute. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It just feels very flat at times. And I think this is the interesting thing about, like you mentioned, Spart being able to bring another X factor element to this Boston team.
Yeah, I think that's massive for Spart to be on this Boston team now, to bring that new strategy to the mix, because when you watch their search and destroy before the roster change, it was pretty stale. It was pretty easy to understand what they were going to do at you. Like Purge, their island player, works at late pinch. Everybody else is just going to 3v1 on one side of the map. And if their playmaker isn't going to find success, so they're most likely going to run them over. But now it also allows them to change their play calls with Spart in the mix, because Nasty doesn't have to run the boomstick anymore. This was Spart's been able to do for the Bush all throughout challenges. Just put on clip after clip with the sniper in hand. So he's going to open up lanes for his SMGs, allows Nasty to be more free. And on a map that they are undefeated even before Spart was in the mix, I feel like you're even more comfortable now with this guy at the helm with the boomstick.
Yeah, and I figure that Spart will be one of the ones who probably play calls the SMGs around the map depending on what he could find. That was likely a lot of the story for the Bush. Again, we don't really get listen-ins in the challenger space as much, but it definitely felt that way when we watched over them in North American Elites. See if they provide extra instances of that. As we jump on into map number 2, Carolina will be on the opening offense. Exceed by himself up through mid with a 3-man hit early towards B, and no signs of slowing down. Snoopy, the one trying to be alerted. That's a really good timing on a stun to have the defense rotate over to assist.
Yeah, Carolina.
Oh, that's not a good stun from Lurks.
Are going to be aware that Boston are ready for this push, but not going to shy away from being the aggressors. Going to try to get this bomb planted, make it a 4v4 for Boston to find another successful retake.
Oh, Lurks is in some trouble already. Oh, my goodness. Break your neck POV right there. He's able to find one behind Nero's first blood. So bomb planted, and how about Carolina? They are not interested in slowing down, just absolutely forcing the fight, and they will take the opening round at Blitzkrieg rate.
Yeah, Carolina on this map, specifically on their offenses, have a 77% chance at winning it because they're always playing to their advantage. They don't waste any time there of someone watching the pinch. You know, we have 4 players up. We're already around this B site. Most likely someone from Boston's on the opposite side of the map, so let's just continue to hold strong on our setup. No nades, no stuns, able to connect for Boston to try to make their retake a little bit easier. But a great tone-setting round there from Carolina to be the aggressors in the opening round.
Yeah, and that's after Snoopy gets all the information you could possibly want, too. That's definitely one that will live in the back of your mind if you're Boston. Let's take a look to see what Boston have to offer offensively. Spart will have the M15 here with nades aimed over towards top window. And just a little feel out over towards the long alley. Look at the wrap, though, from Carolina. Again, the aggression not going to be scouted at all. It's an absolute feeding frenzy for Craze. Lurks right behind him. Craze looking for the very quick ace. He wants it. He can feel it. He's got the pistol, but he can't beat Purge. Shouldn't be an easy chase down, but Purge has gained some good distance here and can reset the 1v2.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to get the ace there, but could have waited an extra second before he went for the chow, so his teammates could have been into play. Because now Purge completely gets lost. 40 seconds left on the round. Bomb is going to be down towards mid connector. And Purge right now is just enjoying the scenery of exposure.
Yeah. I have to imagine that Carolina will be aware that the bomb is likely down here. Yeah, now Purge has been seen. He is the smoke player, though, so he's got a little bit of an opportunity to reset this. Nice set of shots. That's on to Nero. But with 18 seconds, now a decision has to be made. And Carolina has made theirs. They're going to wait and just kind of double team this out together. Exceed finding Purge before he can make his move, and Carolina will be up 2-0.
Yeah, just completely catches them off guard there on their defensive look. You're expecting the SMGs try to take through mid-map or through solar side, but no one scouts over towards low dirt, and they find the opening. Craze is able to find 3 on that round, basically call the round 15 seconds into it. And Exceed, yeah, he's just letting the communication flow. Letting the boys know. I have no idea what Boston just did, but good job, Craze.
Okay. Tempo, tempo, tempo for Carolina. They're going to keep the gas down here in round 3. Nero going to go up top to ring, try to play a little bit of info gathering off the jump. Exceed going to try to snipe down low, but he's been stunned. Nasty not interested, and actually Spark's got a good crossing angle from the A site. And how about Purge going to jump right into the smoke and see if he can kind of wrap behind this Carolina play. He may actually just get Exceed for free here if Exceed's not too careful.
Yeah, you got to choose wisely. You're going to turn that corner or not. Nero's able to find one, and Exceed just gets the timing onto Purge. Man advantage now in favor of the Ravens. You're forcing Nasty to get aggressive, and so is Spark through the middle of the map, but the bomb is getting down at B.
Yeah, they're trying to isolate Exceed. They know we've got him completely caught out, but Exceed's been able to find an SMG. Oh, no, it's gone completely wrong for Boston. Oh, goodness gracious. It's all about trapping Exceed after they initially see him from Nasty's early POV, but Exceed walks away with 3 in the round after Nero's first blood.
And that's just one of those rounds where I was ready to tip the cap to, like, the Purge play, even though he doesn't commit to the chow. But old Purge, like the aggressive playmaking Purge, goes for that. Just not committing to that angle. Exceed gets the best Call of Duty timing for that one. Puts them in the early man advantage, recovers the SMG, and is able to 1v2 on the pinch to close out the round. Yeah, that's just bad luck for Boston.
Yeah, that's super bad luck, but that's what happens. You try to play aggressive to try to counter out Carolina. You feel like you've got to also rotate aggressively. You lose out on the COD timing. Carolina looking to still stature up very aggressively on P2. This time it's Snoopy for first blood. Nero blitzed off the top of panels. Nice shots from Spart. And as Exceed was caught at mid, now it's just down to Lurks, and he has got the whole Boston army trying to chase him. He does well to catch the first, almost able to find two, but not quite. Boston finally get one on the board.
Yeah, Boston that time were ready for that defensive look. It was the first time they got aggressive through low dirt. You're expecting someone to be in that position, but Boston go right back to the B strategy. And this time, Kaz craves for the first blood. You get the early numbers advantage. You keep pre-aiming over towards Solo to find a couple of kills. And a 1v4 for Lurks. He stood no chance. So Boston get one on the board here.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression with aggression. Fight fire with fire.
Now they just need a defense, Al.
I'll say that. See if they can kind of control the tempo that Carolina want to play at, and they are not slowing down. Exceed with an AR this time. Stuns do land. That will pause Carolina at mid for the time being. And Boston may try to actually float off Purge's position to re-hit from window on this defensive setup, but instead hold their ground and will feel things out as a smoke will be tossed by the breach. There's maybe a chance to isolate mid, but not quite yet.
Yeah, Ravens only gained information onto Purge, so they want to try to isolate onto that gunfight, but Purge is making their job very difficult, even if that's a smoke grenade for his team to find the first blood. But Lurks on the opposite side, lurking, locates one and is able to get out with his life. So with 40 seconds to go, you have wrapped your way over towards A, but Boston are here.
What a re-wrap, though, for Carolina. They're able to get one back. Lurk still showing pressure from the front. Nice shots on the Purge. Trying to find the trade. No, not the case. Help was nearby. That is just a dynamic little mid-round call for Carolina. You get that little force out from Boston at mid. Lurk just shows pressure at B. Boston get maybe a little bit uneasy, and then you re-wrap through mid, back around to the backside of A. And it's just enough to get the numbers back in your favor. Huge rotation from Carolina.
Yeah, and that's all set up by Lurks, man, because once they get picked off early, someone is trying to make up for it. So the Island player is able to win his one-on-one and get able to get out of dodge by gaining a lot of information, which allows Nero to get pushed up through dirt, find the kill, and then Lurks putting the finishing touches to close out the round. So Ravens looking fantastic so far here on the exposure, especially on the offense. Have won 3 and have yet to lose 1. But now back on defense, gunfight's already going down. They have the early man up.
Yeah, they're just playing this almost like an overload break-off right now. Like, we'll just play the trade game through mid. Smoke will start to fade, though, and Exceed will back off. Nero still taking away extra space. May have an opportunity to isolate onto the bomb carrier, and Spart just has no idea. And how could you? Carolina's just flooding the middle of the map. Now down to Nasty, 1v2.
And catches the timing, at least for the first, but doesn't finish his food. And that sets up the other player on the side of the Ravens to close out the round. Aggression has been the answer all throughout this exposure. It consistently is forcing Boston to be on the back foot. And when you make a roster change, this is what you're expecting Boston to look like. This is an all-new strategy. Sure. Spart's just in the mix. So you want these guys to be comfortable. And usually early on, to be comfortable, it's all about slowing down the game and allowing it to come to you. But they are just not allowing them to breathe, allowing them to think. Now Carolina at game point.
I think that's the big point, not allowing them to think. Like, when someone comes out and hits you this hard and you're not prepared for it, you're sitting there like trying to just get your feet back underneath you. And Carolina has just not allowed that to be the case. Lurk's going to take a little bit more of a patient approach here initially at B. Same could be said for this 3-man stack at mid. Counter nades being tossed by the Ravens, though. SMG's pushing up. Purge and Snoopy both finding one. Snipe shot for Exceed, not going to land, and there's just no way he responds to that follow-up engagement. So Lurks, with a little bit of space between him and the rest of Boston, will have to navigate a full 1v4, 3 more to tally.
Yeah, 55 seconds to work with, and all of Boston are playing the conga line train. Just run around together, play a trade. You're able to spot him if you're smart and able to get the finishing touches for Boston to put their second on the round. And that was the first time we see Carolina take the slow and steady approach. They were waiting for Boston to make that change, make that aggressive play style switch up. And unfortunately, they just get caught off guard by it, so Boston stay alive a little longer.
I'm a little surprised, like, after that round, that really no one was talking for Boston. Like, all right, that round's over. Let's start talking about the next one. everyone was dead quiet. I'm just surprised to see that because, again, it just feels like Carolina have controlled the narrative and, of course, the tempo of this map. Boston happy to allow that last final kill cam to play before talking about what they want to do offensively here. Spart will snipe. Is able to see a nice little sneaky slide from Craze. That's enough information for him. Snoopy trying to get freed up through Zig, but the window now on that play has closed. Follow-up info at bottom window. And Boston will now try to use this position to frame up and execute.
Yeah, but they're wasting a lot of time here because their bomb carrier is the guy watching in the pitch. So Ravens, who weren't in the play to stop a potential A plant, are now in the mix. Hold the rotation over towards Dirt. So Nasty's still going to think that this is crystal clear to get the bomb planted, but
nice
Ravens just get caught on their retake right through mid-zig. Bomb is now down for Boston, man up.
Yeah, Carolina were just looking for timing to see if they can contest that bomb plant. Not the case. Cool. Nice shots from Snoopy on the response to Lurks up close and personal. And Exceed's position is now known, and he's able to at least take down 2, but Spart was right there for the trade. So, yeah, I like that wrap from Boston. You get the info from Snoopy early, stays alive, knows that he's got bottom window control. So all you got to do is worry about top from bottom Dirt, and then let the bomb carrier jump up past that to get the plan. And then from there, yeah, Carolina just missed the timing on the execute.
Yeah, it just helps when Carolina are trying to retake it with no information. Like there wasn't a guy spotting bottom window or even top window. To see them cross over towards the site, they were just hoping that, all right, it's been a lot of time. Well, this might be our opportunity to go. But just choose the wrong time to do that. And now Boston with back-to-back rounds staying in this S&D. Starting to build some momentum slowly but surely. And the Ravens are going to switch up the pacing this time. Not camp to spawn. We're going aggressive towards B.
Yeah, Purge will get bottom Dirt control, though, and has a lot of options in front of him. Will play the long wrap, so now Boston can fully stack for a B defense. Carolina will get on to site.
Good nade.
Nades, though, for Boston will land. Snoopy's able to take down 1. That's in the back corner by the boxes. So Spart's watching for the push through, and everyone else from Boston are just saying, Purge, let us know when we can go. But Exceed is able to find the pinch, and that turns into a 3v3.
Yeah, there's just no need for Purge to continue to just run forward. Like, you got the first blood, you have them trapped over towards the B site, but when you gift them that free first kill, now they have a route on the way back over towards A. So your teammates who are ready for the push at the opposite site need to rotate back with the bomb already down.
Yeah, and you have to re-clear out bottom window. Nero playing at Zig, Craze floating around the boxes, but Nero will drop. Now it's really on to Craze. What can he do?
He's spotted.
He's being chased, and Snoopy is hunting, but has lost him, so he'll leave him for Nasty. Meanwhile, it's just down to where is Exceed. Now they know where he's at. Easy follow-up in Boston. Now all of a sudden are only down 1.
Round by round. Teamwork is making the dream work. They are dissecting what Ravens are doing to them. Now on their offenses. 3 rounds in a row for Breach. They find the early first blood. Purge almost gave them a chance by getting caught. But once that bomb goes down, you put yourself in the early numbers advantage. You're able to set up Craze to walk right into the preem of Nasty. And then Exceed trapped towards low Dirt. No chance he's able to stay alive for a long time. So Boston now force round 10.
The pressure's starting to cook a little bit up now. Carolina, do you go back to what was working? Just try to full dive at something? No, this time it's a 2-2 split, so you really can't afford to push either spot at the moment. A little feel out for Exceed, bottom window, but not much. Trophy system is keeping him safe for now. Purge up close and personal, maybe looking for timing behind. Is Spart still sniping? Because if Spart can watch the lane, maybe Purge can push through it, but... Oh.
Just gets caught. Not even the shoulder to gather information. You walk right into the preaim of Nero.
What?
The new guy on the block, though, with the wall bang, able to make it still a 3v3. Manageable here for Breach.
Ooh, high-low setup, though, between Exceed and Craze inside Zig. We've seen Boston try to at least feel this out, if not possibly full clear it. There's a little slide through deep. Snoopy up close, lots of damage, but no one drops. 3v3 we go.
And they had information that there was 2 players from Ravens in that crossfire setup, but now time is ticking, and the bomb is on its way over towards this A site again, or at least towards B. Exceed is thinking he has all of this cleared on out, but Boston slipped the net, bomb down.
Yeah, Carolina will have an opportunity to try to pinch. It's very aware to Boston. Spart gets the opening tags. That's Craze who has to back off. This is a big feel out between Nasty and Exceed.
Didn't see him.
Oh, Nasty's gonna be able to find him for free. Oh, goodness, not like this. Snoopy gets another, and Spart with the closeout. We're going the distance to round 11.
4 rounds in a row for Boston. Even rounds when they find themselves down early into these rounds in the man up. You're making big time plays to break down the Ravens, just slipping the net right underneath Exceed's positioning. Gets the bomb down, catches them off guard, and then Nasty gets the best COD timing there to find that opening kill. But Boston have dissected this exposure search and destroy round after round to not force the final round. Here's round 11.
And I'm not surprised to see this from Carolina. All 4 players just going to try to bully ball out the bottom side of dirt. But Purge, he is in position to just sit here and maybe go 1 for 1, if not possibly better. And that's enough of a call to say, if they're pushing through dirt, there's got to be more here. Purge isolated. Nasty able to get a couple of shots back, but 3v3 and Exceed holds the angle. Not expecting that. We're Boston. Snoopy gets a stun behind him and is able to get out, but it's 3v2 now to Carolina.
And they have the bomb down as well, Al. So this only gets more difficult for Spart and Snoopy, as they're both taking different angles here. Exceed just throwing shoulders. He has information onto both that Ravens are playing the bomb down. We need to gun someone.
Nade out, doesn't land. Oh, Exceed pushes through. Snoopy able to find one. Maybe with isolate onto Craze, but Craze will back away. So this will be a 1v3 to try to clutch up the round 11. It's just all about the TDM from here. Bomb will be given up. Snoopy's gonna get a little bit of a lifeline here. Has to commit to A on this angle. Exceed, able to watch the opening shots. Snoopy tries to isolate, around the Rosie, finds the first, but the shots over the top from the bomb site save Carolina from an absolute breakdown. And of course it comes in a round that can be identified as nothing but bully ball. 4-man hit through dirt. Somehow Exceed commits to keeping a scope out, by the way. Didn't expect that. And how pivotal that shot may have been in round 11.
Oh yeah, that was the biggest shot of the entire round. Did you keep your teammates alive? That's also the bomb carrier in the side of the breach. And you're able to play a setup after that, just lock down that side of the map. Exceed, so impactful in search and destroy. Couldn't find any first bloods, but he found so many kills with the sniper in hand. 13 and 6, 18 non-traded with almost 1,700 damage. He was the reason why they started off early, and he's the reason why they close out strong. Ravens tied the series up.
Wow. I thought for a second we were about to watch the downfall of Carolina as that roster as we knew it, if they would have dropped 5 rounds in a row or whatever it was. But not the case. 1-1 is the count. Den Overload coming up next with a lot of us to talk about, especially with this new roster and what Spart brings to the table. We'll see what we get when we come back after the break.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
We get it?
Yeah.
That's
GG! Yeah. Boom, let's go.
I want to say that I was not trying to curse us. I did not. I thought it was 250 kills. So when we were up 70 kills, I was like, "There's no way we can lose."
Yeah.
Now it makes.
Long, I have the door push. Stay left. Long. I have the door. Use your 2 front door. Look at one. Let's get front door. Let's get front door. Watch your front. Nice job. Stay left. Stay left. Oh my God. Let's go. Baby. We're sweeping them. I promise you. God. Oh my God. Holy
We got Fame here. Fame, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here.
Fantastic interview as always from Fame. Wonderful lad.
This is awful. I'm going with Toronto. I got Toronto winning this series. I think they get it done at 4.
You're like a mix of George Washington and a Disney prince.
What does that do?
LAG!
Oh, okay. Production, this is a sick, weird joke. Give me my pick back now, bro.
Flipping this.
I'm going LA Thieves. Got him.
Oh, the crayons are, I broke the crab box.
Shotzi, I got Texas, baby.
Wait, did you just baby
right
into swapping it?
Trap, bro.
Where did you pull that out from?
What the hell is going on in Columbus?
Nice.
Come on, let's go. Come on, Benjay. Come on, Benjay.
Oh man.
You just overextended kill me. We just need. There needs to be a trade there.
How are you losing that? Oh my God! No fundamentals out of the full pro squad.
Nah, Jay, hold your tongue right now. Production, I can feel them curling their little mustaches saying, we got Jay on this clip right before we come back from break.
Hey, come on.
That's a sick joke. Sick joke. I don't like it. I don't approve. I quit.
It's got to get out of there, Al. I'm sick and tired of seeing that clip. I'm 100% blaming Nameless. It's always Nameless' fault. I promise, chat. I promise.
Dude, based on what I saw that clip you posted on Twitter from like 2 weeks ago,
I'm telling you.
1,000,000% believe it. 1,000,000% believe. Oh, goodness. Let's talk Overload before we get fired. Dead Overload, this has been one of the most commonly played maps for Boston overall. But on the list for top scorers has been the guy from Carolina. Exceed has been, well, give him the rock, as they say. He is just old-fashioned gut neck football. Give me that thing. Let me run that thing through that goal. 9. And he's averaged 2 goals in 5 straight maps. That has been unreal for the new guy up. And one of the reasons that Carolina initially found a lot of success once they picked Exceed up into the roster.
Yeah, that guy's fantastic at putting it in the net. He's figured out with his SMGs, clearing out the lanes. All I got to do is just pick up the EMP and get it in. I got you. He's just able to dictate how they're going to play this game mode. I think that's why Carolina are really good at Overload compared to everything else, is because they don't really allow the opposite team to control the EMP. And by just not allowing them to control the EMP, you're always sitting on the back foot, and you're not really calling play calls unless you're just saying, we need to stop Carolina. So as long as Carolina just keep on being the aggressors, this is the mode where it really does shine for them.
Agreed. And as mentioned, just kind of casually there, Boston are no strangers to this map. They have played it in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight matches.
Oh, yeah.
And they've split the difference largely outside of one match versus Thieves, where they got absolutely blown out of the water 7-0. So we'll see if the experience will lead to some more mastery on the map. The breakoff looking pretty good. Purge, really aggressive with this challenge. Is going to step up, find himself an M15, but craze for the trade. Boston still hold mid-map.
Yeah, I feel like every time we watch Boston on Den Overload, it's usually within 1 score. Either they're winning or they're losing. And that's because they're usually allowing the opposite team to dictate the game. They allow everyone else to just have the EMP in their possession, for them to always have to be on the back foot. And sometimes it doesn't lead to success. You need to be the aggressors. That's why you add a player like Spark to be more consistent in the slaying, but right now do not have the map control, and neither do they have the EMP.
But Craze, huge start.
Big 3.
Gets him on 7 in a row. Exceed almost able to find 3. Nero with his final bullet trade. And that will be enough for Carolina to possess the EMP and start to make a move. Lurk's trying to put pressure through mid. The rest of Carolina set up to try to hit over towards B. At least that's the visual idea. Boston still putting a lot of focus to make sure no one hits through Couch's side. And Ravens, after they've been pushed back by all these nades, will try to feel things out and see if they can swing it.
Yeah, and this is what Boston do. Just always on the back foot. Like to play on the defensive side and usually bank on their counter caps to get some scores going. And when you find the opening kill, someone takes a risk. You also find the second. So now you can be the aggressors. This guy just has a pistol. Someone's sending it for the kill. You clean up house. You clean up the kill feed. Now it's your turn to try to go add one to the tally.
Yeah, Lurks does hold the line, at least initially through mid. Nasty trying to find a route through Dojo, but shut down. It's over to Snoopy. A quick swing through small, and the help is there. Spartan is able to get himself a score, plus an extra elimination. Boston on the board early, and an opportunity for Carolina to set the tone over towards Dojo side for our second device location.
Yeah, beautiful counter cap there from Boston to get on the board. Now they're looking to try to chain it to back here over towards the Dojo spawn. You're just trying to hold down your side of the map. Do not give Ravens the opening there. Looking for, this time you're able to find all three in the feed. Snoopy gonna try to locate the last guy. He gets the information. Boston have a chance.
Yeah, and you've got nades all set up, ready to go here. Quick pinch from Purge also on the way. He wins his first. Snoopy flying high, able to turn down to a couple more. Nasty finishes it off, but we need to grab the EMP. Should still be enough with Snoopy blocking spawns to get the score, and it is. And Boston on top of that, off the respawn, in position through rooftops. And how about Chris Cervantes? 10-5 for Spart. Snoopy behind the play, creating more problems, and Boston are rolling.
And they have another opportunity to quickly add another one to the scoreboard. Nasty watching the cross through bottom comms is able to find 7 in a row. Hellstorm in the back pocket. They're even team killing themselves on the side of the Ravens. Nothing's going right. We're already going to be at half because this will be another score.
Feels that way. Spart gets another 2. Can't quite get the third, but some damage surely is there. Nasty to the pistol. Doesn't need it. Just steps foot over the line, and it's a very quick 4 goals in a row. Boston expediting our halftime to swap the sides.
Yeah, and all it took was just that 1 goal line stop, which turns into a beautiful counter when you're finding every kill in sync. And then after that was just dominance all over the map from Boston. Players drop, instantly spawn up in a position to defend the EMP, and you're making the most of it. Spart right now is just super consistent on his debut here for the Breach. The Bush are watching, everyone in Challengers is watching, and even all the pros are watching to see what this new form Boston is going to look like. And so far, Spart has answered every answer correctly. Dominant on the first half of this overload.
Without a doubt, my friend. Without a doubt. Holy cow. All right. Let's kick it off with some more Boston action. 2-for-1 exchange over the middle of the map. Keep in mind, this Boston team, in terms of overall team KD, has been good in overload. 1.02 is good enough for 5th in the league, but the way they're shooting right now, it may go a little bit higher than that. Nasty still holding a streak. Gets to 9 before being dropped, and Carolina at least able to play some solid defense, get a full wipe, and have Craze making some moves up through A.
Yeah, even though Boston have a really good team KD, this is just a different form of that KD going up. Not being on the defensive look, always trying to be the aggressor so far here on Den. But now need a goal line stop, and Purge is able to combine for 2. Nasty flies in to clean up the rest. Boston in control of the map, in control of the EMP, and Nasty can call in this L-Storm if he wants to quickly add another one.
He might not even need it. Lots of damage already in over here through tin. Pistol, no, not going to be able to get a little extra lease on life. Spart able to find 1, slips but not fully away. So a chance for Carolina to repossess the EMP. Snoopy working on an extremely long route on the other side of the map meanwhile. Nasty Purge off the respawn, ready to fight. Nades holding them in position. EMP picked up, but there's Snoopy's pinch. Now in play, but hold on a second. Boston don't have any defense over towards B. Little rewrap back through window room. It looks like Exceed should be able to score here. Oh, no! Can't quite get through. Spart finds you 2. Make it 3. What an absolute re-debut this has been for Spart, now holding the EMP.
Yeah, that could have been an opportunity right there for the Ravens to get some momentum, but just the movement, everything clunky on the side of the Royal Ravens. And another goal line stop for Boston. Allows them to control the game. 3 minutes left to go here on overload. You got the EMP in your possession. You got Hellstorms in the back pocket, and you got players watching the OE on the pinch. It's just way too easy when you have a lead in overload. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
Well, we'll see what we get here. Carolina needs something quickly. Nasty gives you the opener. Wow, he's dancing. He is dancing. Gets right in the way of Spart. Thinks he has a free goal, but Nero is right there defensively. Purge can't quite find the trade. May have been an opportunity to grab and go, but Carolina will save possibly their chances at the map, depending on how this next offense goes.
Yeah, but the time keeps on ticking. And every time you are able to stop Boston on your side of the map, you're going to waste a lot of time to get back towards theirs. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Boston Breach are setting up the pinch over here at Dojo. Spart has them trapped. EMP carrier running for his life. Eventually, he's going to get taken care of, and Boston now just need to hold for another 2.
I mean, we just not common right there for Carolina. There were shots through mid-cut and from Spart on the pinch. And we're just full focused on holding our ground in Dojo between both pieces of the Boston defense. So the bus has been parked and mostly put in reverse here, as Nasty almost able to double down and pretty much win the game right there. But with 4-0 on our scoreboard, this will likely still be an anticlimactic finish. And look, I don't want to put the cart before the horse here because it's Boston playing Carolina, but this just feels much more like the Boston that we came to know, and especially at the end of the year last year with their finish at champ, just much more vigorous, much more confident. So good stuff for Boston through the respawns to this point, especially for this guy who was just continuing to win gunfights.
I'm telling you, it's just like sometimes all you need is a spark, and a roster change can put you in that honeymoon stage. And right now for Boston, there's a consistency that they are playing with right now in the respawns. S&D is going to take a little bit more time. We all know that. But to handle the Ravens the way that you are doing it, and back-to-back respawns now, and on a map on Den Overload where it's usually a struggle for you, within 1 score every single time, you're finding more consistency in your slaying. You are dictating the map with your pressure out of your SMGs. And so far, Spart has been the perfect fit to this team.
Well, Carolina's still going to try to fight this. Succeed. Golly. Something about fried potatoes and paper bags, I'm sure, is being talked about in the chat right now. 8-21. Woof. And that's enough for Boston with that little follow-up win off the respawn to cleanly take map number 3, 4-0. That is more than a statement. That is sheer dominance in every level of it. And Spart's going to finish 28, give him 29? No, not quite. 28-16. And all smiles for the Breach boys.
Yeah, this is easy. Right now for the respawns, man, you picked up a guy who's been consistent out of this world. 40 bomb on the opening HP, almost double positive here on the Overload. And I know Octane is sitting there watching this matchup, and he's saying, finally we got someone that can help Nasty in some of these situations, because Spart is on fire so far in this series. He almost had to come back into Search and Destroy, but who cares? You're up 2-1 going into another respawn where you can currently do no wrong.
Unreal, dude. I mean, this is about as good of a re-debut as we have seen out of anybody. And for Spart, it's not even his first. I don't even think it's his second at this point. This is his third re-debut back in the league. Oh, gosh, dude. This guy's
LAG,
been through
Club
it.
9. Yeah, this guy's been around the block once or twice.
Yeah, he's seen a thing or two. Tell you what. But that is a stellar scoreboard for Boston, and nearly a red carpet outside of what Lurks was able to give you for Carolina. But brother, yeah, single digit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, go ahead.
What is that? Like, I swear, when the Ravens were at their peak form, is when the ARs were the best. Like, Nero and Exceed were consistently throwing up numbers every single series, all throughout stage 1. But they just haven't been consistent after the major. Like, you get destroyed at major 1, you come back here, and Exceed and Nero's gave them life, especially in map 1. But Exceed, like, where has this guy gone? I know he's the experienced guy, the veteran presence here on the Ravens, but you need to show your consistency with your AR play like the way you did when this team was first formed, because every time he gets ran over, respawns are looking one-sided. You need this guy at the top of his level, not only in Search and Destroy, but compete with some of these teams. And single digits in Overload, which is a heavily kill-dependent game mode, yeah, that's not cutting it.
Woof indeed, my friend. Woof indeed. Wow. Okay, so we'll stay on Den, but we'll swap things over to Hardpoint and see what we get here. For Boston, this is a map that they would, I'm sure, love to be able to see a win get over the finish line. They are 0-3 on it. And honestly, really, I'd say over the finish line, they would like to get a game close. They've lost by largely about 80 points at least. Whereas Carolina, I mean, again, it's just kind of a same story, different book. We talked about the Colossus already. Same things occur across all the maps, though, when it comes down to being really bad at any given particular Money Hill. They just need to be better at rotating to those particular moments and really standing tall because, well, you look back over to map number 1, and the biggest difference maker was definitely Hardpoint time, without question, between both teams. But for Spart, he had the edge over top performer Nero in every single category. So there's a lot to be desired here for Carolina coming into map 4.
Oh yeah, and if Nero don't put up those numbers like he did on map number 1, that game would have been a lot more lopsided. But he was shooting alongside Spart, a 1.7 with 100+ seconds in the hill time. That tells you that Boston were controlling a majority of the map, doing the fundamental things correctly. And on a map like them, where they have yet to even sniff a win, you add in an AR player who's been consistent, lights out, and back-to-back respawn so far throughout this series. So you just do the fundamental part correctly that you have yet to do versus LA or versus Vegas. And you should stand a pretty good chance at closing this one out in 4.
Or at least that's what you would think.
Hope, right?
Whether or not that's actually the case, different story. We'll see what we get. Man, it's just, where do you, this is a new life, obviously, for Boston. We don't want to throw too much into this. You don't want to sell the farm because you're playing one of the worst teams in the league right now based on where they are in the standings, plus just also recent form would lead you to suggest that that's probably a true statement. But if you're Carolina, you got to be thinking, woof. At this point, like if you end up 1-4 after being beat by another 1-3 team who just recently made a change, you got to be thinking of changes in your immediate future too, right?
100%, man, because this is one of those bubble matchups. Like we know that at Major 2 teams don't make it. And with Boston sitting currently in that 11th spot, Carolina right above them in 9th, both sitting at 1-3, this is just one of those matchups you desperately need on both sides. So Carolina needs to try to fight here, at least force this game number 5, and Boston looking for their very first Den Hardpoint win so far in the season.
Yep. Well, keep in mind that Carolina will have their next matchup versus Vancouver before going into a gauntlet of Optic, G2, and FaZe.
Yes, you need this.
Exactly. Then they finish with Cloud9 in Miami, so maybe opportunities there. But we'll see, because like you said, you need this one here. Nice little dance from Purge off the wall. Has him looking for a quick hit over towards the hardpoint, but gets mixed up by Lurks. Snoopy there for his trade. But Carolina able to control tempo around mid. Will continue to soak up some good time, but they will have an opportunity to fight for this rotation as well, which is big.
Yeah, this is perfect from Carolina. An ideal start that you want on a map like that. And if you can soak up 30+ seconds off P1, great, because that most likely leads to you having the right side of the map for the P2. You already find 2 initial gunfights to go your way. You just can't trade the new guy, because Sparty Supreme almost holds it down there for Boston, but Craze, he's in.
Yeah, Nade will be cooked up and held. Lurks an opportunity to quickly hit through Garage. Carolina still spawning close, but Boston have 3 members in and around the hard point. 4th on the way. That's Snoopy, who's desperately trying to jump rooftop to rooftop. Lurks is still either looking for picks or looking for a jump up. Purge gives you the opener. Exceed tagged by a nade, quick to follow. Craze trying to find some entry through couches, but now this is the only hit right here. Nero able to follow up just enough to find one, but Boston are now spawning behind. Craze is in the blender, and Boston are going to come away with the majority of time here at 2.
Oh, the fact that they're able to manage that hold when Carolina had 2 opportunities at a break there with the back spawns is very typical from a new lineup in Boston. You're able to take the lead with a great P2 hold. Still got 10 seconds here to play with, and now that allows your SMGs to try to take early space. But Nero is able to clear out the corner. Ravens win the rotation over towards P3, and are pretty set up.
Looking good. Player deep over toward this back staircase area. Another one over towards Dojo. So trying to hold off Boston from both sides at the same time. But the setup is a little bit feeble towards multiple members hitting at the same time. That's exactly what's happening for Boston. 2-2 hits on either side. Now here comes the full pinch into the hard point. Snoopy trying to find lurks. A couple of tags are through. Carolina quick on the reinforcements over through the backside of the hill. And they will continue to hold with 30 seconds to fight.
Yeah, and now they have the Dojo spawn as well. So they know that Boston has to be working this pinch all through the mid cut. So you should be ready and waiting for these gunfights, but Craze just gets caught. So now you can overwhelm them with the pressure, and that's exactly what Boston are trying to do. While Nasty's working a pinch on the opposite side, but Exceed breeds it to perfection, is able to line up a double while Lurks finds the other two. Hellstorm in the back pocket, and you locate Snoopy. A perfect situation for the Ravens and chaining to P4.
And Lurks, yeah, aware that he really cannot challenge out the rooftops initially. Does he expect the second? Maybe, but Spartan's able to get the win. Craze quick for the follow-up in Carolina. A chance to grow their lead here. Little route developing for Snoopy. Over through small, but Nero, Exceed, pick up on both hits at the same time, and Boston have to hit the brakes and wait for the reinforcements to hit here.
Can't go one by one through the front door because you can't waste any time to work on some of these long routes. We can't give up all this time to the Ravens, so we have to go right into the pit of fire, and Craze already finds the opening. Now you're setting up everybody else to get the trades, and Nero's able to line up a double. All four dead. Ravens up by 70 at the ending of this P4, and the ARs are on point.
But Exceed can't get away to hold on to a potential second Hellstorm. Lurks will soak up every single second here at this hill. Nasty, try to challenge, not going to be able to take down Lurks though. Perfect shots. 120, plays
hey, beat out the game.
And yeah, also trying to get ready for the next match. Get out of here, brother. 50 seconds left to play here on this P1, and it's all Carolina continuing through the hill.
Yeah, they're in the driver's seat, just dominating this game from every front. Another two in the feed for Lurks. Nero and Craze combined for the last two. Now you're all of a sudden up by 100. You got multiple Hellstorms as well going forward, and you were just finding every important kill around the map. Boston haven't won a rotation. They haven't set up properly at one of these hard points. That's when you see the score the way you do.
Well, 20 seconds to fight here. Purge able to get himself going with a couple of kills before Nasty takes him out of the picture. Craze trying to put pressure on rotation, and whoa, the timing could not be more awkward. Spart was right next to him. Neither player has seen each other though. So Spart gets over to outer. He's still alive for a little bit, but Craze's position flips the spawns, and Carolina win the rotation to 2.
Yeah, now Boston need to find a break and find it very quickly. You're banking on a 2-2 split. Carolina up by 100. They're basically playing a perfect dead hard point. So let's step aside and go to a listening with the Ravens.
I got it. He's gonna be close. You're close center. I spawned out front. I'm in your outer.
Finessing it.
Yes, finesse. I have your outer, nasty weak.
I need one time, Logan.
Dead.
One more.
Nice, nothing. We can time, nasty.
I'm hitting mid.
Outer dead.
I'm dead. Two time. Yep.
I didn't any of them. One more couch. I'm about to go new.
There's two. Where they're going to be cut. One's going to go mid to be cut.
There you go.
Could be cut already.
I saw close.
I don't see him. I'm holding your guys deep bench. I'm backing up.
Could be close right.
Keep holding bench.
Yeah, nothing close right. Could be 10. I'm in 10. Heard you?
I'm throwing a trophy needle. No, I got a trophy needle. I got their side, yeah?
He's stone on me.
Two stone cross. I got one. Nice. Stay down. I got your cross.
One shot here.
Locker's weak. There's two there. I think.
I
don't think anything's pinching. Logan, I got your lockers.
Got Smart. One's pinching. I'm pretty sure he's pinching now. Smart. Ender dead.
Nice. Deep.
I got killed from
Yeah. One shot.
Outer.
Dojo dead.
One shot.
Yeah, I did. I have your whole mid. Okay, don't worry about B cut. Do not worry about B cut. They should all be.
I'm naking your lockers.
Listen, I'm fast pinching. I'm fast pinching.
Smart weak.
Stay up.
Yeah, I'm winning. I'm weak here. I'm one shot.
I'm staying alive. Outer. All four. One shot in her head. 210. I got one more. One shot in the head.
Nasty. Wait. No.
I'm blocking. We're good. I'm looking B cut. Yo,
I give you one. Never. Two front. I actually have her up and also low key. Then you'll mid now.
Well, map control, that's often where we see leaders' advantage really reign supreme. Boston just have to continue to fight for every single second if they want to make this comeback happen, Jay. And Carolina has just ruined the map as they continue to find all these dirty routes to open up these hills.
Yeah, the game is just very easy right now for the Ravens. When you jump to the listen, and you can tell that it wasn't as chaotic that you usually expect it to be for the Ravens communication because of how simple the gameplay is. It's just about holding down your lane. All right, we clear out the front. Somebody turn around and watch your back. Exceed is consistently finding those timings on those pinch gunfights. And when you're winning every single rotation, yeah, you're in the driver's seat from start to finish. Another clean 4 dead. Lurks doesn't even need to use his Hellstorm to close out this game. This has been perfect from the Ravens.
Yeah, it also helps, I was about to say, when you get a game like this out of Lurks, allowing Craze to do what he does best and what we saw all year last year in Challengers. Yeah. Knife kills are working out as well. 20, ooh, I almost said 26. 25 and 12. Nero finishing things off. Not 241 to 105. This would be a record book comeback in the face of, yeah, a Hellstorm still to play with as well. So great stuff out of Carolina as they likely will extend this thing to a 5th map.
Yeah, it's over with, Al. Yeah, calling them streaks. Let's pad a little bit more stats here. All we need is 9 seconds if you are the Royal Ravens, and Craze might be able to put the finishing touches here. He's able to line up a double. Nasty gets the trade, but you still don't have the numbers to reinforce it the way that you want to. And now Craze is hitting you with dirty routes. This is game over.
Yep. Sure feels that way. And this time that pinch almost works out for everything, but doesn't make a difference. Like you said, the presence had been reduced enough. Yeah, man, it's a different team when you can find opportunities for Craze to just do whatever he wants. And that starts first and foremost with the ARs locking things down like you mentioned, but when you're getting that kind of a game out of Lurks, yeah, the game feels super simple when you're playing from that big of an advantage.
Yeah, because he goes between an SMG or an AR, always keeping you on your toes and going double positive here on the hard point, dictating the pace, controlling the map, winning all your trade fights. Just doesn't get any easier than what the Ravens just did there on Den. Boston still got a lot to work to do here with the new line. They've even sparked the only one going positive there. Doesn't lead to anything for Boston. Just when they're beating you to the punch every single time, and then even when you're banking to be early off the rotation and you're losing those key one-on-one gunfights, you're always consistently playing from the back foot. So the Ravens dominate there in the map 4. And now we're starting off this weekend out with a game 5.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Take a look back over the game flow. And yeah, it's just the lead is so quick to be established in the flat line. Oof, not great for Boston. A couple of moments through P2, yeah, but everything else pretty much dead. Actually, you could just pretty much frame it that the entirety of it was dead. From P1 to P2, 30 to 3 to 46, and then again up to where they finish at about 109. Raid Search and Destroy is an interesting battleground, though, for this final map. For Boston, they have not played it much at all. For Carolina, like most other maps, this has not been particularly great for them, although, to be fair, it doesn't really feel like Carolina has one given search map that they like. So yeah, this feels like just gloves off. Better team's going to win today.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. Game 5 versus a new team in Boston Breach. Carolina are undefeated in Game 5s. I guess who just wants some more here on the raid?
We'll see. We're going to roll this thing out to a map number 5 to kick off our weekend. Carolina and the new look Boston Breach. It's been great giving some roses to Spart, but he's got to try to finish off a great re-debut with a win. Map 5 coming up when we come back after the break.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Now ball mid.
Yo, no, one shot.
Nice, bro.
Let's just run him in.
That's right.
Yeah, that's just.
I think
we just trolled at the beginning. We brought the ball to them to like relay it on the A side, and then we.
I don't know. Top window.
One shot there back mid. Exit.
He wants this guy so bad. Like.
They just scammed it. Like when.
First dub. Go, baby.
I'm bomb. One shot. I'm dead. Nice. Shot through. Nice. It could be pinch. I bet. Yo, no, I have their side. You have their side. I have their side. Okay. Yo, load him. He can't jump. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. What the f*** are you doing? I hope you know. You will never be in a finals ever again, you bum.
What do they have to give yourself a fighting chance here in the series? Real, ruthless aggression. Another on stairs, can't get it. It's Krent with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come. Finds the first. Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mío, how has he done that?
Man, Wixels is just gonna have to slide up with ARs.
Oh, nice little deep shoulder coming through. Oh! Wow! No way! He gets the one through the drop, and then all.
What do you want to say to the fans out there that's been supporting you guys? Fuck Optic, fuck the Greenwall. Vamos! And that's gonna do it for me and Vico here on the stage.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League and a battle between Boston and Carolina. Two teams desperate for a win. Maybe one more than the other. As Bostoners coming off the recent roster change. If you're joining us late, Spart has been everything. On the other side, Carolina have had moments of brilliance. Map 4, unbelievable for the SMG duo, really for all 4 players, but question marks surrounding if they can keep the one-dimensional search alive. They've won map 2, they've won map 4, and we're going to raid a battleground that neither team has seen much of this year so far, Jay.
Yeah, Boston have only played it one time, and that was in the very beginning of the season before they had Spartans to the mix, and I think that that's going to work out in their favor because the map that you usually don't play, you don't really have strategies on it, so with a new guy in the mix, hey, let's just see what works. And then the opposite side for the Ravens. Last time we did see them play this matchup was versus Vancouver on land, and they got steamrolled. Couldn't really find success in first bloods. Lackluster on the defensive approaches, especially on their retakes. But it's just the way that Carolina played it at map number 2. That has to be your answer here for the W, is the aggression. If you can set the tone early on from Boston and not allow them to think to break you down, that's when you were finding your most success. So game 5 where the pressure's at the highest, both teams sitting on the bubble, desperately need these 10 points. Who wants it more, Al?
Yeah, we'll take a look to see. It's going to be Carolina on the opening defense, stacking inside a mid with a little bit of a show of force at Zig to Nasty, who pushes it back. Bomb will move up, saying, all right, you want to play through mid? We'll take outer ring and see if we can force some action at Laundry, of which it's wide open. Oh, and Nasty. He is trying to find some ground to fight this back from. Luckily, Purge is there to, again, push back the Ravens' aggression.
And it's already the Ravens dictating how the round is going to be played. You're keeping Boston on the back foot, consistently having to watch the pinch. And now everyone wraps back over towards Laundry for the first bullet on your bomb carrier. Yeah, it might be GG already.
Yeah, Snoop, I get it, but like we've got Laundry control. That feels a little over aggressive, and Exceed will punish with an impressive shot to be sure. Spart, Purge, both caught outside Laundry, both will drop, no problems there. And yeah, why, Snoopy, why?
Yeah, I don't think it's because anybody else was in a position to try to take that spot of the map away. And with him being farthest pushed up, he was just trying to clear out space, but unfortunately does get caught. And as your bomb carrier in that position, it's already going to be done on the round. When Exceed is able to line you up like this, just by the hairs of the chinny chin, able to turn that scope in the right direction for the first blood, and Carolina quickly, with the aggression, find the opening defense.
Like, I kind of get it for Boston because you've seen 2 players push up in towards Zig. Like, Nasty has to run away back through Art. Purge has seen one push up as well, but it just feels a little delayed to make the call to push through Laundry at that point if you're Boston. Another look, as I believe Exceed did maybe see Snoopy over towards water stairs. Lurks is just holding this high-low with Craze. So yeah, they're expecting Boston to try to push through this, but they are not going to get so lucky. Snoopy's just kind of playing feelers right now at the staircase.
Yeah, I love this out of Snoopy because they gained the information early on. They know that he's at water steps. None of the nades or the stuns are able to connect to find that opening first blood. So that's already 45 seconds gone away, and now Purge in a position to at least keep A-Bomb safe.
Spark tag, Purge, cheeky corner.
That's Palm Carrier.
Gives you first blood. Oh, and then the jump up. He's able to force a team kill and get another. Plus shots to Exceed. Final shots will be landed through Art. But yeah, another moment where it just feels like Carolina, no information, just trying to force something, get punished.
Yeah, they had information early on. That's why they were trying to isolate onto Snoopy. It's just once Snoopy doesn't get aggressive up through mid-map, none of your stuns are able to connect. That leads to them now wasting a lot of time and forcing themselves to make a play at A and not checking the corner in towards Laundry. So not as fast of a round that Ravens just got done on their defense, but basically the same result. Just take care of the bomb carrier pushing up towards Laundry for the first blood, force them to try to make up for it and just catch everybody else like dominoes. Tie the game is Boston.
A couple of early nades being shown for both teams, either from or to driveway. Oh, and how about this? Lurks just aggressive through poolside. Able to get the first, and here we go again. And we should know that there's some timing here. That's better. No hesitation. You're going to clear out the backside of Laundry. Shoulders, Craze, Scene, but how can we isolate this? Back over to Jungle. Craze able to at least get one. Should be isolated here, but if you can get another, insane. Not the case. Snap towards Nero, decent, but Nasty not able to win that battle, and Spart will fall directly afterwards. Carolina keeping us with all defenses and all quick ones.
Yeah, that strategy right there from Boston is just awful. Like, the map's been out for 15 years. We know if we get Laundry control, there's no need to try to push through the backside of their tree. Let's just get the bomb down and even play a man disadvantage post plan. Gives us a better chance there, because when you wrap back, try to push through back rock, and then you give that free first kill to Craze, you put yourself in a 4v2, you're trapped on the backside of Laundry. You simply stand no chance there. But just the Ravens finding the first blood onto the island player, allowing them the bomb plant, and they don't get it down. It's just an easy round there for the Ravens.
Yeah, it just feels a little bit too much respect given to that opening first blood to Lurk's bottom bedroom, thinking that we can just counter the aggression on the other side of the map. Speaking of aggression, Carolina, smoke, trophy, nades, all allowing a quick B plant to happen. Wow, that trophy is doing its job, tell you what. Craze having some trouble getting out of here. Lurks trying to keep basketball held, but with only a sub, has to be cautious. Back over to Tiki now he goes. Tough gunfights from here. Oh, but the finesse is decent. Tries to stay alive through the water, not the case. Repinch through money window. Has Craze set up, or is he? Nade under the corner will work. Nero to follow. And another quick round likely to hit here, and it is.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Boston. Just be the aggressors on the round. Okay, no one's scouting over towards this B site, or if you were, we're not going to allow you an angle once we invest a smoke grenade. And then Lurk's just dancing with death around Tiki's side, draws the attention, leads to your teammates finding first blood. And even though it's traded, it allows Craze to go from the bomb planter, wrap through mid, get through money, and basically get the kill that secures the round there. So the Ravens starting to pull away in the search and destroy.
Feels very similar to Exposure, just in the sheer raw aggressive nature that Carolina are playing their search at. Trophy this time supporting Boston on their move up to Laundry. Have they learned their lesson, or is it just a definition of insanity? Craze, Lurks playing through mid. Purge thinking about getting into Laundry, instead just watching the cross. Nasty, did he see Craze? Yeah, it sure seems to have, but it's a tough gunfight over the car. There's help nearby. But Nasty stays alive, tries to come back as the bomb is planted 3v4.
And now you have information that's at least two players on the pinch. So if you're Boston, try to be the aggressor on the opposite side of the map where you had the advantage, but now you are trapped. Someone's got to clutch up.
Yeah, they've been conditioned to not push too far up through Laundry, and that's exactly why. Exceed gets Snoopy, but the first two kills in this exchange go the way of Boston. 2v2. Spart showing some force over through ringside. Exceed can't quite find him with the scope, and Spart finds another. Just down to Nero. And whoa, good shots to Purge, but Spart will have the final word on that gunfight as well, and a good response comes through for the Breach.
Yeah, fantastic response there from the Breach for making the adjustments of just this time getting the bomb plant down at A when they give us this bomb site. Nasty's able to gain information on the flank. And even though he doesn't find one, he calls out there's 2 players in this position. So we have a chance on the opposite side to be the aggressors for our advantage. But when you got players with the confidence that you do, Purge and Spart are able to both win one-on-one gunfights to give them the man up and able to hold down the ring control to secure the offensive round after Spart locates 3. So Boston now putting the momentum on their side. Back to the defensive side they go, and Spart's not able to line up the first one.
But he sees that there is pressure at ring already. Lurks, nade to clear out laundry. That'll be job done. How far do the Ravens choose to take this play? And not much further, as yep, Spart will ring out a shot through jungle. And that will be the line in the sand. Bomb planted behind this play. Now it's the question of how to Boston retake.
Oh, and Spart finds a kill. So now this is going to send in Purge to just hit the go button, but he gets caught by Craze. So a 3v3 turns into a 2v2 after Spart finds his second on the round.
Yeah, but Nero there for support, and then Exceed still holding over towards topside Art. Clean to watch the re-wrap through pillars. Okay. Still more aggression for Carolina. This time a little bit more measured. Works out nicely.
Yeah, I just think right there, if you're Boston, once Spart finds that first blood, you got to force Carolina to think a little bit. Because you get the early man up advantage. And instead of Purge being in a position to where he thinks he's going to have the upper advantage in that gunfight, he does it because Craze is ready and waiting. And not a single teammate in the vicinity to try to get that trade immediately. So Carolina able to manage that in the post plan, even in the man down. Put the momentum back on their side, and back to the defensive side they go.
A little bit delayed are these nades here from Boston compared to how they've usually tossed them, but nothing will land, at least not from Spart's perspective, over towards A. So first structured look to a B hit for the Breach.
This is hard.
Craze, the one watching from water stairs, has been tagged, still alive, and there's help nearby. Lurks for first blood. Smoke allows Carolina to stay here. Nero gets you a second. Spark through the smoke. Good hip fire, but nothing more. Just down to Nasty. 1v3. Catches the first. Stays alive. Plenty of time to work with as well.
And just don't give him a one-on-one gunfight if you're Exceeding Craze. Just run around as an army of 2. Forcing to beat you by getting the bomb down, but you have the information. The bomb's right in front of your Craze. Throw your shoulders, get the info, and now just don't 1v1 gunfight this.
Yeah. Seed playing a deeper angle by the cutout window. Tags. Off the wall. Nice little pogo stick there. Craze just knows he's got the advantage in the gunfight. Takes it swiftly. Carolina maintained their edge.
Yeah, and Carolina are doing exactly what they need to do versus a new team in Boston. Insert and destroy. Just every single round, we're taking a part of the map away from you. We're forcing you to be slower on your approach for the offense. So that time they do it over towards ring, because consistently it's been through the middle of the map. But you do it this time towards ring, you force them over towards B, and with all that mid-map control that you had all the crosses being set up. So Boston just allowing them to take so much map control away and just consistently playing with their backs against the wall now need 4 rounds in a row.
First look that we've had from Carolina through mid. Snoopy, who's played this water steps angle before, well, this time he's pushed off, and there's just not enough help to have Exceed into a tricky spot. So first blood for Carolina. Now the refocus, pivoting back over towards A as the Boston defense have bid on the play, at least initially, to stop anything over towards B.
Yeah, but Carolina still haven't made the decision on where they want the play to go, because they know that Boston are looking to make up for it in the numbers. Just trying to catch a lurker, potentially with his pants down. And you still have Craze singing towards the middle of the map. A couple shots go down the water steps. Let me just set him up for that kill. Even though Spart's able to find one, man advantage still Ravens.
Oh, Craze gonna try to force this gunfight and wins it. Last player money window. Craze has the advantage and of course is gonna chal it outright. And Carolina are gonna take the series by way of the 2-4-5. A convincing win on the Den hardpoint. huge edges in the search and destroy that has Purge and the rest of Boston Breach a little frustrated after what was an incredible re-debut from Spart. They cannot pay it off with a win.
Yeah, that's got to be tough, man, because the way that Spart was playing in this series, you were hoping on his return back into the CDL, you could have closed this one out, especially versus the opposition in the Ravens, who are one of those bubble teams that you desperately needed this 10 points versus. Unfortunately for you, you get ran over in the last 2 maps. Destroyed in the hard point on Den, but just because of the fundamental play just simply wasn't there. And then in 2 search and destroys where you just allow Carolina to dictate how the map was going to be played. They just take so much map control away from you. They force you to be uncomfortable, force you to think, and by the time you think they're already in your face, Ravens clutch up, take the game 5, take this 10 points, and create some separation between them and the bubble now.
All right, let me get a way too early reaction from you, Jay. I think we're both going to be sitting here saying, okay, the ARs of Boston are locked now. Spartan, Nasty looking good together. We finally got Nasty some help. Are you looking for something else that changed in this Boston roster up front with the subs? Because that seemed to be kind of where you thought there were issues, and both of them are going to drop some pretty big negative numbers after this series.
Yeah, I feel like without question, like that is now the story of Boston. If you want to improve them as a team, it needs to be more consistency out of the SMGs. And if you don't find it quickly, we're most likely going to see another roster change.
Oof. Could happen. We'll go back to the desk, see what they have to think after that long 5-map series, and I don't know, maybe throw around a couple names for Boston.
I was wondering who is the top SMG in Challengers right now, because you mentioned at the top of the show you were surprised to see that an AR got subbed out at the start of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you could have said maybe a 2-man change for Boston and bring another player up from Bush. I mean, I know Capsule's playing really well. There's some other names down there, but yeah, I mean, looking at the series, even like Spart played great. Him and Nasty, awesome dynamic, and even in like the hardpoint they won, Snoopy got cooked. Like it wasn't, he wasn't performing throughout this one. So they definitely have some issues in their SMG side. I thought Purge had a better series today.
I agree with you, especially in their last series. It felt like he was trying to take more risks and be more of a route player for this team, where for Snoopy, it felt like he couldn't get himself going today. Like, especially in that first hard point as well. He's the only one struggling, and that's supposed to be your opener. That's supposed to be your front line, and that's where a lot of, I feel like, the difficulties for Boston have laid.
Boston, if you need a coach, I'll be one. Don't give Snoopy the bomb and search. We've got your Scub Play of the Games. Here are the highlights. It's the Royal Ravens on the comeback tour. Go ahead, hit me with it.
I got to talk about it. So Boston last year, what made them so awesome in Search and Destroy was the dynamic between Purge and Snoopy taking space and, you know, being a threat on the map without throwing their lives away. Bro, Snoopy with bomb has no idea what he's doing.
It might be the worst.
Here's an example. So the first round, he just gets caught, clearly a mental lapse, or like he thought the strat was something different. The next round, it looks like they're like, okay, let's commit with Snoopy. Doesn't work. Guys, G2 had the same problem. Let's not bang all the way through laundry when they're giving us all of our side and laundry. Let's just plant the bomb. And then the following offense, they finally planted it, and it was like the best round for them the whole game long.
And it was still stressful, even then.
Yeah, exactly.
Graves was in, Gills. Here he is closing out the game with a streak. Eat these. Hold those. We'll see you later, Boston. 6-2, game done. Nero all smiles as the Ravens break a 3-match streak. They're now done. Allie, you went with Boston today.
I did.
Was that because you had doubts in the Ravens, or you just had faith in the honeymoon period?
It was a little of both. You know, you always hate those answers, but it really was. It was Carolina kind of not really knowing where they were at anymore with those couple of losses they've had online. And then Boston, honeymoon phase with Spart. Like, you got to think maybe this gets them over the little line that they've been kind of stuck at. So it was a little bit of both for me, but Carolina and their search and destroys were just so much better.
Nameless, you had the faith in Carolina at the start. Do you have faith in them finishing top 6?
Ooh, top 6 is all said. And I got to see some on land. You're talking about the online qualifier?
Online qualifier. You play all 11 teams. So they
I definitely think that there'll be a team going to Birmingham. Let's put it that way. They won't finish bottom 2.
Top 10, but not top 6, guaranteed.
Yeah.
All right, we still have ways to figure out what's going on between these teams. We're going to try and get an interview here on the line in just a moment. Is there anything positive you can take away as a Boston fan? You still have 6 more matches.
You were hooping in the overload, and you won that opening hard point, so, like, clearly strides in the right direction. It's just going to take a couple more weeks for them.
Spark's a shooter.
It means we're staying here all night long. 3 game 5s on the other side of the break. We hope to have Lurks on the line. Lurks, pick up, bro. We'll see you in a second.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Let's find out who's built for the big save.
The Heretics ready to dive in. Thanks, Tim. 4 and Snoopy. Come on, once the ball. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. Insights. Down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
They ain't ready for you. 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 It's your time, better go get it. No slow with it, move like you're so in it. Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it. They ain't think you had the guts, now they know really, man, you better come with it. You ain't playing no games with them. Your homeboy gave up, you ain't changed with him. Do it right, cause you never switch lanes with him. You gotta fight for the goal, just play with it, hang with it. Not down, no shame in it. But you gotta raise up with a flame in you. Put your fist in the air, let's push till we dare to the victory, yeah. We can picture it, yeah, let's go. They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
68 degrees inside the studio, 57 degrees outside. Things are heating up for springtime, and so are we here at Stage 2. We just saw our first match complete with a Game 5 victory going to the Royal Ravens. Joining us now is Exceed to talk about it. Exceed, we're about to see the Falcons versus Vegas, and you just played the Falcons. What was different between last match last week and this match to open up week 2?
Honestly, probably nothing. I think we played the exact same way. I just think that Falcons are a better team, and we managed to capitalize on things this series, but we have a lot to work on.
You do, but where is your strength right now, if there is any?
I mean, S&D and Overload. The Overload was so uncharacteristic of us. Overload we've been really good at. I think we're having a problem right now, and it's a really good problem to have because it's easy to fix, where we're doing the really hard things in the maps correctly. If you go back and you watch any of our maps and you're seeing us break hills or anything hard, we're doing all the hard things correctly. And then when it comes to just holding a hill or, just making a simple read, that's what we're messing up on. And it sucks, but it's one of the easiest things to fix.
Fixable.
Yeah, you guys are at that crossroads where you're trying to become a top team and you got to break through, and it's difficult. So I want to ask you, how are you guys navigating that as a team? When you guys are watching VOD, what are those discussions like, and what's the one takeaway you have from the map that everybody's been talking about?
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about Colossus?
Yes, we played it again.
You shall not be named.
I'm gonna air this out. And I don't give a fuck. We're good at Colossus. You gotta watch our fucking scrims. We're good at Colossus.
1-7. You are 1-7 now.
0-8.
Oh, sorry, 0-8.
I don't care. We're 0-8. We're good at that map.
We're good.
It's our best map.
How do we get scrim Colossus to match Colossus then? Because that's all I'm hearing is the frustration of practice not translating to the matches.
I'm playing it till we win it, and then once we win it, it's under our belts. All that matters.
I love it.
I love it, Exceed.
Exceed, we love having you. I wish we could do a podcast with you today, one of my favorite guests. But for now, we got to go to Falcons Vegas. Who do you have winning?
No bad juju, not picking a team.
Good man. Smart brain. We'll see you later.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, they're ass at Colossus.
Hey, 0-8, bro. I tried to give them a free dub. I tried to let them just take them up. Anyway, let's talk about Vegas FaZe. They're our first team in match number 2. They wear pink. Take a look.
It's kind of like a pinky purple.
It's pink.
Rosalie, walk me through this squad. We've got the veteran Simp alongside some new blood there with 0-4 and Abuza.
We got the King and Simp, obviously, and now alongside, I guess you could kind of call his new duo Andraza, and the fact that there's only 2 members that didn't get changed when FaZe Vegas got all shaken up. But essentially, the identity is the same identity FaZe has had. It took them a little bit to get here, but now they are one of the best teams in the game. They're really just trying to expand their hardpoint map pool right now. That's kind of my biggest focus, but they're the best break team. Their search and destroy has looked unbelievable. This just looks like FaZe riding the ship back to where they once were.
Yeah, you know, they've had troubles against G2. It's kind of the matchup dip. But outside of that, I thought the hardpoint's been great. I think you hit the nail on the head when you said they're expanding their map pool. They focus primarily on the SMG maps, playing a lot of Colossus and Blackheart, which, you know, in this matchup, I do think this is another one it's just a tough matchup for FaZe. Similar to the G2 one, because these teams both love the Blackheart and Colossus. Last time they played, they went to Game 5, and if you look across the board, they mirror each other. The search and destroy's taken a small dip, and the hardpoint has been the focus for both these squads. So I think we're in for a Game 5 banger.
Which SMG is the simp on Riyadh?
I mean, gotta go Pred, but I don't really want to compare either of them to Simp.
That's what I was getting at.
Celium and Simp are the comparisons we're going here.
Let's talk about the former teammate battle here. They play different roles. Simp on the SMG, Celium, one of the greatest ARs in the history of the game. He's playing alongside 2 other world champs and an upstart from Saudi Arabia. Xnid dropped 40. Riyadh gets some dubs finally, 2 of them last week.
And you know what I love about this matchup is we got a special interview last week where they were essentially like, FaZe is always in game chat talking crap, and so I'm thinking like you just know Celium, Zip, and Draza are at it in this pregame lobby, and I'm hoping that lights something underneath the fire of Riyadh Falcons, because this would be a huge win for them as far as like considering the top teams, but also you're Celium. You obviously want to beat your old teammates.
All right, so these guys are top 2 in holding. Is that what I saw? So
yes, their hardpoint's been great, Chris. They played every map, and the only one that, you know, that they don't have win on is Scar. And I want to say, like, there's a lot of measurables where this team has been improving and still so much room for improvement.
Okay.
Now, throughout this one, you talk about Riyadh Search and Destroy, top 2 in opening duels, dead last in conversion. So as they figured out opening duels a little bit throughout this stage, they start converting those into round wins, all of a sudden, they're going to be an elite Search and Destroy team. So, you know, we already talked about the maps. These guys are going to square up. Like, the map set doesn't really favor anybody, in my opinion, in this series.
Now, Nameless, we hopped on Cameo. We asked a psychic what would happen in this matchup. She busted out 6 tarot cards, and the final one said, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
It'll be a drawn-out fight.
Game 5.
But the veteran will come out as king.
There's multiple in the
Through
lobby.
discipline is what she said.
Through discipline.
And who does that lead to?
Who is this veteran with discipline?
There's like 5.
Yeah.
Is it Kismet?
I almost say Kiz. Probably.
Is it
Simp might have the most discipline. Simp might have the most. This might be Kiz v Simp on discipline.
The veteran with the discipline.
The most disciplined player in this lobby is Pred. All right, let's get to predictions.
It's time for predictions. I'm ready to lock in.
Going after that one.
Yeah, you're 1-0 on the day. Let's make it 2-0. Where are we going?
Yeah, this is where I get like super aggressive and I ego chow, but I'm going to go with the Falcons. I got the Falcons taking this. I think both these teams are solid. I've been a little bit more bullish on Falcons than the rest of the community, but I think they win in 5.
You know what? Let's make that 9-8. I'm going to go with FaZe Vegas. One of us is going to pull away again.
I'm copying Ali's scores all day. We're going FaZe Vegas. You can't go 0-2 on the day. It's impossible.
Yeah, you don't think?
All right, the fans, they also are wearing pink on the day. The name was called the upset. It's time to find out. On the mic, these 2 beautiful gentlemen.
Welcome back, Chris. Good to see you. And a split desk, an exciting turn of events in today's series. Chance, which way are you going, big man?
Well, I'm a James Randi fan, so I'm going anti-psychic. So that means no veteran clutches, no whatever. I don't know, man. It's a Riyadh Falcons series. It could be a Game 5. It could be a blowout any given map. They could take over at any given time. They are the most unpredictable team in the league. Not actually, but that's what I'm going to ride on. At least they're tricky. They beat the teams they should and occasionally beat one of the top teams in the game. Really just a matter of if they bring it together. And to their credit, they have been getting better over time.
Yeah, I mean, look, mystery box team, you get a ray gun, you get a ballistic knife. We're going to find out in this series. But believe me, that ray gun, yeah, it's awesome. On the other side of the board, though, a team that consistent, dangerous, formidable. Is there a veteran here? Who was the psychic speaking of Chance? I can't wait to find out at the end of this series. But FaZe, you know what to expect at this point in time. Strong squad, strong roster. And I feel like they're just starting to catch form, you know? They're starting to get things going. A couple of hiccups. There are some bumps in the road. There's no doubt about it. But where there's bumps, there's humps. And these boys are looking good.
Yeah, and more to improve on as well, right? I know Crowder has touched on it a decent bit. FaZe has put out some good content as well. They had a very difficult major in terms of just the way that they lost, being extra brutal. S&D, not a fun thing to get clutched on repeat, but it's just really for this team a matter of bringing the small things together. Big picture, fantastic. If you're just looking at their stats, absolutely fantastic. And Abuza, last time he played against the Falcons, absolutely feasted on them. And maybe more good news for Abuza. It's 2 bang out maps for the Hardpoint. You got a Colossus and a Blackheart. Both of these teams are going to be very excited to see it. Admittedly, Abuza, maybe his reputation isn't cracked out, high octane, fast paced gameplay. But on those types of maps, that's where he has decimated the competition. So if I'm Exit and I'm Pred, being a little extra careful, try not to feed the beast.
Don't feed nothing here in this series. A quick lobby reset, guys, as we get back into this. But it should be a good fun bang out to start things off. I mean, Colossus, always a delight, and we're looking for big kills. We've got the kill record already set on this map. But speaking specifically here about stage 2, chances holding and breaking both of our squads in the upper echelons when it comes to both the ranks.
Absolutely, and obviously that is going to be FaZe, the much better breaking team. So when the situations aren't great for them, they find a way to pull off a little bit of magic. And if you're learning how they pull that type of thing off, pay attention to 04's number on the minimap. When I'm telling you, he is constantly going on flanks, constantly taking those pinch routes. And again, if you're trying to bail your team out of a bad situation, 04 plays aggressive enough that even if you read it 1, 2, 3 times on a map, he's trying to get 7, 8, 9 times to make these high impact plays. So eventually, when he strikes that gold, I mean, you're delivering a huge break for the team. Then he gets guys like Abuza set up in shop. I mean, this is a team that, again, when they're on point, absolutely top of the league.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. And the right-hand side of the screen there, of course, Draza and Simp, the roles they have filled for FaZe now for many, many years. Simp, the longest standing member since the CDL's inception here on the roster, a staple of the scene, a staple of the brand. We'll take a quick look now at some more numbers, because again, another player we talked about, FaZe, Celium on the other side of the board. What a demon he has been, a man who is a true statistical anomaly in nearly every single game he has played, and no surprise though, alongside Kismet there, Chance.
Yeah, and even watching Celium's like individual POV this year, he's always been turnt, but like I think just the addition of the wall drive, he's extremely nerdy. In terms of like, you know, if you're talking trash to a rank play opponent, Celium is the sweatiest player that we have in the league, I would say, bar none. Quite literally, never an easy gunfight, absolute menace on the map. And even though he has occasionally had a reputation for being a bit too slow, it is not his actual presence on the map. He still clears things out at rapid pace. If you watch him in a 1vx situation in Search and Destroy, you can really see him get to work. And I mean, obviously now he's filling it with Kismet. It has been a fun dynamic for those two players.
It's such an exciting team as well on paper. They look so good. But yeah, potential is absolutely there. Very high ceiling. But yeah, you're right. They've got some things to figure out, and they're getting there. But we're starting to make runway as they're cleared for takeoff. 2-0 so far. And this is one hell of a montage, man. I mean, look at the score lines here. We are beating the brakes off of teams in a big way. So Falcons, again, a tremendous amount of potential. Will it be realized here in Major 2? We're not quite there yet. Very strong opponent here in the form of FaZe, as we see how things go in this matchup indeed. Reality Falcons, what a turn they have made. What organization, big old swap up there in the players. You pick up some superstars, a heavy investment. We'll see if it truly pays off for them. Excited to watch Cell in this matchup, Chance. Again, always fun watching the top dogs go at it. And Cell, as you said, easily one of the hardest 1v1 kills in COD history.
Without question, he has built that reputation, and he has earned it through blood and fire and toxicity from retired pros that say their honest thoughts about him. Yeah, not fun to play against, but now it's him versus Simp, right? Old longtime trio teammates that were in the mix, getting to battle it out. And again, just the fact that we get the two bang out hardpoint maps in the series. It's a rare sight, I'd imagine, to see in the CDL that both of them get through, but that just means both of these teams very excited for the square up. Let's get out there, man. Pad some stats, get some extra damage, make the numbers look good.
Come on, here we go. Ring the bell. Ding, ding, ding. Round 1. All right, here we go to P1. And we love us some Colossus. We're heavy focus here towards the statue from both our squads. The Draza ate a little bit more than a stun there as Exit finds his 2. And that is a clean 4 down for the Falcons.
Yeah, already a good setup as well. Xnid, talk about getting pinched. You are 15 seconds into this game. Xnid already shooting you in the spine.
Damn.
Does get dealt with, but the kill feed there, perfect for the Falcons. That nades and tacks on point off the opening break, and so far they've capitalized to a T.
This is lovely hold so far. Yeah, nice in and out there on the hard point. Gears on the close right, not have to worry about that for too much longer. Beautiful shots in 04. That's another 3 dead. FaZe Vegas. Opening hit here on the round, and they're already on the back foot. Oof, Falcons. Great P1 going into P2 right now.
Yeah, guess who woke up early for this match this morning? Xnid 6-1 start, Celium 3-0 start. Kismet gets to be the collector of the P1 time, and a 20-point lead in rotation secured. Placer, that's as happy as he's going to be with the break for this one, and it has continued. Pred with an M15 in hand, Kismet with an M15 in hand. For a map where sometimes you see 4 SMGs, Falcons right now controlling the pace.
Massive control here. I mean, Celium has 3 kills and a Hellstorm. Celium has 3 kills and a Hellstorm. That must be a record. The assists, the stun connections, whatever you want, man. The time, he hasn't got that much, and he's still soaking. Look at this play. Attempt again from FaZe on the break. Break my ass. It's 55-2.
Yeah, and look at the new FaZe duo, Drazen 04. It's not even a new one. That is a 2-12 combined. And acknowledging that sometimes you see 4 tropics on the map in one team's hand. Well, this hill, even Xnid had the M15 rocking and rolling. I mean, this has been fiending. These are easy gunfights, and that is back-to-back kills of perfection for the Falcons.
This is not so much a bang out so far as much as it is coughing baby hydrogen bomb, and we'll let you be the judge of who's going to be on either side of that title card by the end of the match. Here go with FaZe. 3 on towards P2. Quick contest. Anyone here from Kiz on the old hit and run? He's lined them both up and he's gunned them both down. Good lordy. Once again, Falcon, look at the streaks. 6, 7, 3. Come on, Xnid. I know you're 13 and 5, but get on the board, lad.
I mean, dude, they're just hanging out. They are big chilling. You can't hit that route, by the way. That's why Kismet is watching like that outer sub, because if you have a 100-point lead, you're expecting the craziness to get pulled out of FaZe. But hey, finally, they get a break. They have opened things up on P3, and by God, Miles, FaZe have more than 10 points.
More than 10 points, and now a listen in.
Nice.
We're gonna have to come. Absolutely. He pushed out a guard heading. Beyond, he's in front still. He's laying on.
Watch everyone. It's Sutter. Have it.
Alright, shoot through there.
Happy one. Watch out there. I think one hit right, guys. I want to P4 weak.
I've already
Cuddy. Let's side Cuddy. Let's side Cuddy. That's like Cuddy and all. We're gonna flip.
And I'm talking beyond. One is strong. One is
Help me right.
I'm
coming. Hey, on Cuddy. I'm doing it on it. I'm nading Cuddy.
Nade time as well.
Yeah, inner Sachi really weak.
I'm not nading time. No trophy. I'm here.
Gives weak.
I have a credit challenge.
Anytime. Arshot.
Absolutely.
Tough listening on the other side there, getting beat down, but now good news, boys and girls, we get to watch Xnid's POV.
Yeah, thank God, 21-8. That is absolutely frothing. Celium's had his feet up all game. First Hellstorm that gets called in, they team kill with it. He's chilling. He doesn't need the heart, Miles. They already know.
He's got a gunship. Oh, yeah, they already have the harp. You're not wrong. My boy is cooking. I thought we lagged out for a second. That Kismet was just having a moment of calm in the hard point. Look at this. They are ripping FaZe to pieces. Xnid, 22-9. Let's just stay on this POV for a minute. He's going to do some ish.
I mean, Xnid had more kills in his first life than Drazen and Sim currently have in this game, and we're going to the 6th hill of the map, where, of course, Falcons still have the rotation. Another 4-man wipe, and Xnid, the most polite comms we have in the league. One shot. They're dead. They're spawning out. I have your front.
I have your front, and Wallahi, he's getting 50 this game. Let's go, boys. 24 and 10. Pump the brakes a little bit here, Falcons. We are looking at a potential masterclass. Simp is 5 and 20. What in the upside down bizarro? You know, Maven is in tears right now. He is in a pool of salty tears. Here we go, Simp. 7 and 21. Back at it again on the break towards the rear, and we are doing literally everything we can to keep FaZe in the dirt.
I mean, yeah, fought tooth and nail to fight for these final 20 seconds of scrap time. Yeah, down by 120 for the moment, maybe down by 110 going into the new time. I mean, Simp right now has to pop off. And of course, he's going to be getting tagged up, shot through the wall, and overwhelmed. So yeah, Falcons are going to win this rotation too.
It's a ray gun today, word to Nameless. It is seriously strong stuff. No one's getting past Celium. This is a Celium we haven't seen in a minute. He is unkillable. 16 and 7. Seeing the full streaks is wild, man. And this is a Riyadh Falcons that have not let a single trick go by. FaZe are desperately trying to make something happen here. Shoot each other. Why not? Opportunity now to maybe get a break. FaZe are on. Good damage here from Cell, but man, he still nearly takes Simp with him. There's the break, and that could be the turning point for FaZe.
Yeah, it could be, but that also took him 25 seconds to orchestrate. I mean, we're watching a Colossus now from Falcons' point of view that looks slow. I mean, they're posted up, L-triggered, waiting for scams because they are so comfortable with this lead. No reason for Kismet to move. Granted, he does get dropped, but it just kicks off a series of trades where FaZe, I mean, caught in a bit of a pinch. Yeah, Exit going hunted, and while he gets taken down, it's enough for Falcons to secure the spawns, and this will mean another rotation one.
Well, we'll stay on Red here as he gets tags in at everyone. Kismet's got a lot to do here alone. How much can he get done? Honestly, plenty there with a nade on a Sim. That is unreal, man. A guy who's having a tough game so far, a bit of bad luck, just keeps on going. Pinch now on from the Falcons. Celium on the back line, and they have cleaned house. Sim, the last man on the front, and it's not going to matter too much. The wallbangs are not going to be there, and Pred once again wins a big one, 27 of 13. It is a disgusting stat line. At 202 to the 93 of FaZe. Can they escape the dreaded 100-point club?
Well, a nice kill feed looking there for Abuza. He was able to pick up 3 for the good old P4 break. And now for FaZe, they're so far behind, they could not count the numbers. Exton makes a sneaky play on the mini-map, and well, they still end up taking him down. So, okay, Exton makes a high IQ veteran play, loses the gunfight. It just be like that sometimes, but either way, Falcons are in.
Yep, they're in. 29-18, still keeping an eye on the count. Over 200 well and truly cleared now for the Falcons FaZe. They do escape the 100-point club, and there's the first team nade of the series. We'll see if this matters much, as a slow start here from FaZe has been unbelievably punishing on this breakneck Colossus.
I mean, I feel like this is a map where you have a lead like this. It is just entirely in your control. You can switch up the pace of play. You can be a little bit more bait. You can play a little bit more heavy for kills. Got to make sure you trade out Abuza. Another multi-kill he is able to collect in FaZe. Still in control of that P1 time, but nonetheless, Falcons all the time in the world to shut FaZe down.
Yeah, plenty of time. Good damage. Slowing things down once again from the Falcons. We get to see these moments where they go down, and now a counter-attack towards the hill. Tests the brakes. The brake check so far, not all there. Good stuff out of FaZe, keeping them on the back foot as much as they possibly can, and every single second gained. It's a good bit of work. That's a 4 spree from Simp on the inside of time. The 18 kills now looking that bit more attractive. And this is not over yet, folks. Trades are on point right now. FaZe Vegas are back.
Well, 04 doing a nice job tracking all the Falcons players. That's actually great movement and aggressive enough to know that he's coming in quick through blue. So you got the rotation one over towards P2. Guns starting to get a little bit hot. Abuza and 04 doing what they can. 2 players, though, make it right through the front. The damage is good, but the kills are not FaZe right now. Desperate to hold on.
And they're doing it. 04 takes the wrap. He stays alive. Draws are still on time. He's going to be a little bit aggressive here. He's got a big hit through the back door. Damage in there on a cell. Couple of pumps. Keeps himself in the fight. And it's a nice bit of work once again from FaZe. 2-16. The scoreline has been paused for the Falcons again.
And they hunt down the Pred as well. That is keeping track of players. Of course, though, on the time, well, the trade fest continues. Xnid making his mark, but he gets dealt with, and lovely work there from Draza. Is the lone man on the time, but if you can make a heads-up play over towards P2 and stay alive, well, important moment for your team. And, well, just like that, it is now just a 50-point game.
Just a 50-point game. I'm on the edge of my seat. FaZe Vegas. It's a slow start. It's another 3 down. And the Reality Falcons, we have hit some turbulence. This is still a very strong hold. Eyes towards the blue crate. The battle now down low. Draws at 5. Can't find number 6. No need. Sims there to back him up. And once again, the Falcons have been slowed.
And now there's no pinch routes. Now you get a 2-2 like split like that, and everybody's grouped up. Exton is about to be the first man into 2 different engagements, and now he's getting team killed. The Falcons are indeed breaking down.
Hellstorm acquired. The breakdown is on. Falcons, once again, an attempt to break. The pace has been slowed, and they seem to have forgotten the steps. We're looking at contest right now. Abuza still holding firm. Guns are up and at the ready, and nade over the top from 04, and Sim now sends it. A good trade. Unfortunately, his teammate, and the lead is on the precipice of changing. A battle now towards the old time. The rotation is on, and it has been won by Kiz. Oh, and what a win from Exnid.
I've been soaring from the heavens above, good lord. But yeah, Kismet has been the guy on P4. He has pulled FaZe apart multiple times. Now it's Draza with the Hellstorm. Sim has to stay alive in the back, and it's Sim versus 3. The help is not going to be here. He gets 1 before he falls, but the Hellstorm only secures 1, and you do not get those spawns. A costly Hellstorm and a mishap there from FaZe. Falcons now the game in their hands.
Game in their hands. An attempt from FaZe now. Destiny starting to call as they push their way towards this hard point. Kismet stunned up. The 2 players now on time. We're looking at the comeback with Cell and Kiz. They get their kills. The rewrap from mid, and the last man left alive. The last one is 04, and this could be it. The final dying seconds of the hard point.
This is tough. That is going to be a Hellstorm that haunts them. Exted, yep, freebie kills for him to get, and all's well that ends well. That is a 40 bomb for Exnid and a map 1 for Falcons.
Yeah, look, I am happy with that one, but there is an air of, all right, boys, we nearly let that one slip. Yeah, Pred Space tells it. A unbelievable opening to the game. But that fear, that very real fear that we nearly threw that one, testament to the resolve of FaZe. Sim was 5-20 at one point. We're going to get a little peek at the stat screen, and that was one hell of a comeback on Colossus.
And I mean, I think you let breakers break. I think calling the Hellstorm is bait on a Colossus. It feels like almost 4 out of 5 times. You're lucky if you just like sort of get even odds out of it. But nonetheless, the stats for Exnid, phenomenal. Right from the opening break, he started off on fire. That is exactly how he finishes as well. So 40 bomb there. Typical hill time out of Kismet and Selim, both nearing at 2 minutes. And I'd say for Kismet, very consistently on those P4s was he making the plays that were ripping Vegas apart. The third one obviously there to call game, just getting that entrance, getting Exton nearby, but multiple times he's the man picking them apart. Nonetheless, a topsy-turvy game indeed.
Yeah, it's an interesting look again at the pace that Falcons have got. I mean, when they're running you down, there's nothing. There's nothing. No hope in hell you've got a team like FaZe, and once they get just a little setup to start making some coordinated hits, start finding each other's trades, Falcons denied that. The second they took their foot off of the accelerator, they hit the brakes too hard. FaZe pulled it right back. What an unbelievable match. Fantastic work. I mean, these pieces from Abuza are something, but yeah, man, a Hellstorm, it is a fickle kill streak on a map like this. That central tower is so humongous. You can thread the needle, you can hit P1, but it almost seems like a waste. I mean, the outside hard points, like this one, P3, it can be great. You've got to pilot that thing nicely, though. You've got to hit them sign riders. You've got to drive that bad boy all the way to goal. What a great hard point. And what a set we have ahead of us. I can't wait to make that call towards the end. Who chance will be our disciplined veteran in this series?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if I'm necessarily feeling on either side, right? Like the Falcons had the moment breaking into the P3 where Drazen and Sim get like the 2 kills in tunnel. Exton was one of those 2 kills, and then off respawn, he runs past every single one of his teammates, then goes to be the first one in time and gets team killed on the way out. So I don't know how much discipline is necessarily rolling through. The flow, definitely an interesting one in this game. How close we were until you get flatlined in the end. I mean, hey, that is a Colossus there. It is finest form. Falcons, they love it.
Yep, 3.5 hard points where the Falcons basically didn't get any points, and 1 lead change. What a legendary lead change. That could have been the greatest comeback I think I've ever seen in COD. That could have been it. Man, that was That was Summit, ladies and gentlemen. Den Search and Destroy Exposure coming up after that. The Den chance me calls both squads super good when it comes to Search and Destroy. We've seen the goods, we've seen the nice, we've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. How are you feeling about this one right now? Right now.
I'm just interested to see these teams play because I think on this map specifically, we've seen a lot of different teams bringing together a lot of different ideas. Heretics have had some fantastic like A-bomb site retakes on the defensive end. LAT were showing off great looks on both offense and defense of like overwhelming sort of strats they're bringing to the table. So I think the map itself has been evolving and is fairly dynamic as well. Just interested to see what these two teams have cooked up. Obviously, got Crowder and Clayster at the helm for either squad. Creative players on your team. They have a lot of tools. Like if you're Clayster looking at your squad, even if it's a team that like is gonna need a lot of time to really develop the chemistry, you still have fantastic tools on this roster. So maybe to be Den, the map with ideas to play with. We'll see what they can cook up for us.
Well, by the time the season ends, we'll be looking back very favorably on Den S&D, I think. Same with Scar, actually. I really do believe that. Den so far snipes for a boozer. He has been one of the big men on campus with the largest rifle we play with here in the Call of Duty League. 7 so far on Den in the season, which doesn't sound like a lot, but those opening bloods, they are terribly impressive. He's definitely in the top 5 overall. We'll see what he's got to bring here in this map number 2. An absolute nail biter. Map number 1 if you just joined us, but we change pace here and we get another search.
Yeah, Boo's a top 3 sniper in the game for sure. Which is funny because, I mean, low-key, Sid might be the best sniper on his team. Who knows? He's just not going to use it, so we'll never be able to find out. Either way, Falcons, look at the amount of space they have captured over on this B site. And I think FaZe doing the right thing. They were never going to get that. Problem is, now Falcons getting aggressive on the defensive end. Loving the work coming through for Riyadh.
Excellent. Hi, welcome back. Gets away with his life. Love that. What a mini-map. We're everywhere. We are everything, everywhere, all at once right now. Some multiversal shenanigans, and Kismet has seemingly been here before alongside Pred as they're living their best lives on the left-hand side of the minimap. Cleans that one up, and I mean, if I'm over, I'm just like, boys, what do you mean they're everywhere? What do you mean? That's okay. I'm getting a start on the potential 1v4. Falcons roll deep, pick them apart.
That's huge. And again, the tools that you have on this team, get guys like Pred up and aggressive on a site, let him get a creddy angle, be lazy if you need to, or not. Maybe let's 3-hit the pinch, send everybody together, start making moves. Selling at one point, wrapping back. But yeah, as you pointed out, the minimap just looking phenomenal there for Riyadh Falcons. That is a great defensive round win just to start the map.
One look of many we're going to get here from the Falcons here in this game of Den. The 2-1-1 here from FaZe. Oh, and the snipes are up. Kiz takes a shot, and it's going to be Pred, his teammate, who finds the first blood. Super stuff. Well, a little bit of a trade there in mid-map. I'm going to reshuffle of both our teams.
Yeah, and that's bombed down, unfortunately. So Falcons spreading the map, looking for a pick. What they did get, but once you lose the bomb, it's going to be tough. This is going to be a 3v3 square up at the B site.
Yeah, of course, throwing some mean shoulders. Yeah, perfect comms. They know exactly where he is. Smoking the attempted retake. Is going to pay off for 4. Oh, what a shot! Sim through the smoke, finds another one, and what a turn! Oh, no, the next man as well. FaZe on the board.
Beautiful. And I think we're just able to catch it. Kismet off the rip misses a sniper shot on a guy over towards like AS&D. So I think FaZe in this moment, we watched an arrow run over the bomb just to check if it was there. Then when they have the intel that there's guys over towards lockers, if you know the third guy has a snipe, play over aggressive, fly at him, get the smoke down, make some moves. That final guy in line going to be rendered ineffective. So I think FaZe really getting dialed into all the little things there in that round, and, well, 2 defensive rounds in a row.
2-2 hit from FaZe here. Sullyman mid-map is about to run in a world of trouble. Or is he the trouble? We're about to find out. We are so close to Pred. We can smell it, 04. Take a sniff, take a whiff. Here he comes. Bomb plant. And wonderful patience here from the Falcons. Not catching anyone there on the push. No shenanigans just yet. Left, right, no problem. Perfect smoke. And Pred, what delightful patient play. Looking for the second kill as well. The gun skill is there. His teammates are now involved. Oh, what an attempt this is. FaZe having a back on up. From inside smoke, Exit gets it. And now it's a 1v1. The middle of the map, Abuza over the top with 10 seconds to go. Surely this is FaZe's round, and that is a delightful dance. What a fantastic round for FaZe to win.
And dude, I don't know if we're going to be able to catch any of that action from Draza's perspective, but he got smoked out, which, by the way, fantastic play for the Falcons. Smoke out that back line, and then you isolate the first guys that are in front of it, then you go for the overwhelm. Draza just pieces him up with the pistol inside of the smoke, so his point of view had to have been nuts. And maybe that's just some of the grinding paying off there for Draza when things are a little bit weird in the unfamiliar circumstances. Well, those are the types of things he lives for. So that's sort of a bailout round there, I would say, for FaZe, just to get that 2-1 edge.
Yeah, it seems to be faster to swap to your sidearm than it is to try to figure out what's going on. Just pull out the good old Jaeger. Trust the 45s. Here we go into another round. The smoke's there from Pred once again as he cleans out the other side. A little bit of suppressive fire just to check anything he can here in 04. The smoke and joke might be on. Or is it? He's pulled all those members of the Falcons back towards their spawn.
Yeah, this is devastating. Just his impact alone, by the time you make a move for a bomb plant, Falcons are going to be running out of time.
The power of a smoke. Just one. Back over towards the rooftops we now go, towards A. And here comes the bomb. Oh my good God, right into... Oh no, Boost pulls the sniper away. Over to Sim. Gets the opening shots in. This is enough to pull back the FaZe defenders. Now once again, A bomb site is about to pop. Right to the first. No good on the snipe. Looking for anything here. Falcons on the inside now starting to take some hits, and it is shoulder to shoulder. We've got no space to work with here. Abuza snipe finally finds one, and now we're trying to punch a hole. Falcons find the escape route, find the egress.
I love the play. Hey, there's not a lot of time to work with, but it's beautiful. You line him up for Pred. Where's number 3 in line? Gets him down to 1 HP, but Pred survives.
Exit. Oh, he takes the bomb and plants it as well, and Pred still on the dance. Turns it into another 1v1 for Extend, but now a very different look. 04 on the patrol around. It will be a throwdown in Dojo for the round. And 04, he gets the opening hits. He gets the opening score. Exnid, what? Over the top! What a 1v1 win! Was that written in the cards, Chance? That pre-aim? He looks skyward for the win.
Let me kill you, brother. Yeah, excellent. A descendant of Harry Houdini just disappears with the cheeky corner. And unfortunate for 04, just not a good angle there after the fact. And that is I mean, again, in terms of calculation, that had to have been Pred and Exnid doing their homework. Either that or the on-the-fly comms were absolutely fantastic. It's a 2v3. It's squarely on the bomb site. Get the other guy out so we can get the free bomb plant. And then Pred just sets the trap. Ends up getting 2 kills in the mix as well. Pred with heroics there in that round. The Falcons bringing the goods so far on Den as the smokes. Making it weird.
WTF.
Doesn't get him the first blood. You get a couple trades, but FaZe the man advantage through it all.
Well, you're happy to take the trades as well because now you've got the B-bomb site, but A might be the real target. We're going through. Falcons, what's the play here? Check out B, and they're now hot on the heels of the FaZe attackers. Intel passed. Oh my good God, the guessing game now begins. FaZe, they do identify the players of the rear. They have to still worry about it. Map like Den, though, they don't have to worry about the rooftop hit just yet. Post-plant position, here we go. No problem, 2v2.
And they're flying, soaring together. This is great teamwork rolling through. Now they've split, but maybe looking to hit the site from both sides or allowing Exnid to take the route. It's going to take a little bit of time, but for the moment on the minimap, FaZe are not reading this.
The Pred and Extend duo, what a turn this has been. Now through the roof, we've got shots in from Dras, enough to send Pred in through the rear. Oh, but FaZe, they've shown the open space, and they have left it. What a re-wrap it is. Pred's got to go massive. FaZe. They show you the left, and they give you the right. Beautiful stuff.
And this time Falcons maybe overthinking things just a little bit. They have the strats dialed in with the teamwork. I like the idea of sending Exen on a pinch, but once Pred has cleared that space, he cleared out the bomb, he has slid through the small room, he should at least be calming, or Exnid should know they're going to have to be in the back lobby, but Exnid gets caught off guard, and the AR players there for FaZe end up making the moves. Got to appreciate the spidey senses as well. A little bit too long. Nothing has happened. We know they were both in the window. I think it was Draza that ends up turning on the site as Exnid's going on the pinch, so he's got the timings down on this map to a T.
3-1 hit from the Falcons on the attack towards the B-bomb site. No one home whatsoever. They should clear this a little fast. The Draza check now through mid. Oh, that nade's connected. Ouch. Oh, it's another from Simp. The Simp nade came from rooftops.
P2. Yep.
Wow. And now you're really rethinking the situation. Falcons like, geez, they can hit us from anywhere. What do we do? Take a bit of time, go for the bomb plant. You better hurry up, boys. There are 4 FaZe members flying out of dojo, and they've got their black belt in coming to defuse your bomb, and they are on it, man. Here comes the hit. Wait, Celium holds them back. Trades are good. It all comes down to MC. Cobra Kai. Knife! 1, 2! Oh my good God! He tried his darndest. But the Karate Kid Abuser comes out on top.
Oh my goodness, bro. That is why Selly was one of the most terrifying players in the league. Just goes Michael Myers, Crocodile Dundee, pick your favorite knife guy throughout human history. That would have been ridiculous. That is so scary, man.
That's the most evil. This was Sim's nade. Look, yeah, I got you, bro. The holy hand grenade. Bang. Nice.
Oh
if he hit an emote there and we saw that Rick's way, that could have been the greatest clip of all time. If he hits like a thumbs up or something after that, I'm telling you, bruv. What a round. And Celium, King Cobra Kai can't get it done there out by Dojo, but that was a worthy attempt. I nearly got one of those rank play the other day. Did not happen though. It's not easy. And if he can't do it, I have no hope.
I disagree, honestly.
Fast.
I disagree.
Draws picks it up. Another man on the back line though, and I know they know. You saw it. Oh, Abuser once again getting caught out. Unfortunately, it's his teammate that brings him down. Sim, the man with the super nades. We've got a fast wrap once again. And the trade just gets through. That is an unbelievable bullet. Oh my word, Celium. This is a 1v3. 04 with a bomb plant. Backs up. Tons of intel. Spots him. What do you do, Cell? You are going to have to hit the snapper. 04 knows something's up with 20 seconds. He has time on his side. Back over to the bomb site. Oh my good God, the COD timing. And Celium, you have done so much. Good. You have not done enough. It is going to be 5-2 here on Den. Cell, a master of the blade. Unable to best 04 in the 1v1.
I mean, yeah, that FaZe, both teams, I'd say, have both been making plays and getting away with murder. 2 different 1v3 attempts from Celium. But I think this round, the COD gods just dictated that FaZe was going to win it the way Simp was getting some of these kills. Just a lucky hip-fire bullet to finish off the guy that's one shot. And then, of course, 04. Great spot that he's playing over towards back patio where he can see the cross into like a search or like that small room. Once he gets the intel on Celium in that situation, he just plays around the timings perfectly. So 04 heads up plays. He's obviously trying to get his get back for the 1v1 failure early on. Now for Falcons, gonna have to dig deep. You were down 5-2, and you've been playing well, but now the lead might just be too much. Draza, a free first blood.
It's a delight from FaZe. They are eliminating all the openings the Falcons have tried to have. And Celium here on a little dance around the map as he checks everything. And again, so diligent. That high sensitivity from Celium. He's able to do so much. But a tremendous split right now from FaZe. Kismet's gonna have to land something special to eliminate one of these routes.
He's just gonna die. Yeah.
04. 04. He went for all of them. The last man, Exnid now. No hope in hell as FaZe Vegas shut it down on Den.
Yeah, in a score line that does not do that map justice. I'd say Falcons actually did play the map pretty well. Obviously, 1 or 2 rounds they wish they could get back. Celium, if his arms were a little bit longer for that 3rd knife kill, would have been one of the best clutches of the year without question.
Without question.
Nonetheless, though, the cards were not on their side. FaZe Vegas pulled that one off and end up getting a more or less comfortable S&D win. They certainly had to work for it, but, you know, you shut down the clutches. The first blood certainly on point for the most part, but I'd say good looks for both teams. Lovely work coming through for both Pred and Exon when they're in these 2v2, 2v3 type of situations. FaZe Vegas, though, just not a squad that is going to let those slip through. Clean, comfortable, taking care of business. FaZe get the man advantage. They close out the rounds.
Commando Pro would have gone a long, long way there, literally, for Celium. Exposure overload as we take a quick break. Just before we get to the break, you know, fast flash thoughts about how the overload you think is going to go.
I mean, I know this is a map at the very start of the year. FaZe sort of bottled a couple of the maps they played, but at this point, I think they're bringing high-level overload gameplay in. I think FaZe will get the dub.
Can't wait. We'll find out, folks, after the break. Tied up 1-1. We find out who takes the lead after this.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FaZeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Contesting hardpoint.
Brothers 2-1. Nice. My God, they were both 1 for you.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was cool and all, but just know those first 2 were 1.
Oh my God. Look door.
Come on.
Their door.
Oh my God, to their door. I my pants. Okay, now I
Oh my God. Oh my God, what have I done?
Microphone muted.
Slaying with the 10 bomb as I just hit the 4-piece.
Welcome back to the CDL. Wow, what is going on? Look, he's the master fight. This guy is just, that's unbelievable.
Okay.
I keep coming back to him. This is not what I was expecting.
Skies dies, and then in a 3v4, effectively, New York Subliners flood on through.
Don't sterilate Hydra, please. Holy.
Wait, so they were here facing, we were here in G2? Good grenade. Oh, you just ice skated on him.
Yo, that was a skateboard move right there.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. No. Whoa! He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1v doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
My good God, so many memories here in the Call of Duty world. But now we're about to make a couple more because we're playing a game of Overload. We're going to see how this one goes. Tied up 1-1, Riyadh Falcons and FaZe Vegas. Man, this has been a series, brother. This has been a series. We've even got quite a lot on the cards here, quite a lot. The Terror been talking to us. And right now, both of our squads pretty good at exposure overload.
Very solid. You know, FaZe, you certainly give a little bit of a bump to. They just have a slightly better average margin and a lot better on their actual percentage of when they're able to score. So that means when they're actively attempting to make the plays, a little bit more successful. Means Falcons going to have to clutch up on the defensive end. But obviously, with a 5-1 record, they have been doing exactly that. And I'd say for the Falcons, playing really good Call of Duty. Again, it's going to be a team that will take a lot of time to actually develop chemistry together. A strange combinations of players, not a lot of built-in chem, not a lot of time spent together either, but already have a very strong record, are sitting in the top half of the league, have some good wins under their belt, and again, are improving over time. So clearly a lethal threat on the top side, and well, we know what to expect to FaZe at this point. 0-4 and Abuza fitting out of the roster quite nicely so far, and certainly a game mode they have very much enjoyed. I'd say Simp, one of the best third game mode players of all time. It's a meaningless thing to say, but I'll keep saying it because he's good at Overload too.
Well, he was arguably the best control player we saw. Who knows, the mode might come back in the future. You never know. Anything could happen here in the COD world, but really was possibly one of the greatest to do it, if not the. But enough of that. Let's soak some rays and enjoy the renewable energy of our team's joie de vie. I'm talking absolute. Now, let's get it, boys and girls, under the Overload map number 3.
And maybe be on the lookout for an Exnid pop-off. I know the guns at FaZe have gotten a little bit warmer since the opening break of that Colossus, but certainly been on one in this series. M15 in hand off the opening break as well, and moving to collect some of these kills just a little bit faster than 0-4.
Hey, slam it. Hit it, run it, get shot in the back. That's how it goes in Overload, boys and girls. You've always got to account for that one guy in corner. Snaps from Kismet, a delightful two-piece and a pistol as well. Oh, and they've identified the next man up, but again, it's a sneaky Simp who finds himself another kill, and holy, Exnid doesn't let it happen to him. And good news, boys and girls. Once again, picks it up, runs forward, gets killed straight away.
And better news, Pred's finally playing the game. Started off 1-0, but he was going for the big play, trying to facilitate the score. But the reason an extra player on FaZe kept getting through, it's because Pred was just simply not around. So Falcons, the kills column great, but really no possession for either team. Certainly a little bit more map pressure for Falcons. Excellent now with the Dravik in hand.
A little bit of a mix-up here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if you aren't having any success, give it a shake-up. And that's exactly what we're going for here from Exnid. Hey, unfortunate timing, cuts through, makes the play a little bit harder. He's got Pred to back him up here. And again, this should be a neutral position right now. Very, very little possession in the first few minutes of play here on Overload.
Yeah, Pred is consistently trying to set up for the big plays for his team to actually go and get those scores. That's a two-piece that they get, but you got an 0-4, the overseer of the device. So now you got annoying players really on both sides, and Falcons have to reposition, but now they get the device, you could try to get out. Problem is you're forcing this through mid. A tough situation, and Pred doesn't give you the entry kill.
Oh, he might not need the entry kill because they race it home. Cillium gets it in the end. Oh man, it was incredibly close. Not enough for the stop there, and a goal like that, that could be all the difference you need in a match like this. Just under 3 minutes to play still.
In the end, it does in fact matter. And now you have FaZe Vegas spawning all the way out, so they have more device control, but at least that number 7 arrow just had to take a hike. Number 6 spawns right next to him though, so shout out squad spawns and Overload. Very difficult to read.
Difficult to read, difficult to deal with. Cell, we're waiting for this one. FaZe set themselves up perfectly for the big old attack here. The trade's going to be good, but they're trying to wrap it now. Can they make it towards A? Yeah, absolutely. Falcons are hot on the tail. Hot on the tail. And it's going in. Huge. FaZe 1-1.
I mean, yeah, quicker than we can even jump. Unfortunate missing the scores, but nonetheless, you get to see some of those cut-off kills. And now you're repositioning down low. More trades going in favor of FaZe for the moment. You see Cillium backing all the way down. They know their low dirt is open, and Straza with the pressure. Straza, though, as he falls, you go back to a 50-50 setup, where you got Simp going on the full pinch to try to open things up for Vegas.
We have indeed had an observer drop. That's fine. We will figure it out. 5 by 5 in the pike. Clean bottom side of the map. Oh, and a win there would have been absolutely sensational, but now we have to drive this one home. No hope on the attack here. This should be read and dealt with, and there we go. Last man taken care of. It's a big 2 out of Celium, who finds his 11th kill of the first half.
Yeah, not a bad start in terms of Gunny. Now you gotta hike the device all the way across the map. So Celium is gonna be a long route. Started off his own A portal. Now he's made it to the 50-yard line, and he absolutely has teammates here for the cutoff kills. They are flying through mid, and while the trades don't go their way, draws a good movement. Enough to leave Cell on an island. He can't do it himself.
He can't do it himself. I mean, that was a ridiculous win from Draz. I stopped this whole play, stopped this whole attempt. Pressure now on, tanks wide open, B goal looking good. Looking good right now. Abuza and Sim on the back pedal now, desperately trying to get across. It's a massive set of kills there. Draza and Abuza get their respectives. And mid-map now looking good. 0-4, he is on the prowl. Abuza down low. You have cleaned everything up. Exnid, the last line here for the Falcons in the middle of the map. And FaZe are making a run towards the top side.
Yeah, gonna be a beat hit, but every single Falcon player is gonna be there to meet him. Yeah, the firing squad made it. The defensive routes on point. And with 35 seconds left, Simp right now doing what he can just to play keep away. He'll be 0-4 in the feed, but make no mistake, that is Simp indeed trying to hold that line. But as he drops, well, the resets actually go down low, and now both teams have to race to the bottom side of the map. And Kismet maybe hoping his team can eventually work this out through mid. Question is, who's going to touch this last?
Yeah, the extra time is going to go pretty hard. You've got to get somebody on it, though. Final 10. And Celium might just be playing to keep him off it. Falcons not showing much commitment to this. Yeah, not showing any commitment. And neither team able to get that extra time. We will go straight into the second half, all squared up 1-1. And again, the goals we've seen so far in the first, I mean, they were nail-biters. You're running across the line, you're desperately hoping for something. The FaZe cut through mid, show B, go A. And the Falcons goal, I mean, it was a miraculous dive from Celium.
Yeah, it took every last little bit of effort, too, because Simp was there, just not quite in enough time. So a nail-biter, sort of portal beater moment there. Enough for Falcons to get that lead. Maybe that's why they were less intense about going for the extra time capture on exposure as well. It's a lot more difficult, admittedly. But nonetheless, a 1-0 lead. We'll see if they can cook up something good for it. Sorry, 1-1 tie.
Yeah, 1-1.
Ignore me, Moss.
I don't ignore you. I can't. It's impossible. About 3-1 off the break here. We're going to be seeing a lot of presence here on the top side of the map. Technically, you've got the numbers up here, FaZe, but you don't have the kills at all. Falcons have come out hot. B Gold is looking good. Bread's going to try to fill the space. Can he get on the attack? He's got numbers in. He's got the goal in his line of sight, and that is that, folks. A nice pinstripe kill feed, but it is going to be the Falcons getting an early lead.
25 seconds to make that happen as well. That is the sort of opposite opening break the Falcons were going for last time. Pred just being that frontline guy. This time, they made that magic happen. Unfortunately, they don't get the follow-up kills, and more unfortunately, they team kill as well. So, FaZe, you want the counter cap, and you want it here.
Oh, this could be a wonderful counter attack. FaZe, you got the option to now cut it across to mid. It's going to be number 7. It's going to be 0-4. The first man on contact, and he's got the lineup. Exnid, can you get himself involved? Trying to buy some space. Here comes EMP forward under Draz, looking to get a piece of this. The one shot's now fully healed. Has to backpedal. Your window has closed, and Exnid trying to slam it shut.
Well, now you're just playing for kills. A little bit of that TDM. Falcons a little bit more pressure on him, but Kismet alleviates the pressure, and, well, Pred gets the next one in line. Nothing cooking with the device there. Now you got Kismet, lead blocker. I mean, you got a line setup rolling in down low. Wins a wicked one over towards the black box, but I got to pump the brakes. FaZe are there on the defensive end. You need another wave of kills.
That was an unbelievable moment. Abuza trying to buy his teammates every possible second they could, but look at this, the defensive line from FaZe. Watch them wave over towards the B side of the map. We're looking for the kills now through mid, and what a fantastic hold. Abuza worth his weight in gold right now.
Oh, Exnid showing the device mid. His teammates still lingering on the top side of the map, and that's enough to catch out a Draza. Now you can just simply overwhelm Abuza. Next man in line falling, and that might be enough for the cap you deliver. A little juke from Exnid, drag the device towards mid, let someone for FaZe make the mistake, and they capitalize to perfection. A 3-1 lead now on exposure. This is going to be a tough one for Vegas to make up for.
Yeah, they're looking to do everything they can. Bottom side spawn now. FaZe have not had the best results in that mid-map gunfights. And once again, they seem to be losing them. Good work there out of 04, and it really was him. And Kismet, wonderful patience. Oh, Kismet nearly takes a dookie on Draza, but this time it's all good. 2:25 to play, though. Falcons, you are not out of the woods yet. What? The drops are done. A bit of a naughty martyrdom nade there, and goodness gracious, bottom side of the minimap once again, starting to get flooded full of Falcons.
Yeah, and now you're just hoping that maybe a Boozer can go make the big play, but if Falcons are able to pump the brakes, the game is going to be much easier for them. Salim actually picks up the device as well, so that means pistol in hand.
He's gone.
And he's out for the top side. He's got 2 teammates there.
He's gone. He's long gone. Sim's got to get moving. He's got to get moving a little bit faster. He's got to get going. It's only 1 man up at the time. Oh, and a Boozer trying to get the goal line. Save. The shots are good. Sim gets there just in the nick of time. A man through mid, though. Couldn't make a miraculous run. A magical spawn, though. And I mean magical. From 04. And a Boozer there. As we are safe and sound. Surely an opportunity to get 1 kill here and possibly run it to B.
You better go to B. If you rat that mid, you're wrapping it into a blender. You're going to be forced to fly this forward.
Good start.
You got 2 Falcons players here on the chase. Pred sneaking up behind you. And for Sim, he's able to get you 2. He's able to stay alive. He needs his teammates to score this point.
He's desperately got to get his teammates to step forward, though. Selling him in the back. He's so sneaky. What a difficult moment. Sim loses the gunfight in the front line, so it's so hard. You're trying to walk the tightrope. The bus is being parked. Kismet at the back line. The trophies are in place. 2 of them. We have parked the bus. 1 minute to play.
Yeah, but now Xnid gets to shoot a couple freebies in the back. Watch the cross. There's just not going to be enough time unless FaZe get a perfect 4 down here.
The PTFB. Park the bus. Strategy. Pred gets 2. That's it. First wave. Done. Someone does have to pick it up, though. The reset will not be good. There's the it has been reset. It's been reset. So, oh dear. Pressure now on. You've lost the entirety of map control. There's less than 30 seconds to go. Somebody grab it. Somebody run it home. And that could be it. We may have just found it. The last 3 dead there. Falcons, you have survived. You parked the bus for just long enough to prevent any madness here on Exposure. What a hard-fought battle this was. Tremendous work out of Xnid, 2 goals and 24 and 19 in the stats there. We pad it out just a touch more. But GG's Riyadh Falcons take the lead.
In high key, I feel like the Riyadh Falcons might be walking away with some of these wins just because of the opening breaks that they're having. I mean, it was less an opening break on Colossus and more of an opening onslaught for the first few hills, but nonetheless, the opening break, fantastic. They got control of the game, and then it's just a little bit easier to play. Both of their opening breaks that they just had on both sides of the overload, completely on point. Everything you want to have if you're Falcons. You get the extra set of kills, you try to get that device control, and both times Pred immediately jumps into position, setting up for those scores, being over aggressive, taking space towards either portal. First half it doesn't work out, they have to battle a little bit. Second half they get a 25-second score, and the game becomes that much easier for them. So I think Falcons right now just playing good Call of Duty, came in with a good game plan and executing it to a T. FaZe right now on the receiving end of a bit of a beat down there in Overload.
Yeah, and the stats, not even that massive in the differences like anywhere. Team kills, or assists rather, you name it, everyone doing their thing. It comes down to moments like this, just taking the opportunity, just finding the space, just getting it across the line. The same thing from Draza here. The second half, though, yeah, you're right, man. Opening breaks really, really good there from the Falcons, and they capitalize early. This was a fantastic attack. Draza there for the pickup in the end, but not quite enough. Beautiful stuff there out of the Falcons. They have shown their hand, and they have got a good one on Overload.
And also showing off the goods of how to be annoying when you got that 3-1 lead. Not just the park the bus, but like the allowance where they're going on the pinches. Like the mini-map looking scary for a moment where FaZe is running down the top side of the map, and you know, Falcons had a player over towards Spiral, they had a player deep over towards Dirt, but that just means they're setting themselves up for free pinches, shoot the device player in the back, and you just kill the play in its entirety. Yeah, FaZe not having too much fun there. 2-1 lead now for Falcons in this series. And just as we started it, another bang out of a black card for the map 4. And these are 2 of the best teams in the game on this map as well. This is a pure square up.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, you missed a legendary Colossus And if that was anything to go off of, this Blackheart is going to be a treat as well. Both squads absolutely gunning for it. And if we have to go the distance, Scar Game 5, that's going to be cool as well. But yeah, both teams' chance, very well rehearsed, well-lubed, oiled machines on this map. Praise the Omnisire. How are you feeling about this one, mate?
I don't know what an Omnisire is, even though you explained that to me in depth. So you'll praise him. I'll just praise the SMGs, right? X-Day dropped a 40 bomb on map number 1. He had a great opening break there on the overload as well. And obviously, Kismet. I mean, the fact that Kismet dropped a 1.3, went +8 in the kills column, had 100 seconds of the hill time, but he was making the high impact plays, especially on the P4s as well. So Kismet is absolutely a player that you do not pay attention to the stats to understand his impact, but when he has the stats and the impact, you tip the cap and move about the day. The Bulldog, when he bites, well, he steals maps away.
He certainly does. Kismet, a world champion and a legendary run in Modern Warfare 2, especially in that grand finals. I know you're watching, Toronto fans. Sorry, it was a tough one. Exciting though, as we roll into Blackheart. The machine spirits of the submachine guns will absolutely be appeased. Keep those weapons humming, boys. For FaZe now, I mean, an air of trepidation. You're feeling a little stressed, just a touch. Everyone's hair still looking really good, but it's the gameplay, boys. That's what I want to see. I want to see them get in this one and bring their absolute A. I want to go all the way to that game 5. We do deserve it.
Well, see if we get there. I know for FaZe, the series has felt like an absolute war. Falcons have been bringing that hammer down, and they're going to be happy to see the Blackheart as well. Early on for these stats, so take it with a grain of salt, but FaZe has been the best P1 team in the game on this map, which is interesting because Falcons have been the best P2 team in the game. So it's not just about the super soakage that you can accrue on this first hill. The rotation matters a great deal as well. For Falcons, you don't want to allow FaZe to ever get set up properly, and that rotation in P2 might be the game changer. That's why I'm worried about guys like Kismet. He's always making those big plays where off the break, the battlefield continues. 0-4 has the high ground, but looks like FaZe come out on top. P1, as expected, will be theirs.
That's a fantastic angle to just watch the attack vector that FaZe takes on towards time. Watching all those nades bang off the back wall. And Christopher Lair, he was looking for his third. Whoa! Bulldog. That's a code red. That dog is dangerous.
Get the hill time. Still trying to satellite. Yeah, okay, there you go. Pred gets you too, so eventually it becomes a little bit weird. And more importantly, it's the P2 spawns that Falcons are looking for, and it's the P2 spawns that they will get.
Yeah, they're going to get it. That's going to be low left-hand side of the minimap right now. That lovely white building on the right-hand side. Presumably some sort of drill administration. Some pipes in there, maybe. A boozer says, I'm coming. I'm going to get it. I'm going to take it from you. Kismet there. He'll be the man up close. Lovely work in the wall hop. Oh, no lineup there. FaZe. It's going to be a 1v1 to get in there, and Pred doesn't let it happen. Simp down. Falcons hard point.
At 1v1 for the bread there for that time. Pred gets it, and that is going to deliver them a ton of time. So an interesting attempt on the break, but this is why Falcons are so good on the P2 hill. An opportunity for Pred to be a nuisance. If not for the trade, it would be devastating. And even with the trade, it is still devastating. FaZe unable to touch this new time.
Yeah, P2 is a bastion of defense here on Blackheart. The 1-2 chow over the side. Time absolutely worth fighting for. That's going to be the cleanup. FaZe get in, about 20 to spare.
Do you think that's a good thing? Yeah, you get the final 20s to retake the lead, but now you got to cross an X-Nid roaming towards mid to go to new. FaZe right now, unfortunately for them, they're having to play the break game where Falcons, I mean, hanging out in depths. Kismet, though, gets caught. So FaZe right now working the map super well. Even with the cheeky spots, Pred, well, enough damage was done that he's going to lose it, and no one going to be able to get these back spawns until you get that extra kill there for a Booza. That is a break and spawn secured for FaZe. An important moment, one they needed.
FaZe strong on the front as well. So the backline now sound, safe, secure. Here we go, Draws. Pick your poison. And they're making their way through. Kiz unfortunately takes care of Exit. So the frontline attack now, they're down a man. Reinforcements a little bit thin. Do they still have the manpower and the nades to break on through? The deads now from Simp on the outside. He does eat a significant amount of damage, and his old pal Celium comes on through for dead FaZe.
Yeah, what a lovely look. FaZe had the most calculated teamwork. Everybody trading their kills to break the time. Falcons, it's a selling three-piece and a good name that they just drop it immediately. Maybe good news for FaZe that they've been playing Break Simulator, and this time they actually win the rotation over towards New. Exnid, though, before the hill even pops, he's here prowling. Already has the first kill, and already it's annoying. Exnid, he's soaring.
He is Mr. Hardpoint right now. League change in a good way now for the Falcons. Two hard points up. Oh my good God. He picks up 2 on the flank and he is roaring. I'm scarce to say what he said. An unbelievable moment. Force break, nice corner, makes it a 5. Exnid is taking over.
Yeah, MVP series right now for sure. Lining the kills up and thinking about the Hellstorm. Throws himself in the mix, though. Even when he's getting close, still willing to bait for his teammates. And, well, that's because he's got Fred and Kismet behind them. Always willing to bait for these players. A P4, or they just tore Vegas' heart out. Admittedly, only for a 30-point lead, but with 15 more seconds, this is great scrap time to get.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting work. Sim just tore Celium right in half. Now over to Kiz. Backline versus Draz. Trade's good. What a battle this hardpoint has been. These close corners, it is a nightmarish situation to find yourself in. Exnid still dancing. Guesses wrong. 0-4 wins the fight and still a man towards the backline. Oh my God, Kismet can stop this whole play right now. And he might just do that. On the back though, it's going to be a booster. Uno reverse card played. Phaser in.
Dude, this is the maybe second sequence that we've had where it comes down to 1v1 gunfight for who actually gets those spawns. First time Pred wins it, helps his team out on the P2. This time Abuza wins it, helps his team out on the P5. But either way, Falcons, again, just switch things up. And even for the breaks, they run it down and just dominate you. Miles, they are on point right now on Blackheart.
They're on point in game. Let's see if the comms are on point as well.
I faked the right. Nice. I back to dubs, guys. Take your time, take your time. I'm in dubs, guys. Dubs! Dead, I didn't put it up. No. Oh, that's one shot to this side, baby. Dubs! Do this. Kids get fucking cracked, bro. It's 1v2. Behind me. Okay, listen, one's outside dubs, one's close yellow door. I'm ready. What's that dead? Dubs one shot, this is good. I'm flanking the left. Long. I'm That's this 1v2, maybe. This 1v2. Everyone just hold. Everyone just follow. Listen, I have one Ficus. I hear Kiss. I'm getting info Ficus. You don't have to. I have one. Yeah, 2 yellow. You listen, 1 yellow. Blue, weak, simply. 1 yellow, 2 dubs. Double back, man. Double back. Play new. Guarantee spawn here. We spawn now. Don't kill me. Short. We're good, boys. Where we going? I'm going right. You guys want to go right? Okay. You're gonna be back right. You're gonna be back right. I'm nading. Mine the right. Simple shot dead. Shit. Nice. Time on by nade. Time on shot alone. Oh, dead. I'm short. Yeah, go. It's up for me. No. Playing no back right. 1 shot dead. No 4. Dude, dead! Block from time. I'm back. Yeah, one left. I have your left, kids. Listen, I have left. They're going mid. How many left? He's 1 shot. How many? I'm pushing left. There may be 2. I'm playing safe. Beyond dead. On me left. One shot. Nice. Draws 1 shot, never used. Yeah, 2 more. Behind me. 2 left. Yeah, 1 left. 2 short. Yeah, listen. 1 blood. Out front. Hold on long. Shoot long. Yeah, half shot. Don't play. Half shot. I'm shooting long. Half shot. 1 shot long. 1 shot. Hit the front. Nice, Hoodie. Watch the left. Nice. P1 Abuza. 1 shot. I'm holding this. No shot. Yo, great time. Just get all the time. I'm gonna If you want me, fucking shit. I hit that today. Go. Go front. Let's go front. I'll get your guys dubs. Back left. 0-4. I'm in the corner dubs. I'm sitting in the corner dubs.
Look, Charles, there's no doubt about it. They are turned. It is great. But what do you think of the comms?
Not necessarily my favorite, but if you're the best P2 in the team in the game, you can show off why. Great teaching moment. I don't know if Nameless wants to break that one down on Telestrator, but the setup the Falcons just achieved on the P2 and having Selim on the backside of time, blocking spawns from in time. I mean, that is a textbook performance. And similar to map 1, Falcons, they just have a massive lead in hardpoint. These are difficult to throw away.
Oh, difficult, but not impossible. We'll see if FaZe have got any more magic left in them. Shots were great from Pred. Another 2-piece there on time. 0-4 trying to get this one done alone. The opening damage is okay. Simp has to go huge. Can't get it done off the wall jump. And again, the Falcons hold. No victory will be found at this hard point. We have to go to new.
Yeah, I mean, this is just looking like the sort of phase of old, right? They wanted to square up on these types of maps against the Falcons, and I don't know if they'll be doing the same thing again. Getting beaten down in both the hard points, and Exnid just gets to feast on them. He dropped 40 in map number 1, didn't need that much in map number 4. Falcons dominate FaZe in the hard points.
That is a convincing victory, a very convincing victory for the Falcons. The hard points were strong. I mean, admittedly, they nearly threw away, what, 116-point lead, but really wicked stuff. The bang-out maps go the way of Riyadh. The FaZe Vegas, outside of a very good search and destroy, a little bit of work still to do in the road to Birmingham. Riyadh Falcons, what a victory at 3-1.
And, you know, Miles, I said take it with a grain of salt about Falcons being the best P2 team in the game on Blackheart, but they just threw together the single best P2 on Blackheart we have seen all year long. So, yeah, Riyadh looking on point. Celium, that is probably the least amount of work he's ever had to do in a series of hard points. He just sat in the hill for 2 minutes and 44 seconds. I think that might be a personal best for him and allow his teammates to thrive and fry. And they do exactly that. Pred, Kismet, and Exnid have an absolute ball of a time there in the hard points.
Game flow here, folks, of that last one, and it is going to be a steep climb, no decline whatsoever. Blackheart comes to a swift close, and there we have it, folks. FaZe absolutely suffocated 3 hard points in a row. Really, really tough stuff. Well, congratulations, Falcons. A convincing 3-1. Strong wins. No need for game 5. And outside of Colossus, everything looked pretty good. That Colossus comeback there from FaZe was a terrifying sight to behold. Scary stuff. Speaking of scary, I'm only kidding. It's to the beautiful desk.
Cards. The King Cobra. It was Celium all along. Didn't need a game 5 for the Falcons to get it done. You called this, though, and you were the only one to do so. The fans also expected Vegas. This is Rosalie falling apart.
I'm 0-2.
A lot of games left.
I can't remember the last time I did that.
Back.
All right, talk to me through it, though.
Yeah, I want to address the P2 that Chance and Miles were talking about because I hadn't seen a team play it like that before, and it was genuinely awesome. They had Celium in the hill, and he was blocking by just looking in the back. Kismet is pushed up, like watching the left side turbine, and so you could send both the SMGs all the way out. And as they started to look at Kismet, he just backed up to ensure, like, if somebody died, we retain this spawn, and they could just pinch them, make plays. That is hell to deal with. That's teach tape for the rest of the league. Falcons today, from top to bottom, absolutely incredible. The teamwork was 10 out of 10.
They are now into 4th place officially over Vegas. They're positive at a 3-2 record. How far do they climb, Rosalie? Is top 5 going to be good enough for them going into Major 2?
Well, it just depends what you think good enough is. I mean, good enough, we want to make it to the event in the first place? Yes, that's fantastic. Want to be contending with the top teams? Yes, this is a great place to be. I mean, you threw one, FaZe Vegas. Sure, Search and Destroy kind of gets away from you, but that's one of those things, like me and Ant were watching, it was just mistakes on the side of Riyadh Falcons. Really tiny things, some timings that didn't go your
trophies.
Way. There was some multiple opportunities where I was just like, there's no reason FaZe Vegas should ever get the opening kill here when you guys got bombed down and it's the post plant, right? So really tiny things that they got to clean up there, but the respawns.
Yeah, let's talk about this, though. The slammings. This could have been 200-point clubs nearly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the overload in both hard points, in my mind, were dominated by Riyadh. Like, Exit played out of his mind today. So good. And just very structured. I mean, there was one moment on the P1 where it was a 2v4 Pred and Exit, and they just 2v4'd them back and forth, bait and switching. Like, that's just, like, instinctual chemistry right there. These guys are starting to build, and you can see it's working.
The Falcons have changed that young man's life for the good, and it's great to see. We are our scuffed play of the game. Who was it? A little bit of a montage. Let's take a look at this monster.
SMG duo in Overload.
So something they did really well here, that we were talking about in the green room a bit, is just like manipulating the defense with the ball. You saw at one point they pulled up, it was 75 to 25% possession.
Yeah.
And a lot of that was actually Celium with the ball in hand.
Just chilling.
He's so slippery. Like, these guys were both slamming and going off in their spawn. But in order to do so, you have to have map control, and the ball has to be on, like, your preferred side. And majority of this game, the ball was on their preferred side where they could do that. So shout out to Celium. Well-orchestrated machine today.
Nice movement from Exton as you saw him put in multiple overloads. They are going to take the game 3 and dominate the game 4. We're now joined by Exton in the Monster Winner Circle. And Exton, it is great to have you on the show. How does it feel to get a win over FaZe Vegas?
First thing, like, hello to everyone. I feel like so good now. Like last year, I feel so bad because I didn't win like a lot. Like now I have like good team. Like I have the greatest cell of all time. I have my duo AG. I have the Bulldog man. Like I feel so good now. Like I can feel like I can win the tournament now.
Tell me about kissing that Falcon at the end of the match.
Because like this is my team. Like I love Falcon. Like if Falcon not here, I think I want to be in the league because Falcon I am here in the league and everyone show excellent in the league.
Yeah.
Just like I kiss my Falcon.
Absolutely, dude. Exton, you're balling, man. The Ramadan buff is real. I wanted to ask you, where do you feel like you improved the most from last year to this year? What did you get better at?
Like because last year, like because we also the team, like I didn't watch forward, like only I play, like play also. He tried to help me, like because this I stayed all the year last year and I didn't win anything, but Clay helped me a lot because this I stay in the league. And the next season, Falcon told me like we will bring like good team, and Clay told me this, like, and this year like I try so hard because I have good team, you know. I want to win the major or any tournament I play.
For sure.
Yeah, because like I have the best player of the game, you know.
Well, Exton, first of all, I want to congratulate you because you were unbelievable in the series and you've been incredibly consistent, especially as of late, considering the unique situation of which you joined the league as well. So I kind of just wanted to ask you, mechanically, you are such a good player. You're putting up 40 kills, you're putting up 30 kills in these respawns easily. Is that just talent? Have you been putting in those extra hours? What makes you so mechanically good at this game?
I think because I watched this year like a lot of VOD, like also the good player, how they play in this one, like what they do. Like also my teammate like helped me a lot. Like they said you should watch VOD. Like also I never say like my teammate like hard work like this. Like everyone from my teammate like watch VOD, tell me I think, you know, like because this I should go hard, like because my teammate like if they saw me like be lazy, they will be sad, you know. Like I should go hard because for my teammate, because this day everyone saw my prime excellent now, you know. Like
what a humble king.
Exton, final question, and this is a tough one.
Yeah.
Some teams are out there in the market for an SMG. You came up from the Challengers scene, and I know the Falcons are winning Challengers events recently. So if you could give me one SMG from the Falcons Academy team, who should move up to the CDL?
I think QK, maybe QK.
He's
QK.
nice.
Yeah.
Like that call
QK.
out. We got to let you go because we have one more match. Thank you so much, and congrats on an awesome interview.
Thank you.
That is Exton. That is an awesome day for the Falcons fans as they get a 3-1 over a rival in FaZe Vegas. When we come back, Cloud9 trying to play spoiler. Does Ant go 3 for 3?
I ain't picking him up. Hey, but I wish them the best, though. I hope it's game 5,
Yeah,
seriously.
right.
I ain't picking Cloud9, he says.
Yo, if you guys kill me one time on land, I'll give you guys all 1,000 gifted. Actually, put 7 you guys use on land.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Real's 9 and 21.
Boy, and they
Oh my God. We're getting a top 5 play early today.
Massive moment.
Oh my God.
Close to their own, but
this is over. This is over.
He's destroying them.
Holy, he's still going.
going. He's still going.
Is anyone going to shoot him? This is over.
Oh,
no, he's mid-desk, laying down mid-desk. The long desk, snaking the long desk.
Nice play. Good
Let's go, Clay. Let's go, Clay.
Ran at him, bro.
Yeah, you should have with the Vaz for sure.
All good.
Good job. They get these first 2 kills. Insight gets in the rack corner. Gets turned on badly.
Oh my God. That's that going off on the main stage.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Go, 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 go. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's insanity.
They got the ball though.
Oh my God. It's around the net. We can score for free.
Oh my God. What just happened?
Wait, what? How did BZ just do that?
Dude.
Overload's the greatest mode in Call of Duty history. Overload's the greatest game mode in Call of Duty history.
Good luck, Cloud9. Today you take on the Major 1 champions, a team that is currently 3-0 and challenging LA Thieves and Optic for the #1 seed. Paris Gentlemates back in the building. We've got Nameless and Rosalie here at the desk. And Rosalie?
Yes.
Should be a 3-0, right?
Yeah, it should be. I think Cloud9 should do this really quickly. I should. Did you even hear what I said? I was just making a joke. Yes, statistically speaking, this is David versus Goliath. I mean, you can look at the stats on the wall. Neptune, a 1.63 in Search and Destroy. On the flip side for Cloud9, you're going to be looking at Nedra with a 1.11. I mean, for Cloud9, it's kind of just a situation of getting your bearings in the league, right? And if they are going to find success anywhere, their Search and Destroy hasn't been that bad. They found some close overloads, so maybe looking at those game modes. But Hardpoint versus this team is looking next to impossible.
Can I just apologize for throwing you under the bus? It's like, statistically speaking, making you read off a wall that's behind you. Incredible recovery
right
there.
I don't know why I looked over there. I turned my head all the way over here.
It's bigger and better over there. Everything is in this new studio. We love it. This matchup, though, should be the shortest on the day because Cloud9 went for a Challengers route. On the other side, Paris Gentlemates, after struggling with Challengers players last year, said, we are going all in. Yeah. They bought the best pieces from around the league, and a duo from LA Thieves are already finding success for Paris in Envoy and Ghosty. Sib or Neptune, who is your player to watch today, though?
Ooh, I want to say Sib just to take a different narrative, just because I feel like with Neptune, you always want to watch him. The guy's POV is unbelievable on the map. He changes teams. But for Sib, one of the best snipers in the league, right? So for Search and Destroy, that's going to be where I'm going to be watching some exciting gameplay. And for Gentlemates, they just don't really have a weakness. Me and Ant are going back and forth and right before we get into this. Like, Overload, maybe it's more so that you just don't have a map that you can lock up in a series. So it's a little 50-50 toss-up on whatever is game number 3. But like everywhere else, you have an extremely deep hardpoint map pool. The only thing you really want to do is try to add Blackheart to it, which we will see them play in this series. And your Search and Destroy, well, that's just been unbelievable. One of the best attack teams in the game, and that's one of the most difficult things to do in the league.
9 of your last 10 series, you're walking away with dubs. Not a bad stat to feature here for Paris. What is their biggest strength in your eyes?
Hardpoint for sure if you're Paris. And it's the play style, and we talked a lot about it. Like, the teamwork, everybody has to be together. When there's one guy left in the back, we just fly at him relentlessly. Like, you can change your direction so fast in this game, and they do it better than everybody. You're seeing some teams start to catch up a little bit. And to Ali's point, you know, I think the Overload would be the weakest part of their game at the moment. I would like to see them play more Scar and add that to their map pool. There's a lot of teams really strong at exposure. That's a map they've continuously tried to play, and they've been getting cooked on it. So I want to see them try some maps in the series.
Once the subliners, Cloud9 entered the CDL, and since they've rotated quite a few starting lineups. Let's take a look at the current one and talk to me about last week, because they didn't find any dubs, but they did take a map, right?
They did. You know, they won a Search and Destroy on Scar versus Riyadh. And it was honestly awesome play. Like, they looked good throughout it. Nezra had a 1v3, which is pretty sweet. And then you look at the series versus Optic where, you know, they're getting blitzed. They're getting clutched on left and right. But when we get to that overload, showed some fight. One of the closest overloads Optic have had. So.
Right. Our best overload team in the game.
Exactly. So these guys have some fight in them.
They do.
It's not all like doom and gloom.
I mean, we were talking about it. They just also had a really first couple of matches. I mean, you got to go up against Optic. You have to go up against Gentleman's. Like, things don't really get easier for them as they had these first couple of weeks. So the fact that they're finding any amount of success that we can put in a positive light is good for a team like Cloud9.
Yeah. And some of their concepts, like in the search we watched versus Optic, obviously they got clutched on.
Yeah.
But they were in, like, advantageous situations.
Yeah, ideas were there. The
3v1s.
chemistry just isn't yet.
In 2v1s. I even like the way they tried to deal with the pressure from Optic. Like, we're just going to stack mid and then peel off to try to find shots. So, like, the preparation is on point. You just got to go out there and execute, and they're inexperienced, so it's going to take some time.
If I'm a GM in the league right now, I'm saying, listen, stage 2 is taking the top 10 teams. We need 4 wins.
Yeah.
4 wins will get us to Birmingham. I think that is the number. You're not expecting it today against Paris Gentleman's. If you get it, it's a surprise, awesome W that's going to help propel you forward. Let's get realistic, though, as we take a look at the maps and modes. How quick could this 3-0 go down? Blackheart is in the mix. Is that a boon for Cloud9?
No. I think Paris Gentleman's trying to add this to their map pool, and honestly, there's no reason for them not to be good at it. And then I look at that exposure, search, and destroy. I think maybe some opportunity there for Cloud9. It's going to be a little bit more of a one-dimensional map, maybe a little more opportunities on exposure, but the rest of the series, I mean, come on. It's
I just got to say that, listen, Gentlemen should 3-0, but I will say, like you said, they're testing out Blackheart in the series. And Blackheart is like the ranked map.
Right.
Like, you play that all day, every day. You're like, yeah, just pick Blackheart, ban the other maps. And these guys are flying around. You just saw what Riyadh was able to do. You get a couple rotations on this map, it's so difficult to break. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, for them to even have a chance, they have to win this map, number 1, and steal the overload, as we talked about the weakness of Gentlemates. But it is like, it's a small probability.
Now, it's very rare that we see players go from team to team in transfers, but we know some teams are in the market for some new players. If you're trying to stand out, what do you want to do if you're Hyde, Nezra, and Courage or Ocus today?
You want to kill? I'm not going to say
just
that. You
drop all the bombs?
No, you don't want to do that. I mean, you just want to play to your peak. You know, you want to play to your ceiling. You want to show that you belong in the league and what you can do. And sometimes that can be difficult, especially when it's a team completely made up of new challenger players. You were not teaming before this. We talk about honeymoon phases, but when it comes to such a young roster, it doesn't really apply in this situation. So at this point, you're just trying to make Team Chem work from the bottom up.
I just want to see a nasty sniper rifle. That's all I want.
Okay,
show it every game, too. We got our scuff predictions. You know which way we're going. Go ahead and light it up purple across the board.
Yes, do that. Also, I have a question. Is it a tactical advantage that Encourage has a Shure mic and everybody else using their headset mic?
I sure hope so.
I think it's... Yeah, he
sounds good.
Clear.
No,
hopefully we should get him in a Monster Winter Spotlight one day. In the meantime, I'm told the casters are ready. You guys want to party?
Oh, cool.
Casters, your show.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Desk.
I don't think they're actually
Appreciate
ready.
it.
I just threw it to them anyway.
We are ready, by the way. I don't know if we actually guys can hear us, but thank you, guys. Hey, let's test some maps if you're Paris. That's kind of where we're at right now. I mean, we've done this before, Jay. We watched Optic and this team last week play.
Yeah.
We've watched really this Cloud9 team, try. They're trying. That's the biggest part. I think the biggest question mark, you know, and I mentioned this last week, is like, how much of a leash do these guys have? Like, has the management said, like, look, we're sticking with you throughout the entirety of Major 2 no matter what? Because then that, like, allows you to at least keep trying to build the system. Otherwise, if it starts to be like, we need wins, well, shoot, I'm playing Optic 1 week and Paris the next. Like, good luck.
Yeah, it's been tough for Cloud9. They just basically got thrown to the wolves, playing all these professional players who have had non-stop experience throughout the last couple of years. And you just come in here thrown in with people you weren't even playing with in challengers to try to take down some of the best teams in the game. Yeah, I think the Deaths are just being too nice. Like, Cloud9, they have been getting ran over. And until they show me something otherwise that tells me that they deserve to be in the league, then yeah, you deserve to be right where you are, dead last.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah. I don't know what else to say about this squad. It's just, it's so, I want to say it's unprecedented, but it's also kind of not, because Riyadh did this at the beginning of last year with 4 players that, yes, that Riyadh team did win an EU Challengers event, like a EU Challengers Elite, but on land, they had similar results, like not able to get past top, I think 24, any of those Falcons players. And to be fair, like now we see what X-Men's doing now. So, you know, there is some sort of a proven process around it, but he's also surrounded by world champions. These guys are a little different for sure. So it's just a tall ask, man. And, you know, it's just always really funny looking through the community comments and stuff like that. It's just like everyone just feels bad. Like, it's just a bad situation and you're trying to make the most of it, but you're playing Paris. I mean, like, what do you expect?
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier with the early matchups that they've had. When they go into deeper throughout a Major 2 qualifiers, when they start to play the likes of Vancouver, Carolina, Boston, those teams of that sort, we might be having a different tone. It's just right now, the draw for them, it's just not the best. You're playing top team after top team. You're just getting beat to shreds in every single one of them. The one map that they do have a win on, which is Scars to Destroy, unfortunately isn't in this series. But even that map, I feel like Falcons threw away rather than them winning it. So Cloud9 just, I don't know. It's going to be just a grinding situation, just a thing to do with time to see if they can stand a chance versus some of the best teams in the game. But I don't really think that they are, because they don't have really like the coaching staff that can give them the experience that they want, or to look back at VODs, someone drastically telling them this is the turning point of the game. I don't know. It's just hard right now for Cloud9.
And on the other side, Paris has looked really, really clean. They've only dropped one hard point, one search, one control. I think the argument for any of those individual maps was that any of them were winnable. So you've got a lot of resiliency being built into this Paris team before they hit a more difficult schedule. I mean, they started off with a win versus Riyadh, then they had Miami and Carolina, but you've got a pretty soft schedule right here that Paris, I think, is really going to enjoy the fact that they can build out their map pool. You know, playing a Cloud9, and then they play Toronto before they get G2, and then they play Vancouver before they get Optic. Like, it's a very soft opening schedule for them, so they've got a chance to do more of this, which is test out their map pool and see if they can kind of build it out fully. Things like Blackheart Hardpoint, Dense Search, Scar Overload, like those are things that we just have not seen from them at all. And these matches that we're going to see throughout stage 2 quals, especially with them starting off so solidly, you're going to start to see them testing those and see if they can, you know, build their map pool fully out. But let's jump into the Blackheart. They've only played it once, lost it to Riyadh early in the Major 1 qualifiers, and that's about as perfect as it gets as far as the start is concerned.
But yeah, perfect is exactly what Paris are looking for so far in this Blackheart. And I know the other player who's looking for perfect gameplay is going to be Sid. He had a 0.7 versus Carolina, was outslayed by 40 kills, and he's just not that kind of player when you put those stats next to his name. So I'm expecting a big bounce back here from Sid. But Paris to look even better here at Blackheart. They've only played one time throughout the season, but if you're going to come out swinging like this on P1, yeah, we might as well add it a couple more times.
Yeah, and you got to remember back that Envoy, when we watched him play Riyadh, was trying to run that second SMG that we just did not see much of. There was conversation around for a while. The Razor, he tried to play it on this map, if I remember correctly. That was a long time ago, it feels like. And now on a more traditional SMG, he is frying. 7-0 start. Hellstorm already earned. Cloud9 already spawning all the way across the map.
Hey, they tried to break through the front, but just got cut down. So now, what is your second break opportunity going to look like? No one going to go on long routes. Everyone trying to funnel their way through the front door. And you're just getting cut down from the crossfires on the side of the Gentlemates. So 30 seconds here to fight for if you are C9. You don't want to give this sign to Paris, but that decision might already be made for you because it's still lining up the kill feed.
Yeah, Neptune's now on 5 in a row. Envoy still just blocking the back, and as soon as he reads that this hit is on the way, he very well can either choose to pinch or just play the rotation. No need to pinch. Everyone's already dead, and you win a gunfight through mid. So Cloud9 currently spotting on the new hard point. One player will spawn a little bit further out. Envoy already getting up the staircase. He almost wins the opener, but Neptune's there to follow up. Ghosty to provide support. And Paris, if they win this rotation, very well may DoorDash this map, but the Cloud9 are able to stabilize the spawns for now.
Yeah, stabilize the spawns, but not really in the hill time currently. You have to clear out the Gentlemates from the front side, and it's Nezra and Hyde able to combine for 2, make it 3 in the feed. So finally a moment where C9 can breathe. Spawning all of the Gentlemates across the map. They have yet to invest their Hellstorm, so they're most likely going to save it going forward in the rest of this game. So this is time that you desperately need now.
Well, Nezra can't quite get his Semtex to the staircase. Nope. Couldn't get it all the way to the edge. So that will be a break for Paris. 20 seconds remain on the hard point. Nezra does get an off spawn. That actually allows him to find one player inside the hill, but Sib will deal with it to try to win the rotation to New while his teammates are still winning odd man gunfights over the old time. Oka's able to give you the last couple for the scrap, but Paris will have the numbers set up over to P4. Nice opening there, though, for Nezra to get the rotation going for Cloud9.
Yeah, Neptune's going to spawn all the way across the map now, so you have an opportunity to try to change the ending of that P3 to this P4. Ocus finds a double. Paris trying to hold down the back spawn. It's all long Ghosty. Let's just see how he's going to set this one up with a listening.
Outer one shot. Nezra's one shot. Close right. Short. Weak. Two there. Outer right now. Yeah, hearts on. Let's do it there. Let's get hearts on. Nice shot.
We got it.
I'm pitching with you. They're going to start spawning out.
And
inner hide. P3 spawns.
Spawning close, guys. Spawning close.
Many time.
Front door. Weak. I think they're both front side.
Him on the front door. One shot on the back.
In the back hide. He wants in the back hide. Yeah, we're good, boys. We're good. P3 in the back.
Nice. I'm many time.
Yeah, I'm trying to live. They're spawning on time. Yeah, bomb left.
Yes.
Stunning inner.
Yeah, I'm weak here.
Weak on left. Weak going main. Focus.
Yo, I'm in.
Outer hide. Come on on me.
One more outer roll. Okay, it's one shot. One shot going main. Nothing outer.
I hold, by the way.
He's gonna go close. Or he's gonna lay play front. One at all.
I will kill him.
Yo, pick up caution. I hearts on him. Yeah, you're good. So close caution. Close caution.
Alright, missing encourage.
Yeah,
Spawn in PT.
I'm gonna double pitch with close.
I'm close. Too close. Two more close. High plus one. They're main. Encourage Warren and main.
I'm Warren.
Blocking. I'll pick up right.
I don't see Warren yet.
He's on main. He's off the map.
One fell from map.
Close weak. Okay, close. 2 mid and 1 front.
One long really weak. One long really weak.
Long high. One long. Okay, high pitch B on the bottom. I see encourage. That's it. Nice. Edger than high. I'll pick up right. Someone get time.
I got it.
Open and half out.
He's open going close. It looks like.
Close. Hard.
I'm seeing front.
I'm seeing close. You close focus really weak. Too close. They're gonna eat me.
I dropped in. Watch me war.
They go down.
There's 2 there open.
Yo, one outer boat.
Going maybe dub probably. Probably dub.
Close.
Well, the energy's up there, Jay. I mean, Paris, again, we talk about it, have not played this map all that often, so looking for perfection, and Cloud9 are giving them a fight.
Yeah, no, they definitely are giving them a fight, especially what they were able to do at the P3 to P4 chain. But Paris in control of the P5, still have a comfortable lead to be in the driver's seat here. But just to go back to that listening, we were able to catch the last series that Cloud9 played versus Optic. And Optic's listening looked like they just woke up 5 minutes ago. I respect Paris a lot more because they know that they're going up against C9. They know that they're playing a map they're not familiar with, but energy's at an all-time high. So they are respecting their opponents right now. And Cloud9 are actually showing why they should respect them. Only down by 30 points. Still at the ending of this P1, Paris will try to fight.
Ghosty, nice double here, though, as we continue to just bounce off the walls, and that'll be enough for Paris to win out the scrap time. Looking for rotation to New. Now our Cloud9 spawning out towards the backside of the map. And Envoy is just going to play spoiler on the overextension. And as soon as he gets a hit from the front, he can just jump into windows and try to pinch. But the hit from the front is flawless for Cloud9. So now Envoy has to try to make a mess of the setup at all possible. Catches one, and wow, has a lot of space to work through here until Hyde picks it up. Ghosty backside of the hard point, only able to get one. It's just down to Civ inside the hill being pinched. Not able to get the reload off, so Paris will play for the extended route while Cloud9 just reinforce the hill.
Okay, C9, all right, now we're starting to fire. Everyone is lighting up the kill feed currently. Nezra on 6 in a row. You go right through the front door of P2. You had Envoy playing the super OE on the overextension. And with all of his teammates dying, gives Cloud9 the spawns and eventually leads to a good chunk of time where they're going to have the lead at the ending of this P2. So Paris are thinking this is going to be an easy black card. No, Cloud9 are here fighting.
Well, a little bit of trouble here for Ocus. Last one left, trying to block the spawns before the hard point opens up. Only catches one, so Cloud9 will have to break to New, and we'll take a listen in with the New boys to see how they're coming.
He's right. Yeah.
Back square, I'm absolute.
He's running at you.
Still square, weak.
Nice, good shit.
One comes off time.
Give me the back. Back fork ramp.
Back fork can time. On time.
Nice.
Time.
That's the time. That's the time.
In the back. Ghosty, back time.
Nice. One square, quick.
Ivory up on the left. Square, triangle.
It's gonna be in front, all front.
One shot. Every right.
Negative, bro. Watch my left.
I saw one, stun two. Nice. Getting on mid.
Close front.
One the front.
I only have my right.
Save Neptune.
One shot.
Three. There's four on old. There's one out front and there's three on old.
One's back P2. Go to back P2. One shot, done.
Nice, let's play for this P2 kid.
Playing for the skip P2 with you guys.
He's back P2.
Short.
One shot back left. One shot back P2. He's not in P2. He's back left corner.
Yeah. I needed. I traded.
Weak
One's
tip.
back.
One time.
I'm trying to back.
I'm spawning P2. They're spawning P2.
Okay, one sub.
Hub's weak. Go see we can
Get back in me. Dead. Kill him.
Good shit. Spawning out still.
In the back, envoy.
Go see mid.
Pop ball.
He's back time, envoy.
Go see weak.
Weak in the front.
Yeah.
Weak front. Heard you.
Well, Jay, we've said it once, we've said it twice, so you may as well say it again. Cloud9 shooting, man, and that's never been the issue. They've got the individual skill, just comes down to getting the system built as Okus is flying around the hard point. 15 seconds of scrap time looking good for Cloud9, and Paris will be attempting to rotate over to 5.
Yeah, they have the rotation that they want. This was the money hill that they found themselves soaking up a good chunk of time the first go around. And they're looking to have the same exact response. Great shots there from Envoy to find the opening. Now you can be the aggressors through the front door. Finds kill number 2. Should set your teammates up for the trade, but Nezra playing keep away. Him and Hyde combined for 3. Now it's all on Sip to hold down the spawns.
Yeah, he's in some trouble. Stuns, nades all going his direction. And that is an easy follow-up there for what I believe is Nezra. Envoy behind the play, able to find one. Now trying to block spawns of his own as Neptune finds a couple from the front, but still Cloud9 will spawn close. 34 seconds to fight for here. All 4 members in blue up and ready to go. First blood able to come through square. Nades now trying to make its way over to the hard point as Nezra is able to find one more. Encouraged, last one left for Cloud9. Trying to dance, but it's not going to work out. So scrap time looking good for Paris. Set up on the way though for Cloud9 over the top of P1, and a couple of gunfights lead to an opportunity, but Ghosty's double keeps numbers limited, and now it's just an even battle for New.
Now it's a 1v1 for New, and it's Hyde trying to take care of Sib. He does just that, but Sib stalls out time for Neptune to get into the mix. Now all of the Genomates flooding through the front door. Nezra finessing with his life. Finds a kill onto Ghosty. He's just dancing. He's dancing. He finds another kill. That's all 4 dead. Cloud9 in firm control.
Put him in the spin cycle, up and over. And now an opportunity to get Cloud9 over 200 points. Hellstorm in for Envoy here, of all things. Just trying to hold off and see if they could get maybe a kill inside the hill, but
that's nothing.
It's an even exchange. Cloud9's able to still stay alive and well. And around the hard point, Oak is careful. Just able to bounce back up to keep his life from falling. 20 seconds remaining. Have to play for rotation and the time here if you're Paris. And Cloud9 are locking things down. Paris in trouble.
That's the second lead change of the game, and this one is more crucial than ever because Cloud9 now only need 25 points to take the opening hard point versus the Genomates. You just can't die off the rotation. You're losing your numbers around the front time of the HP, but Encourage finds a big one-on-one on the time. Cloud9 are in.
2:30, 2:15. Envoy around the back being hunted.
Big win.
Falls quickly. Now it's just down to can you receive the hit from the front? Encourage able to get one. Pistol over the top's gonna work. Last 10 seconds and Paris are coming in tatters. It's looking like it's gonna be the first respawn win for Cloud9 pending they can hold off the last couple of members, and there it is. What looked to be a runaway start. Cloud9 never give up, fight their way back in, and take a late lead change to stun the world with the first map.
Wow. Just wow. Everything I said before the series started about Cloud9 just being thrown to the wolves. No, these guys have confidence. When you've been getting beat the way you have been for the last couple of weeks, things will start to turn around sooner rather than later. You find yourself down almost 100. You need to start winning a couple key gunfights off the rotation. You're able to do that on the ending of the first half. But then the guns start getting really hot. SMGs out of Nezra and Hyde started popping doubles all over the map. Okus was dominant with his AR, the guy that we've been waiting to see. with the M15 in hand, playing super consistent with the team. But with Paris, didn't matter what the energy sound like for the listening, didn't matter what the start off was from Envoy and the early hellstorm that he had. Cloud9 shut them completely up and take the opening map. I got to give them a round of applause because I wasn't expecting that. Dude. The world wasn't expecting that. But no. Okay, the young guns came to play.
By the time we went into the Paris listening, it was looking like it was about to be a blowout. I mean, for the first 3 hard points, Paris were winning rotations and absolutely dominating in the gunfights. But the one thing that you and I have said in the we've casted 3 Cloud9 games. We casted everything besides the Riyadh Falcons game, I'm pretty sure. And at every single moment, we're sitting here like, these guys are shooting. It's just they're not in great gunfights because they're late to rotation. The system's not set up yet. They're playing 2v4 on certain break attempts, like not waiting for each other. Like we're hearing in the opening comms versus G2, like, hey, make sure you throw your nades, guys. Like it was so broken down and so bare bones. It just looked like it was going to take a long time. But now all of a sudden you find yourself versus Paris. To be fair, on a map they don't play, and obviously we're seeing a little bit why. But hey, an opportunity is brewed, and you've taken capitalization of it. First hard point win for Cloud9 in the bank now.
We got to instantly take a look at the play of the game, man. It has to be just a finessing play from Nezra. Finds the first blood there onto Ghosty. As Ghosty finds a double, he's single-handedly just finessing this moment for his team to get into the mix. And just dancing every wall bounce he possibly could. Stalls out time for his team to get into the play, and then they never look back. Just so many clutch one-on-one gunfights all throughout the closing moments of this map number 1. And Cloud9 get it done.
Would be a hell of a story. Would be a hell of a story. So map 1 comes through for Cloud9. And again, they've been close in a couple of the hard points to this point. 215 to 250 against G2, 210 to 250 versus Riyadh. But here again, just watching the opening, I mean, we're talking, it was like 80 to 5. And eventually as we get from 3 to 4, that's where things start to step up for Cloud9. The big bounce back though happens, like you mentioned, from 5 all the way back through 2 again on our first set going into our second. That's when we get to that first lead swap. And from there, it's just a back and forth affair of who wins rotation and who can set up a perfect hold.
It's just crazy, man, because you wouldn't expect that kind of icy plays out of such a young team. Backs against the wall. We're playing against the best hardpoint team in the game on a map that they usually don't like to play. But I think the Deaths hit it perfectly. Like, that's the one you always play in rank play. So if these guys are just putting in time there, you know that it's always going to be a mixed fest. And that's probably where you're going to find yourself being the most comfortable. But you get that one done on the grueler if you're C9. Now you're going into a search and destroy and exposure, which technically is the best one for the Gentlemates. They're 8-2 in the last 10 search and destroys, and all of those search and destroys told me one thing: when they win the first blood battle, they're most likely going to win the game. The 2 losses that they have, they lose that. So that tells you the story right there. You just got to not give that early first blood to Paris because they don't throw away numbers likely.
Especially on this map, because there's something that you always see when it comes to exposure, search and destroy for Paris is they get first blood. They almost kind of look like Carolina in a way. I don't want to just say that because obviously they're a little bit 2 different ends of the spectrum, but they get first blood, they're going to run you down. They're going to take away that space. They're going to make sure that you have as little room as possible to work with. And we often see a lot of design plays, especially on the defensive front, that Paris like to get their subs forward through the middle of the map to really make sure that if there is pressure either out towards dirt or back towards the B side of the map by P2 tank, they will find ways to hit you on the pinch. So that's kind of the big element, I would say, for what's led to Paris largely finding a ton of success on this map. Only a couple of losses, 1 to Toronto, 1 to Miami. Everything else has been 6-2s or better, essentially, against the rest of the league. So it's been a comfortable map for the Gentlemates, and they will start things off on the attack.
Yeah, hopefully for Cloud9, they've been putting in work on the back end, because the last time I watched them play this map, they had the same strategy 3 different times on their defense. And that's just 4 stacking over towards B and trying to be the aggressors. But this time around, you're making some adjustments. You pull out the boomstick if you're Ocus, and you get the better of Sib for the first blood.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Sib realized that Ocus actually had this scope initially. He saw him top panels, but there was no glint in response. So maybe a little bit of overconfidence, thinking Ocus had maybe just an AR, and Ocus is going to connect not once but twice. So here we go. Here comes the full flood back as Cloud9 have read the play. Neptune, good damage in. Envoy up close and personal, able to find one, but nothing more. And Ocus's first 2 snipes pay out for an opening win.
Yeah, that's all it is. Ocus finds the first flood, but the second one even more important. Hopefully we have a replay in those, because those angles are very tight. Finds the opening first double. Then you have the early numbers advantage. You just don't allow them to even think about making a play. She gets better timing there on the Sib. And in the second shot, not able to see it, but it was even better. Ocus gets that round done for C9 to get the first one on the board.
Clean. Everything works as designed. And now it's the opening attack round for Cloud9. Ocus not quite able to get on the mantle, and nades will tag him. You get a little bit of aggression on the Neptune on the front side of panels at B. Sib supporting. And everything else is just play contact here if you're Paris around the A site. Really nothing coming through with any of this right now, so we'll stay 4v4 until Neptune does push up the P2 tank and finds Hyde for first blood.
Yeah, just Neptune being the aggressor on the round. His teammates got him to that position and then back out to stack over towards A. Find the first blood onto the island player and Hyde. So now C9 in the man disadvantage, looking to make up for it, and Ocus did not give up on the angle top window. It wasn't Sib on that side, it was Ghosty, but now it's a 3v3.
Yeah, Sib is still playing bottom window. He does have a scope in response. Decision time for Cloud9, under 30 seconds to play. Looks like they're going to commit to B. Ocus is only here to help with a pistol at the moment. Encourage making noise over towards A, but he's found out quickly, and that's enough for Paris to realize, well, no one else is there, so have to be over towards B. Sib will play off the pitch, but Ocus hits another scope. Envoy with the pistol responds for one. Now just down to the 1v1, and Sib comes right from behind. Nedra doesn't expect it, and Paris will tie us up at 1.
And that's just one of those rounds right there where Encourage just gets a little antsy in his position, because he single-handedly could have won him the round there. Teammates are wrapping that bomb back over towards B site uncontested. They're willing to get the bomb down, knowing that there's no one in the vicinity, but just decides to work the late flank a little too quickly. And when he peeks up, he spots 2 players from the Gentlemates over towards Dirt and is not able to get out with his life. So you give them the numbers advantage. You find the trades on the backside of site, and then Nezra just unaware of the positioning there out of Sib. Paris tie the game.
Clean. A little mixy, but largely still clean. Ocus has made his presence known, though. 4-1 with the scope already. Sib, no lack of confidence on this POV. We'll watch that inner angle, and we've seen moments before where if you can catch any info, Neptune's not, I would say, scared to hit a route through steps to try to challenge that bottom window position, but instead it's nades towards window. Stun lands, nade doesn't, and we're back to, here we go, playing on this inner angle.
Yeah, it basically tells you right now, if you're the Gentlemates, that they're stacking over towards their window side. So you're going to be the aggressor on that angle. Find the first blood, but Hyde in a position to play the trade. 3v3, Sib misses the shots and commits on the second one. Hyde is able to find his second and third kill of the round. Cloud9 just prepared for the push at A, all on the back of where Hyde was playing. So C9 have been putting in work on practice. They've been working on their setups. That was a freshly new setup on the defense, and it works out to perfection with Hyde securing 3 on the round.
Yeah, I really love the fact that there's, again, just that constant awareness that it's never over through that inner lane playing through mid. We've seen it so often with Paris, double hitting behind the scope of Sib into bottom window like that. So you've got someone just working zig, another that could just hit that bottom window position, and you just don't expect 2 players to be there if you're Paris. Opening trophy works out for Cloud9, doesn't for Neptune. First blood good over towards B. And Cloud9 will pause, assess the ground in front of them, and play out the 4v3.
Yep, just gain some information before you decide to make your play. And unfortunately, Nezra turns his head at the wrong time. Could have found that 1v1 gunfight versus Envoy. But now Envoy catches him with his pants down, still a 3v3. And now you have all the info. They're already on the backside of their spawn.
Yeah, Paris have to deal with this, but it's a tough battle to take. Good route from Envoy. comes back up through dirt, pinches the setup, not once but twice. One more player to grab it, and Courage will fall quickly. So yeah, really good read there from Paris, not only to know that they're taking our window room, but more importantly that Envoy can hit that route through dirt for free.
Yeah, once Envoy gets the timing onto Nezra, makes it more manageable, but then, like you said, the second kill through dirt, even bigger, because then he closes out the round by finding his third kill. So even in the man disadvantage, Paris is still able to clutch on up on the defensive side. Tie the game up. But now back to the offense they go, where these slow and steady rounds hasn't really worked for them because Cloud9 have picked them apart.
Yeah, they really have. Different look here for Cloud9 setup-wise. 2 players through dirt, but Sib is watching it this round and will have the better of Okus finally. Jump up from Hyde still works out, though, even though it should have been relatively known. Pair's going to realize that they have an opportunity to play through Zig. Knife out for Sib's going to work out for the trade, and the round is over before you can blink.
That was a very quick round, my friend. Paris just get the first blood, and then once Hyde finds a trade through the right side, they completely disregard him in that position, knowing that the rest of C9 love to stack over towards the window, so they were just prepared for those fights on that end. And then Sib with the knife to clean up Hyde to close out the round. Just an easy one there for Paris. And this is one thing that Okus is going to have to learn. If you spot out somebody, you see that glare, you're playing against pros now. They're most likely not going to miss that shot if you come back, so got to choose your challenges wisely.
Yeah, I'll say. Hyde quickly through mid, finds Ghosty. This is just a scrappy battle once again. Nice shots from Hyde. And does he know Neptune's laying on the corner? It's a lot of debris down there at P1. Doesn't fully see him. So Neptune, yeah, he'll use that position nicely for at least one trade, but this is one of those rundowns. Nice shot from Sim. Doesn't quite get the jump. Has damage in with the pistol, but can't beat the slide. And another round that goes by faster than you can really say the word supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Oh, yeah. Faster than that, Al. That's all off the back of what Hyde just got done. This is the guy who comes from the S&D scene. I watch him play so many S&D childs late at night. He is very comfortable in this mode, and he's already found himself in that flow state. Multi-kill after multi-kill in so many different rounds. Single-handedly bailing out Cloud9. And all of these mixy mid-map gunfights at 8-4 double positive, secured 3 in the previous. Now we're all tied up at 3 in this game.
Do we get a chance to breathe? Maybe not. Cloud9 pushing forward. Neptune does not expect that whatsoever. Sib in trouble. Nade not going to work out. Ghosty next line of defense, if you can even call it that. And Cloud9 will draw the line of the stand back up and find Envoy instead. Yo, this has been breakneck speed, and Cloud9 are handling it perfectly.
Yeah, it's just the catching them off guard method. Is not allowing Paris to fully settle in on their best search and destroy map. They love these rounds to play themselves out, not be basically done in the first 10 seconds. But a 1v4 still for Ghosty. Desperately looking for a kill so he can avoid being Agent Ghosty at the end of this round. 30 seconds to go.
Time becoming an issue. Hyde chasing his shadow, and at least Ghosty will catch one to stay away from the agency, but Cloud9 New York is going to have the edge in the search and destroy. And I'm not just talking on the scoreboard. I would say by playbook and mental edge, there are more adjustments that Paris have to make than Cloud9 do.
Yeah, they're just catching them off guard, man. Cloud9 are just playing with a tempo and a play style that is unfamiliar right now to Paris. They went back to that strategy that they did 3 times versus G2, and this time it works out to perfection, just being the aggressors over through Solar side. You gain info, Sib has a sniper. So you're able to isolate on both of those fights on that end, but Cloud9 up by 1 and Hyde on 5 in a row.
How about this? Nezra. Oh my, damage in. That's your bomb carrier finding first blood through the defensive window, and Sib's been seen. Shots from Hyde, I think we're going his direction.
These guys are turned,
Can't quite lock. I'm telling you, dude, they are moving. So now it's over to B. And Sib will be isolated. Oh my gosh.
4v2. Get the bomb down at bleed. Just play your numbers advantage. Do not throw this situation away. Zomboy's gonna work his way through Gens. Neptune alongside him at top plat. They're trying to two-man push this to retake it.
Not gonna work out there. The slide out is decent. Neptune getting one, slips away. But again, the clock, the biggest ally right now for Cloud9, especially the numbers that they've got. They can just keep dancing with this. Wow, dude. It's 5-3 New York, with a chance to go up 2-0 in the series against Paris. Who would have thought?
I'm telling you, man, they're just catching them off guard right now. Paris are banking on a slow round right there when you get to the 4-3. But Cloud9 and the aggression have been the key to success so far, so there's no need to slow down now. You find the first blood top window, no one traded. You find the second kill instantly as well. And Cloud9 currently can do no wrong, and Hyde has a Hellstone to work with, so no one just die. Yep. No one get picked off early on.
Yep. Well, Hyde's going to stay bottom window. He's got help around him. Okus is on an island by B. And I think he may have seen a couple of members. Yeah, Hyde does a little check over towards the side. Able to lock down the shots for one. No trade immediately there. Good help from Nedra as Neptune was cutting through mid. Now off the regen. Sib on the corner. A couple of shots are there, but Ghosty's got his back. So just down to Okus. 1v2 for the map. And he knows both Paris players are dangerously close. But the more time that passes, the more doubt that gets created.
Now he's just going to disengage. Allowing the time to play its part. But Paris have rotated their way over towards the B site. Oak is going to be unaware. But no info at A. Yeah, they definitely got to be at B.
Here we go. Post plant set up towards panels. Okus looking to pop up and find something. Only gets one tag into Ghosty. Nade cooked. On the corner. Tags behind that. I think he knows both players are here. Here's the first. Oh, just not quite able to find the shots on the Ghosty, but a huge transfer to Sib. 18 seconds. Ghosty gonna go high. Okus meets him. Oh my goodness. A 1v2 for the win. And Cloud9 are 2-0 up on Paris.
Lost for words, Al. That's all I am right now. Let's just take a look at the replay again. 1v2 versus our most recent champions. On their best search and destroy map, and you break them down like that. Sib is a guy that doesn't miss shots. But I guess neither is Okus. He has been on point in this one. Gun Sib to shreds. Gets the better timing there on Ghosty because he had time on his side. And Cloud9 were able to chain 4 rounds in a row to close out that search and destroy on exposure. And are now up 2-0 in the series versus our Major 1 champs. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Okus is having a series right now. I mean, they all are having a series right now, let's be honest, but oh my goodness. 6-3 the count, like you said, 4 rounds in a row, with the cherry on top being a 1v2 from Okus. We don't write narratives deep enough to tell this story right now, and I know it's just qualifiers and whatever. For Cloud9, this is going to feel like everything. Den Overload is where we have map number 3. Does it happen? Does it happen there?
I don't know.
Feel like maybe. I'm scared, Jay. Hold me. Let's go to break so we can figure out what the hell is happening. Oh my gosh. It's real. Nedra is putting him in the spin cycle. Okus is shooting straighter than ever. And Cloud9 is clicking. Den Overload when we come back.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Let's find out who's built for the big save.
Heretics ready to dive in.
Thanks, Tim.
Forward Snoopy. Come on, what's the ball? But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. It's Sykes. Down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
One tractor for sure, okay?
Above, one shot.
Heard you.
Above dead.
Nice, good job.
Above dead.
Bomb, one shot. Do you want bang? Nice.
One square. Drop on bomb. Give me a sec. One shot dead.
Nice.
Last guy broken.
Brandon, I'm gonna hop.
He's still broken.
Broken weak on you guys.
Nice.
Is everyone
They're mindful. Go A. Yo, next time go A, guys. Yeah, they're gonna get whopping A. Yeah, nah, this is insane.
Go one by one.
You gotta change that. AG hit front by himself.
That's the How many times did we praise Optic for their ability early on in this game to understand how
Challenge the
good help from inside on the cross as well. Keeps him alive now. The regen. Look at the battle for
Map number 1, I'm leaning towards Toronto. Oh, Joe, I think we have a gift for you. Oh, it's early Christmas.
I missed out on the whole Christmas memo. Do you guys send that one back?
Do you need a receipt? I got the receipt over here.
Yeah, receipt. What's the return policy on this thing?
I think 24 hours.
Do I have to open this?
Yeah, you have to open it
I
first.
do? Okay. Hello. This is weird. You look great. It's a brand new Maven. Yeah. They really got that on tight, huh?
Oh, baby! Here, man.
Let's go, baby!
Yo, that's sick.
Unreal scenes. If you're catching the buzz on Twitter or Reddit and you're just tuning in, no, it's not a lie. No, it's not April 1st. Cloud9 is up 2-0 on the Paris Gentlemaites after a thrilling Blackheart hardpoint, taking care of business on exposure, search and destroy with that 1v2 from Ocus has Cloud9 threatening their potential first series win. Den Overload stands in their way between a 3-0 of Paris, which would be yeah. That would be yeah.
Yeah, it'd be tough, man. But I'm not gonna lie, Paris are definitely feeling it now. Because you heard the Death's touch on it. Unbelievable and hard point. They figured out their search and destroy recently. Overload is their only Achilles heel. And this is a map that they are familiar with. They just lose it a bunch of times. And the last time that they played it was versus Carolina. They got outslayed to bits. And for Cloud9 so far in this series, they are winning gunfights that they are not supposed to. So C9 are playing with the utmost confidence. And now Paris truly need to lock in.
Yeah, true that. But Cloud9 have not tested this map out yet with this roster. First look for them. See what we get. Zib will kick us off with an opening nade. Nezra caught on the cross in the break off for Paris. Pretty clean. as they will at least have Sib existing through the B side of the map with reinforcements now on the way, but Hyde picks it up perfectly and will reset and try again.
And now Encourage job is to just keep them away from the EMP as long as he can. You already cleared out the guy you're spawn. You already found a kill initially for this mid-map control. So now you can send your SMGs to take a little bit more space away. EMP in control of Cloud9. They're lighting up their kill feed, and Okus is about to put the first one on the board.
Ghosty in position, but can't quite stop the score. Trade kills, good enough though, at least for Paris to get back across the map, but Encourage is in the proper position to stop the rotation. He's on 5 in a row now. Opportunity for possibly an early Hellstorm, depending on how things unfold, as Paris are off spawn, trying to work back through mid to surround this point, and so far so good. Encourage trying for the hot swap. Doesn't finish the first, but Okus is right there and nearly takes down 3. Not quite enough though, and Envoy has a free path to get onto the scorer, or does he? Stops in his tracks, and that's a defense for C9.
Yeah, and that's Okus all off of him finding that double. Because even though one player from Paris was still in your spawn causing mayhem, there were 2 guys from C9 off the respawn watching the cross, so you couldn't cross for free, and Genomates unfortunately could not tie the game. And now Cloud9 in the driver's seat over towards rooftops. Again, you're on the back foot of your Genomates.
Ghosty able to find 1, catches a second though on top of that, and all 4 members for Paris will have an opportunity to start making their way forward, and quickly at that. Neptune, nice shots, but can't quite finish. Encourage in the backside of the hard point. Ghosty thought about it, but thought better of it very quickly. Will reflip the EMP back.
Oh yeah, they're gonna go all the way back over towards the B side. Now you're just hoping that you can locate where Sib is and not allow him to break you down, and thankfully you do it quickly. So now you know where the play is coming in. Your ARs are set up in the power positions, holding down the cross, but Genomates are here knocking at the door.
Nade stun starting to land. Pistol out for Ghosty. Just can't fall here, but does. Envoy has the last elimination, but the reinforcements for Paris through mid will keep the spawns far enough away to pick it up and score, tie the game. Now on the transition over to roofs. Sib, SMG in hand, catches 1, but nothing more. You've got Nezra through past the EMP, and Encourage is still hanging over towards P2, so that'll work out. Here's the route from Nezra, and this could lead to a quick grab and go.
Yeah, it's all cleared out towards his B point. Nezra also finds another kill with the cherry on top. You find the trade onto Envoy, so Cloud9 should be able to get this second one in, but it's a goal line stop, but not for long. Too much pressure over towards rooftops. It's been the Okus and Hyde show. Encourage said, I want to be involved in the party. 11 and 5, Hellstorm in the back pocket. Cloud9 just got to keep on holding.
Minute 45 in this half. Sib, quick win, quick pickup. You have to get rid of Envoy in this position. He does get traded quickly. Can you get the timing on a Neptune on the cross? Some tags are in, but Neptune wins his first. Nezra is low, has to value his life. A couple of tags over to the EMP carrier, but Neptune is able to find 3 high. Can't quite lock down the shots to stop Sib, and we're tied at 2.
Oh, Neptune just breaks him down. Like, you know he's working the pinch route, and now it's Envoy's turn to do the same thing. You already have your lead blocker in Ghosty clearing out the lane. Envoy making it difficult for them to cross over towards the Seb side. So they're lighting up the kill feed now. Paris have the 1-point lead as that score comes in.
Yeah, and we're back over to rooftops, and look at the setup for Paris. Ghosty, no, not quite able to win the battle in front of him at P2 through Couch. So now it's just Envoy, last one left. Bold engagement to take. Actually gets a lot of what I believe was Okus on that angle. Yeah, Neptune will finish it off. So now the SMGs for Paris trying to get forward, but Cloud9 have gotten control of this broken building, and that's going to be enough for Envoy to say, not interested, we'll just grab it and pull it back.
Yeah, Paris not going to waste any time fighting all these gunfights that go down over towards rooftops on this side of the map. Gonna wrap it back to their preferred side over towards B. And Cloud9 right now, not fully set up the way that they want to be. You got the cross being watched from Okus. You're gonna force the Hellstorm to be called in. And this is sort of like a panic play. It wasn't necessary, but now you don't have this going forward in the rest of the game.
Yeah, you really don't. I mean, I don't know if it was fully necessary, but like you said, a little bit of panic. You just don't want this momentum to get out of hand. You shut down the pitch. And Paris will attempt to hold this for overtime. Envoy in some trouble, will back up to get the extra 30 seconds, but there's 0 map control right now for Paris.
Yeah. So you're just gonna keep on playing keep away right now if you are the Genomates. Try to catch them on the back foot on their setup. And they're finding kills that they want. It's just Neptune on one side of the map, your lead blocker on the opposite. You only have 10 seconds. You have to instantly just go right for this objective.
And nades over the top, stopped by a trophy system. Neptune gets you the opener, but there is no immediate follow-up. Like you said, time, the biggest issue. So a bold call to pull the Hellstorm, but you limit the damage just being down 1. And based on how Cloud9 are shooting, maybe conversations to run to that Hellstorm will be had at the end of this map, depending on the outcome.
Yeah, they just definitely, like you said, they didn't want to go down 2-4. Wanted to minimize the damage in the opening half. Only ending it down by 1. Just in the first set, Cloud9 were finding all the clutch gunfights to open up their lanes. Once Paris started to settle in, that's when their ARs and even their SMGs were creating the openings. Neptune pops 3 over here in one play for them to get their second score. Ghosty lead blocker in this position. It's just easy when that OE is uncontested, so Cloud9 going forward need to start picking up the angles that are not being watched.
Little 2-2 split setup here for Cloud9 on the breakoff. Lots of focus over towards the mid cut. That'll work out as they do win the battles there. On board able to find 1 through pillars before dropping, and that's going to be a clean kill feed now for Cloud9 to set up.
And you can see the time of possession has been dominated so far from the Genomates. Asterisk. They've been playing the keep away game for basically all of the first half. And now when you're in the driver's seat, you get shut down by Neptune. He finds the opening double. You have all of Dojo control. You clear out your spawn as well. You can potentially add another one if you can find the opening kill. If you're Neptune, but he loses it, now you're just going to play keep away.
Yeah, but 2 players through mid. Could create a pivot point here for Paris. Nice movement from Nezra, but can't make much of it. Ghosty's able to get you 2. Then nice. Through the middle, then red room, Envoy just looking for 1 pistol out. Neptune will have the final word, and Paris will now be up 4-2 with, wow, clean kills behind this. Neptune is fried, 20 and 16. He is all over the map.
Yeah, it's a misplay there from Cloud9. Someone has to get over towards that B point instead of everyone contesting on the bottom side of comms. Because you knew where the EMP was going, just no one in a position to stop it because everyone's committed on those gunfights, and then you're losing all of them. So that's an easy score there for the Genomates. And now they can slow the game down drastically, up by 2. Just need to keep on clutching up in your fights. Unfortunately, Envoy loses his, but he gains a lot of info at that.
Gotta win the middle of the map back if you're Cloud9. Nezra working on it. Hyde able to find 1 with a pistol. Ghosty in some trouble here off the reload. Has Envoy eagerly playing the corner, and now it's just down to, can you get the trade on to Ghosty? No, not there, not now. Pistol out, Okas for 1, but Neptune's there to fill the gap, and Paris hold.
It's just right there. Cloud9 go 1 by 1. You get free gunfight after free gunfight to Ghosty. Just not being patient doesn't allow you to use your numbers to your full advantage. So you're still going to be down by 2, and now a counter cap on the horizon here for the Genomates does get shut down. So all that space that Envoy takes is for absolutely no reason, and now Cloud9 in the driver's seat.
For a moment, though, they need to hold on to some position at couches if they want to keep moving the spawns and possibly pivot this. Encourage, knife out. Envoy will drop a Sim. Enough damage tallied to make that trade a little bit easier. Okas showing force on the other side. Sees the shadow, shots out to Ghosty. Can't win it initially, but Nezra able to find the final punch needed, but Hyde just cannot create space enough to actually get this execute onto either of the 2 zones.
Yeah, now Hyde has to force himself to commit to a gunfight with a pistol in hand. Neptune's able to clean him up. And Courage trying to make up for the difference throughout the middle of the map, is only able to find 1, so that's the Genomates having another great stop on their side of the spawn. And now the kill feed is lit up white, EMP in their control, and Paris still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Cloud9 needs something, and they need it quickly. Hyde gives you the opener in this battle over the front side of Dojo. Ghosty can't quite finish off the kill cleanly enough to give him a chance at 2. Neptune, no antics this time. EMP grabbed and immediately wrapped over to the middle of the map. There is nobody at this A site right now. So if you can get one from Hyde, maybe, but no. Shots from Ghosty, just a little bit too clean. Sib follows behind that, and Ghosty makes sure there is no pinch. That'll be enough for Paris to likely run out the clock from here out.
Yeah, now they're wrapping it back over towards rooftop side. You know that 1 player in Sib was working the OE, so you put a lot of focus on that side of the map, and that clears up all of B. For Paris to basically call a game, because they are now up by 3, reset over towards rooftops, and they're still on that side of the map. Yeah, Cloud9, it's a GG. We're going to map 4.
Yes, we are. And that map 4 is Colossus, a map that if you're a Paris fan, you're starting to smile cheek to cheek. we're not done here. The guns continue to stay hot for the SMGs for Paris. Ghosty up and over, takes it to a 6-2 count. And I will say this map rather, I should say, is going to feel a little bit closer than the score at the end indicates. I mean, at one point we were at a 2-1 count in favor of Cloud9. There's the call about that Hellstorm that felt a little panicky, but you're right. It does feel like we're close on these offensive plays, these attacking plays. But one more breath, one more beat that you could wait for a little bit of extra help. Maybe those scores come through, but a lot of looks for Cloud9 just can't quite get over the finish line.
Yeah, I feel like the first 2 minutes of this game, Cloud9 were playing it to perfection. AR's holding down the EMP, SMG's opening lanes, winning their one-on-ones. But then once Paris started to settle into the game, and Neptune truly started to get activated, because he's just one of those players in this game mode specifically, like Simp, like Shotzi, like Hydra, that if he gets lost, he's very hard to track, but then he's also very hard to kill. So he just continuously is getting behind enemy lines, popping a double, finding a big opening one-on-one gunfight, which is truly the turning point of this game, the difference maker in this game. That Hyde and Nez were able to find that on the opening HP. Just couldn't do it here versus Envoy and Neptune on the overload. So Paris extend the series and force game 4.
Yeah. And it's one of those things, I think we've all felt it, at least the majority of us, I'm sure, have felt it like in ranked play. It's just like you get a good wave of kills, you're right there, just like a couple more meters you have to run to get through, and you're just like, go, just do it, you can win the last gunfight. Not so fast. Not against the likes of Neptune and this Paris Shuttlemates team. So big bounce back there for Paris in a lot of meaningful ways, especially considering where the rest of this series goes. In particular, like you say, map number 4, we're going to keep it frantic, keep it frenetic, keep the pace up. And for Cloud9, that means that we got to just keep staying cracked, because there were a lot of moments in this one where maybe we got a little bit over-eager, a little bit over-ambitious. You can't afford to make mistakes like that versus Paris team if you want to beat them.
Yeah, especially in overload, man, because if you make mistakes in this mode, that's when the tally on the opposite team's scoreboard continues to go up. And the more that it goes up, the more difficult it is for you to fight back, because the pacing just changes for the team with the lead. So Paris, take care of business here on the Den overload. Force the game number 4, which is going to be Colossus. And even though Paris are 6-1 on this map, we've seen them dominate teams, we've seen them get dominated and still pull out W's. So I think if you're Cloud9, you give it your best shot here. But we got Scar Search and Destroy, where we already have a win underneath our belt on that map. That's probably what we're focused on, because this is the best hardpoint team for a reason, you know?
Yeah, the best team on this map in particular. I mean, really, you just name a map that's not Blackheart, they're pretty much the best team in the game at it. So, tall ask to jump into the mix and take down Paris, but hey, you did it on Blackheart. You did it on the map 2 search with conviction. And a couple of good looks there in map number 3 should have you feeling like, hey, this is still a winnable series for us without question. Not just because Colossus, who knows what can happen sometimes. If you just get ahead early, you can start to run away with the game. But in particular, that Scar Search and Destroy is a map that, as you mentioned at the top of our matchup here, this Cloud9 team has won. They looked just a touch better than Riyadh, who were making a lot of mistakes, so, which is a point that you had made, and it was the right call. But hey, a win's a win regardless. So you're still feeling like you've got an opportunity for Cloud9, even if you do drop this map 4.
Oh yeah, without question, man. Especially with the way that some of these guys are shooting in that map number 1. Nezra was on point, Hyde was on point, but Okis finally shows why he deserves to be in the league. The guy's got a beamer. I've seen it in Stud Fam tournaments. He was the guy who won our very first Stud Fam tournament of the season. So I know the guy can shoot. But we saw it on map number 1. When he is firing, when he figures out what M15 class he wants to run, yeah, he's able to pull out numbers like this. A 1.23 on the opening map versus Ghosty on the opposite side of 1.10. Says, Okis, this is the impact your young guns need you to have. Like, you are the player with the most experience, not in Call of Duty, but on LAN in general. So you have to make sure you're leading the pack the right way. And with map number 1 numbers like that, if he can mimic it on Colossus, oh man, I don't even want to say it, but Cloud9 might be able to walk away with this series.
It'd be insane, dude. It would be insane. Regardless of what happens, though, to come out and take 2 maps and be 2-0 up versus Paris is a lifeline that this Cloud9 team will use as a spark to, again, dig through what has been a very tough opening draw. G2 followed by Riyadh, followed by Optic, now against Paris, with a chance to open up the floodgates maybe a little bit with Miami next, Vancouver after that, Boston, then Toronto. If you get a win here and steal one away, who knows what could potentially happen? Let's find out. First nade lands, follow from Nedra, good. Perfect start here from Cloud9.
Okay. Best start possibly for Cloud9. All 4 up, all 4 down on the side of Paris, and you have satchel control early on. So it's in the lead to a good chunk of time, but Paris off of their first break attempt dominates satchel control, win the one-on-one gunfight toward the time, and now they're instantly back in towards V1.
And you're putting a little bit of pressure on Nedra, who's trying to hang on to the right side of the map. He's just gonna watch the rest of his teammates get shredded off spawn. That's the problem, dude. It's just like you're finessing. It's like, can someone please help me? Oh, awkward moment right there. Neptune just breaks the camera a touch, and now Hyde will pick up the baton and say, now it's my turn. Try to finesse around the back. Spawn still not fully in for either team, but a big gunfight win comes through for Hyde. Envoy turns the tides just as soon as P2 opens, and Paris will have the advantage.
Yeah, now Cloud9 are forced to try to find a break. Last time they played Colossus, it went all the way down to the wire, but they still were 0% chance at finding breaks, and already it's not leading to one here as they're finding no opening kills. They're consistently trying to funnel their way through the front door, and that's not leading to success. It's been 20 seconds uncontested so far.
Yeah, Ghosty able to hold off the play up top at mid. Here's the hit from the front. Envoy in the corner, really good as he forces a team kill out. And that'll be enough for Paris to clear the floor, reset up, and go again. 23 seconds remaining. Last attempt here for Cloud9 to try to break any time in.
Yeah, they find the opening through top P1, so you have the numbers. Just got to fly your way on in and play your trades out. But Sib reflanks P1, is able to find a double. And the rest of his teammates clean up house at P2. So a 60-point lead as we head over towards P3. And Dante is on one. 7-4 star, 3 in a row. He's not missing with the AR.
Nah, don't miss, don't lose. Sib, another set of shots to land. Numbers advantage for Paris, technically speaking, but working for map control, and that's going to allow Cloud9 to get and stay inside the hard point. Trade's going to go their way as well. Last one to fight is Ghosty, and okay. Nice moment here for New York. They're able to stabilize where everyone is spawning and get set up again for the next attempt.
Yeah, they're ready for the push. They know that all of the gentlemen are coming from yellow side, and you have players in Hyde watching the OE. P1 is covered, no one flanking through your tunnel, so all of your focus is on the front side of Godheady. But gentlemen, even though they're not on the reverse side that they want to be fighting this from, they're still holding it down for as long as they can. But now Cloud9, the aggressors, kills going their way, trying to flip these spawns, and it comes down to a one-on-one, and Courage is able to win it. Cloud9 in the driver's seat now for P4.
Yeah, now off the regen. The problem is they've lost Envoy, I believe, who's playing through the new time. Yeah, and don't just ignore the kill feed. We got 2 1s and 2 5s, but that was Envoy on the route. Nedra able to at least win one back.
Hello.
Here we go. That's Nedra. Goodness. Okay, we're just going to call them by where we think they are. Cloud9 able to get the kills they need, and now they're set up for new. Need to just win this wave and get themselves really bumped out of the hill.
Hey, they clear on top P1, so now all their focus should be on the front side of this HP. You keep on finding trades. You're forcing Paris to continuously be uncomfortable. You're going one by one, getting cut down, but Okus peeks a little bit too much. Ghosty gets the better of him, and it's still Okus on my screen because I can't read the kill feed. Another 4 dead. Cloud9 lock down the map and now have the lead.
Hyde on 4 in a row, almost able to get 5, but that's Sib up top for the win. Paris, with nades to support this last second hit, are going to get a little bit of extra contest time, but the lead will, for the moment, stay with Cloud9. Scrap time battle will determine who actually wins this first rotation, and Courage will give the last couple of seconds to give it just the smallest of edges to Cloud9 through our first set. Hyde, nice route here around the back, able to find damage onto one, kill onto another. Envoy in some trouble, but able to win Apex's gunfight. Nedra and the rest of Cloud9 reflanking the backside, trying to move the map around.
Yeah, there's just a lot of pressure right now for C9. Like, these are such great plays. Even though Hyde was only able to get 1 before falling, just the route out of him to set up this pinch over towards P1 is still keeping this one very scrappy. Trades are going back and forth, and finally Cloud9 are going to come out on top, and Courage streaking a little bit on 3 in a row, and now they're in control of the time, up by 20.
Next set of gunfights, though, an important one with 17 seconds on the time before we go over to P2. Cloud9 will get 3 members to still spawn on the right side of the map. Do they get the 4th as well? Yes, they do, but the gunfights are starting to turn in favor of Paris. Hyde watching for the cross.
Oh, big win.
Not able to get the better of one. That's Neptune who bounces across for the kill. Now the spawn's blocked, trying to move, but P2 wasn't open yet. Now it finally is. Cloud9 have numbers. They know Neptune is through. Just comes down to, can you deal with McLeod? And yes, you can. Ghosty on the cross, able to give you 1. The battle for spawn still raging on, and Paris will wipe Cloud9 and set themselves up.
And it's Ghosty and Envoy just clearing out the house towards the backside, and now you're forcing Cloud9 to find a break on a P2, which they weren't able to do the first go around. So your first attempt is to do the funny play. Let's work the long route. But that's exactly what Paris are ready and waiting for. Another clean 4 dead. 30 seconds remaining at the P2, and Cloud9 are just now forced to break through front if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, this position from Neptune is so dirty. He just keeps moving the spawns for Cloud9 into the furthest possible position to where you feel like you have to hit the OE or hit through mid. Sib, 1v1. Oh, man. Big win there. Plus the read that the spawns have moved. 24 and 14 for Sib. Possibly not done on this hill yet, and no, not quite. 25 and 14 with a massive lead starting to build, especially if Paris can win rotation to new, but Ocus will get you 1, give him 2, and Cloud9 have a chance to battle against the P3 setup.
Yeah, Sib's just been waiting for Colossus to enter into the map set for one of his next matches, because the last time he was like 20 and 48, and now he's almost double positive on 5 in a row. You get the early break here at P3, and now there's a good chunk of time for still to play with. 30 seconds and counting. Cloud9 trying to break from every single angle, have somewhat control of bottom tunnel, but Paris is still not making it a clean break.
Yeah, this next push out needs to be clean, but as Ocus gives it a go, it's Paris who respond. Battle back from Cloud9 is good, keeps him in the hard point, brings the deficit down to within 30 points. Neptune in some trouble, or is he? Oh my goodness. Just the unkillable man at times. But still, throughout all of that action, Cloud9 are able to soak up almost every single second of scrap. The problem is, now they are in the worst position possible trying to get over to P4.
Yeah, you couldn't find a break at P2 on the first go around at P4. You were the team to win the rotation. So now you're forced to do the difficult part. And that's try to break down the setup of the Gentlemates. Thankfully, Ocus is able to find a double through the front to alleviate some of that pressure. But we still don't have players in the position that we want to be. We're just forced to funnel.
Yeah, this is really, really nasty. Neptune will drop, trying to hit the flank. Long route developing for Encourage behind the Paris setup. But you got to get some wins through mid, or especially from the front, for this to really pay out at all. It's so late into the hill to be doing this. But the flip of the spawns are there. Ghosty by himself. Pistol works out. He's got a little bit of help from Envoy from the front. Turns this into a 1v1 for the scrap time. Cloud able to get a little bit of seconds, but Neptune quick, just right back in, trying to finesse the exit. Could be a little bit deadly here for Paris, but still committing largely through this. Cloud9 get the scrap, and they keep it now down within about 40 points as we rotate back to P1 in a good.
Take care of Sid. And now all of this, just holding down this position and jumping up in towards the time. You are lighting up the kill feed if you are Encourage. I know it says that one person is getting all the damn kills, but everyone is slaying. Encourage on 6 in a row. Cloud9 in control of the spawns that they want. So 35 seconds to play with here at P1, but they are keeping it scrappy, keeping themselves in the mix.
Paris able to find 3, though. They neutralize the time. Have a chance to try to battle back. Ghosty now in the hill. Here comes the double hit, perfectly timed from C9. And Encourage on 8 in a row. So he was finding all those kills listed for Ocus. He's got a Hellstorm to play with now, and a lot of space to work with. So now you're trying to just make the spawns as terrible as possible for Paris as you rotate the new, but you can't drop here. And Encourage has no ideas of doing that. 10 in a row for Encourage. Spawns stable for Cloud9, and here we go to P2.
First time Cloud9 win the rotation over towards P2, and Encourage is not missing shots on 11 in a row. 34 and 19, still got the Hellstorm in the back pocket, but Cloud9 watching the Yo-Wee clear out that side of the map have taken the lead here versus the best hardpoint team in the game on their best hardpoint. Since at this moment, they go 4 dead. They still have the spawns though to make it mixy.
You have to have some composure here if you're Cloud9. We saw it in Blackheart. Can you pull it off on Colossus? Here comes a little mini pinch on the way. That's Ocus behind Ghosty. Ghosty still down low, takes care of his teammate on accident, but scrap time is good for Paris. Now the rotation to New. Only player who was here was only Ocus, and as he drops, now it's Paris. Game in front of them, just have to respond to the Hellstorm, and here it comes.
Now you have to use it. You gotta hope your teammates are in a position to at least force them indoors and prepare for those gunfights. You find one opening, everybody else wins their fights through mid-tunnel. So that's 3 dead off the rotation. The break is in for Cloud9. You just don't have the spawns that you want. But here comes Encourage on a pinch.
Oh, man. Yeah, off the tablet, Encourage finds himself in a perfect spot to stagger Paris even further. Nedra establishes the Cloud9 side of the map over towards P4. Paris, what do? You've got Neptune on a route for free through mid. Picked up by, looks like, Ocus. Hard to say if it's him or Encourage behind it. Do they get the read? Not quite. Paris win the gunfights. Now we're scrambling with just Nezra left alive, trying to win back spawns for New.
And he knows that he's going to be overwhelmed out. He knows that all of his teammates just drop like flies at that P3, so his hands are going to be full. He's only able to take down one, but just stall time for your teammates to now sort of be in the mix. The spawns are getting mixy. Cloud9 had 2 plays in the vicinity to try to block it, but Envoy and Sib keep on lighting up the kill feed.
Sib on 50 bomb watch. Off the reload. His teammates beat him to the punch. Last couple of seconds. Paris able to get it through the finish line and get to map number 5. Like you called, Sib was desperate to see this map come back into play. And that DMDL tag comes through big. Don't miss, don't lose. Sib goes gigantic to stave off a Cloud9 surge.
Almost a complete opposite of the last time that he played Colossus. He was 23 and 44. But this time, those numbers completely switch. And it's a big shout out to Sid, because if he doesn't do that, Cloud9 are most likely walking away with this series. He was single-handedly bailing them out of situations, especially at that P2. AR was untouchable, and Courage tried to match that energy. It was just a little bit too late. Dante calls game. Almost 6K damage, 32 non-traded kills, positive 21. Yeah, that's the guy we wanted on Colossus. But Paris have fought back-to-back respawns and now forced the game 5.
Oh, man. What an absolute treat this series has been to this point. No one would have expected it, especially knowing that Cloud9 are where they are, going up against Paris where we know where they are. But again, the game flow chart tells you the story. Back and forth affair, just a little bit too much gap given, I think, in that second rotation for Cloud9, especially as we got to P4. That's where it really got a little bit out of hand. But hey, you kept it tight pretty much throughout, and now a chance to still upset Paris by stopping the reverse sweep on Scar. They've won this map already. They played Riyadh here. On the other side for Paris, the search and destroy has been good, but as we talked about, kind of moving in towards where their problem spots are, this has not been a map that has been necessarily all that kind to them outside of the grand finals at Major 1, where of course this was game number 7. We're gonna go to break. When we come back, the final map of the night, the unthinkable, potentially still to come. Otherwise, we all may just go home, and unless you're in Kataga's stream, you're probably thinking, oh man, that could have been a really fun way to end our Friday. We'll see what happens. We'll come back after this.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
With another nice shots from Dashy, though. Some bad timing. He is going to find him. It's just Kleenex scrambling, trying to get around, drops in between. Dashy with all 4 and the defuse.
lose. Talk about the ice. Did he get it? It was very close. I don't. Oh, he doesn't get it. I thought he had it. I think there's a miscomm there. There's a miscomm.
Oh my God. GG. Nah, this is GG, bro. GG's over with.
It's not GG Coach GG. It's not GG Coach GG.
GG's over with.
Not GG Coach GG, Tom.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Holy Caesar! Holy Caesar! Holy let's go. Holy sh**.
I just jinxed the Falcons.
You jinxed it, Tom.
The Falcons, I just jinxed them.
Did you feel bad about eliminating Vegas Legion from Champs?
Yes and no, but yes. They're seeing them like, ugh.
I don't know, actually. You are lying.
I'm lying? Them guys.
Yeah.
My bad, Clay.
Keep that shit together.
Just grab him.
Please, like, you're gonna check it, right? You're gonna check it. Oh, it looks one way. Envoy's on the other. The magic bench continues. Envoy gets two. Scrap gets another. It's all on Nasty 1v3. I promise you, he's in that corner. It's in the 10's corner. It's Envoy's corner. Oh my God! The pleasantries exchanged between squads.
You think our production team knows what they're doing? How about a couple of map 5 highlights before we jump into ours? But the teams, who would have guessed? It was a full 3-0 guessing board for our desk. And why would you not? Cloud9 has won a single map all year long. Now they find themselves trying to stave off reverse sweep after being 2-0 up versus Paris. And wouldn't you know it, Jay? We go to the first map that these boys won. Scar, Search, and Destroy. Give me the juice.
Yeah, they just had a really good feeling of what they wanted to do on their attacking side, even in rounds that they found themselves in a man disadvantage. I know that I talked about Falcons losing that map to them. A lot of situations where I felt like they threw it away, but it's just like these Cloud9 kids aren't afraid to make plays even in man down situations. So you get to a game 5, you're probably not familiar with this kind of pressure in this moment. So as an organization, Cloud9 so far in the season have been fantastic at game 2s and horrible end game number 5s, but a completely different roster. A roster that has found their first map win as a team in this map and mode combination specifically. Can they take down the powerhouse in Paris on a search and destroy that they are not very comfortable on? We're just gonna have to wait and see, man. What we saw in map number 2 out was the First Bloods being heavily won by Cloud9 and just them dictating the map. Paris are not gonna allow them to do that here.
Yeah, this guy, Okus, with the scope was a problem as well, and Sib says not so fast. First Blood goes to Paris. Early 3v4 situation. And, well, everything's come down to a crawl. Okus sees Sib, and Sib says, let me find that one time. Woo! Keeping the hot hand from map 4. Sib's got you the opening too.
I promise you, he saw that glare, and Sib roaring with confidence just slides back, has the camera angle, and lines up the quick scope cross map. So in the 2v4, you get information onto Envoy, but you're thinking he's already left the vicinity, but he's still here trying to contest it as time is still ticking, still a 4v2.
Yeah, and Sib, he wants more. I mean, no lack of confidence. Taking away the angles quickly through mid, 27 seconds on the clock. Time to go if you're Cloud9. And the only option is A. And Paris know that. So you're going to have to win a 2v4 with Sib in your back line. Oof. First shots do land, though, for Hyde. Nedra connects with the fallen scope, but the pistol's out, and Sib will find 3 in the round.
Yeah, it's just Paris setting the tone this time around on Scar. Usually the only play you're going to have on the attack is trying to get this bomb down over towards A. So you send 3 players to the Mortel. Sib watching over. He's able to line up the first shot with a great angle onto Encourage. But then just the Ego, Chow, and the quick scope across the map out of one of the straightest shooters that we have in the CDL. Finds kill number 2, closes it out with kill number 3 out of the pistol. Sib continuing off the hot hand off that map 4.
Quick look here for Paris through mid. Sib scoping it. Neptune right on his left hip. Ghosty trying to watch over through field side. And Sib just barely able to get out of dodge and reset the 4v4.
Cloud9 find the first blood off of Hyde, and Encourage is getting aggressive up through Motel, so now Neptune and Ghosty trapped in towards Ellie. Not a single player from C9 to try to force a one-on-one gunfight. We're playing Scar, guys. Force them to beat us by planning.
Absolutely. So you've got a full setup over through buses. Okus is throwing shoulders at B. And Ghosty will collect the bomb. And he may actually have a chance to plant this for free and get out. That's the big key. Can he get away with his life and really give this post-plant a chance? And there you go. Here we are.
All right, so he's able to get out. But Cloud9 have the numbers, so no one should waste time looking for both players. Someone should instantly hop the defuse.
That's exactly the case. Nezra just kind of bumping out the setup. Already halfway defused. Neptune trying to rewrap. No way, no sir. Cloud9 take advantage off of their first bloods. We tied at 1.
And it wasn't as fast as what Paris just did, but it's the same exact play. 3 stacking over towards Motel. You find the first blood, got a player in the vicinity instantly for the second. Then 4v2, who cares? You can get the bomb planted. We have the numbers to watch every single angle on our retakes. And successfully secure the defensive round, all tied up at 1.
Clean stuff. Interesting setup, though, for Paris to see that Sib Neptune through mid shops like that.
Nah, Sib's delusional right now, bro. He went for quick scopes and towards Delhi. Like.
That was what I was trying to say, but doing it politely.
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry. Former pro player, yeah, I can say that.
Angle for Nezra, just making sure there's no flank. He does see Neptune for a moment.
Oh!
Neptune says, I've seen that story before. Gets the better of him on the angle, but Encourage finds a deep elimination onto Sib from top Motel. Stun lands behind this, so Hyde can get one trade. They know Envoy's there as well, I believe. So you should just take your guns flat out to A, but I think they've lost where Ghosty is. Those tags will help, and now we should just be committing, but maybe they don't know that Envoy's here. Yeah, maybe they didn't, but the trade's still up regardless, 2v1.
Yeah, they were still head on a swivel, playing side by side next to each other, just in case the playmaker and Envoy was close. Able to execute him and still keep the numbers on your side. So now Ghosty working the complete opposite side of the map, enjoying a little bit of the scenery of Scar, but the bomb's going down to that.
Not impossible, especially with the space that he's manifested here. But he would need to get some indication of where these two are, and he gets the indication by way of Hyde checking through SAT. So good stuff there from Cloud9. I mean, initially, it kind of feels like the whole setup for Nezra gets completely foiled because Neptune just beats him on the angle, but on the opposite side, Encourage's kill into Sib was critical towards allowing Cloud9 to still play through the red side of the map, and that was a problem for Paris.
And you could just tell, like, the way that Sib was playing in the last couple of rounds, that he probably ego child something he didn't need to. Because when you get that first blood working the EOE, you know Cloud9 are on the back foot, but when you gift them a free kill in return, because Encourage, there's no way he should be able to beam you out of top green unless you're fully committed on the gunfight. Finds that kill, and then all of Paris' hard work in the first 10 seconds just get thrown out the window. So Sib, even though he's not missing shots, you got to choose your shots wisely.
Yeah. Passive setup here for Paris compared to the previous offenses. Sib will take away top green from Cloud9, at least that's the attempt. Bomb is up by the site, but Envoy may need a little bit more help before he plants this. That was a bold attempt. Timing doesn't work out. Hyde gets first blood for Cloud9.
Yeah, he just wanted to plant that bomb at an angle so you could see it from so many different spots. But Hyde peeks it at the right time, finds his second kill so far on the round, on 6 in a row. And now Neptune, trying to keep his team alive, is able to do just that, but still man advantage for C9.
And they've got awareness on both players. I like this step up from Okus onto the playing heady over towards B field.
You know bomb down here.
Yeah. But just make sure no one wraps you. Oh, and this little slippery slither from Nezra's going to work out. Catches Neptune returning back over to the site. Now all the focus should purely be on where that bomb goes to. Ghosty trying to rewrap, but caught. Brilliant from Cloud9 again. But a lot of it, again, just kind of gifted to them with the timing where Envoy tries to plant, just thinking that Cloud9 won't check it.
Yeah, but that's also due to the setup that they had, Al. Because they're not giving anything for Sib to work with. No ounce of information gained. You're thinking, all right, A-bomb is clear. No one top motel. No one watching over top green. The only place they can contest this from is going to be Delhi. But Envoy just goes for the high-risk, high-reward play. Tries to get the bomb down on an angle that you can keep it safe from the middle of the map and also motel. But then you gift up the first blood. Hyde stays active to find kill number 2. And Cloud9 now, 3 rounds in a row, pulling away here in the game 5.
And looking to see if they can catch someone slipping into general store at mid. And they do. They catch Neptune. Plus they catch Sim just sprinting around through mid.
Oh, nah.
Oh, because
that's
the
why.
Hellstorm's being called in. Okay, I was going to say, wait, where are we going? I didn't hear the sound cue for it. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Cloud9 dropping the score streak, and now they're in a 4v2 post plant.
Yeah, there's just no way they throw away this situation. They have all the information gained. All you need to do is consistently throw your shoulders. And even if you let one person fall, you still have the numbers advantage for a reason. The wall bang's good enough to close out the round. And Cloud9, again, just like in the map number 2, are just chaining round after round after round after round. With 4 in a row now, up 4-1.
I mean, I know we were a little bit caught off because we didn't hear the sound cue come
that's
through.
all it was. That's all it was. I didn't hear the Hellstorm.
Do you think Paris knew they had a Hellstorm? Because you wouldn't expect Sim to be in a spot where he has to sprint around through mid to get to cover. And Ghosty, I don't know what that shelving unit is made out of, but he just watched World War III happen in front of his eyes. But still the round goes to Cloud9.
That's the best flak jacket I've ever seen.
Facts.
He was able to stand strong from a missile flying through the window. Still didn't lead to a round win, though. And now Sib, unfortunately for him, can't turn it around. He gets a bad hit marker. So 30 seconds wipe off the game clock and all the information get on the side of Cloud9 that they're just working slow.
Dude, I could already give you the call out from Sib right there. Man. One shot. Oh, and now he gets pushed off the angle, touched by Encourage, but Envoy has an aggressive angle through red stabs, doesn't expect Hyde to be there, but an exchange still comes through, keeps his 3v3, 35 on the clock, bomb wrapping, as it looks like Paris are trying to re-hit this through mid to see if they can overwhelm, and Sib, he's going to continue to keep the hot hand with the scope, trade through mid is good, and it's just on to Hyde. Pistol for Sib trying to help Ghosty out. And Hyde's going to get some separation here. Hold on a second. But caught trying just to re-wrap.
Oh, my.
Knife out. No, not going to be able to connect.
Gets real scary there. But still, Paris able to clutch on up. You gave Sib a lot of angles with the sniper, and he's able to locate 3 on this round. Final touches with the M15. So even though for Cloud9 you gain all the information that they were taking a slow and steady approach, you also found the first blood when they try to get aggressive up through motel. Just the shots there out of Sib, bringing them back and eventually close out the round for Paris to stop the bleeding.
Yeah. Oh, different look once again, this time for Cloud9. Nezra just throwing a couple of nades over towards B. Has Ghosty re-wrapping to top green with Envoy holding on the heady, and Hyde nearly opens the door, but that is next level, just omni movement, wall bouncing, and Neptune gets first blood.
Yeah, when you think you have Mr. McLeod trapped in the corner, yeah, that's why he was the MVP of Major 1. But somehow, some way, Sib is just caught on an angle for free. Like, I don't know what kind of spot that was, and if he had a sniper in his hand, I want to blow my brains out, but Cloud9 are getting a bomb down today.
Aggressive, but understandable. Neptune not able to do much off the exit from the plant. Cloud9 setting up their post plant deep. Right now, it's just Encourage, who's trying to watch from the top while they're waiting for this pitch to happen through mid. Encourage gets peeled off of his angle. Neptune now gets the read that they're not playing this from step side, so he can hop this with the help of Ghosty. You got to get through here. You got to try to find a way to get an angle at it. Nezra, where are you? He can't quite get there in time. Takes just a fraction of a second too long, and Paris now down just one.
Yeah, it's just like Paris knew. Once that bomb was planted, everyone backs out from the site if you are C9. So once you get that trade onto Encourage, Envoy knows no one towards Motel, no one on the bottom side of Gens. They have to be trying to set up a pinch play through the middle of the map. So you just stick the defuse and have your teammate watching over you, and it works out for Paris to get their third round on the board.
Whoa, Sib again over the top. Oh! And he almost gets a second opportunity top window. Just dancing off that corner. But still, Neptune was caught, and we're in a 3v3 with all that said and done.
Yeah, still no need to do anything else to stop giving this guy angles. Because Sib is not missing. Finds his second kill with the boomstick on the round, and now look what it does to Cloud9. They're trying to isolate him on one side of the map, and it might work out.
Hyde has got the perfect timing. Just not the trigger discipline. The hunt is still on, though. Nezra will capitalize. And actually, Paris are going to try to elect to take this fight. Nezra fighting back in some trouble, but still alive.
He saw him.
Oh my gosh. And if they check the bomb, Envoy, he will fall, and Ghosty's been seen. Cloud9's going to get to match point.
Yeah, I just don't understand what Paris are doing there. Like, you had the numbers advantage. Sib hits the second shot, and he's able to get info on both players working the pinch. You should be instantly trying to work that bomb plant down. But teamwork was completely out the window. Both players just get caught isolated in one-on-one fights. And Ghosty off the exit just gets caught. Now Cloud9, believe it or not, ally game point.
Unbelievable. Oh, man. So what are we going to get here in round number 9? Oak is trying to snipe. Sib playing over the round A, scope in hand. Envoy caught for first blood with this aggressive setup for Cloud9 at mid. And now you're just going to take your numbers, and just play it out at A. Use your utility, clear out top red, try to get this bomb planted, and take a post plant home to a win.
Yeah, you know, most likely Sib still has that sniper in hand, so.
He does, yeah.
Let's just try to spot for Glare. Just not even waste time locating him. Let's just get the bomb down. Don't give him an angle before V3 post plant.
Ghosty just tries to get a slide out, not gonna work. Sib comes up empty once again. Neptune, he's able to find 2. It would have to be a technical 1v4. Just down to 2 now, 30 seconds. Has Sib's scope and, of course, the Dravik. What can he find? Nezra is slinking his way over, and Nezra finishes off the most unthinkable series in the Major 2 qualifiers. Cloud9 go up 2-0 early. They fight for a moment in the overload. They bounce back and nearly take down this Paris team on Colossus, but the first map win they ever were able to find was on a Scar search versus Riyadh, and that's the muse for them finding their first series win against your Major 1 champs.
Lost for words, Al. We saw that we had this matchup going into Friday, and I was just thinking, just like the rest of the world was thinking, Paris should be able to walk away with this in 25 minutes. Should be a clean 3-0. But when you get your ass whooped, as bad as you've been getting whooped for the last couple of weeks for Cloud9, eventually you gotta stand on your own 2 feet. You come out, you take the map number 1, you dominate on the exposure, search and destroy, completely outclass Gentlemates on their best map. gets lackluster. Keep in mind, Paris is still the best hardpoint team in the game, but you make it gritty in the map number 4, and then you get to the game 5, where as an organization, Cloud9 were 0-5, but you bring in a bunch of young guns. You ice up in the moments, and you finally get a game 5 win. You finally get 10 extra points added, and for the young guns, you get your first W in the CDL. Very, very typical performance. Just an outstanding performance from Cloud9 from start to finish. And now I just don't know how we think about this team going forward, because they just took down the best hardpoint team in the game in the best of 5 series. Chef's kiss for C9.
Brother, I want to watch some Cloud9 scrims tomorrow because they are going to be energetic. They've got Miami on Sunday. We're out of words. We're out of reactions to the
Can't wait to see y'all
say.
out of words now.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the interview.
Paris, I'm not hearing it.
Yeah, but y'all real negative.
Put some ice on that thing. You see them a little excited. Let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed here, because this was the coming out party. We said you are not expected to get a dub as the worst team in the league against the best team in the league. This would be icing on the cake. I feel like it's more than that. This is a massive victory.
It is literally everything. I mean, you talk about momentum, you talk about confidence, you talk about saying, hey, like, we know that we were put in a tough situation on Cloud9 and coming to team together, but we can play with the big dogs, that we can hang in the league. This is insane.
And what I found most impressive about this win was the fact that you had Okus with the sniper popping off in game 2. The whole team contributed to game 1. Game 4 was Encourage's takeover and his near comeback. And then game 5, you get high dropping ridiculous numbers there with Nezra. They combined for 20 and 9. That's more kills than the entire opposing team.
Yeah, I think they leaned into the play style that works best for them. Found their identity a little bit, and that's aggression, right? And you look at the Search and Destroy and Exposure, where, they're just taking their timings early round, getting pushed up. That's going to lead to a player like Sib being uncomfortable. We saw that. Even though he's finding success early round, they're on his ass.
That pinch in the second last round, incredible.
He gets some kills, but they're still able to find them later.
And when we were talking about the map set, it was an opportunity with that Exposure. When I talk about the Search and Destroy, it's just so one-dimensional. And Cloud9, all they did is just kept taking mid away from them, forced the 4-fight mid, and then they would win the trade battle. And after that, it's just playing around with the information you gained in the first place. But also, in the map 5, I mean, there were so many times where Gentlemates were just getting over antsy. We were watching, they were on defense. Why are 2 guys pushing up blue on defense? Why are we even past the 50-yard line when they have to plant? It just feels like we were selling in some situations where we never should.
I gotta say one thing, all the haters out there about the C9 roster moves they made, that last roster was not beating Gentlemates. It was not beating the Gentlemates, so kudos to these young guns, and I'm excited for the future.
They rolled the dice. Vegas is celebrating. I'm not talking FaZe, as you are going to see Paris fall. A huge upset here. Allie, we're going to be talking with a winner of this squad in just a moment. Who do you want to chat with today?
Looking at
I want to talk with Okus.
I know you guys want to talk with Okus so bad, but low-key, I want to talk with either Hyde or Encourage. Maybe Encourage, just because the numbers he started putting up in the respawns were unbelievable. He started putting up 40s. He's putting up 1.4s. Again, Challengers players going up against the best team that we have, one of the best teams we have in the league. I got to pick his brain about what that was like.
And Nameless, of course, we got to talk about what this means for Cloud9. Not only do you pick up 10 points, but you have many more matches before that stage 2 at Birmingham. After you see them beating Paris, who else could they take down if they get another Blackheart in the next match?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just continuously focus on improvement. There were some rumors in the community last week of teams not scrimming C9, which could have been problematic, but I think that was the best thing that could have happened to them, even those rumors, because it lit a fire under them. They came to play today. Preparation was on point in the Search and Destroys. This is your Major 1 champions, the pinnacle of Call of Duty right now. You come in, beat them in 2 searches, competitive in both the hard points.
And beat a hard,
Go take a look at the hard point and how good in the praises that we've sung of this Gentlemates team. They're so difficult to go toe-to-toe with, and they brought the same amount of firepower today.
Encourage walking away with a W and a black T-shirt. You love to see it. Doesn't even need his jersey yet. We take a look at the standings as Cloud9 looks to head to Major 2. They're currently in 11th, jumping over Boston Breach, but they're tied right there with Koi. And after today's showing against the Gentlemates, you have to think they have much easier opponents in their future, Allie.
I love that take, because it's kind of like, okay, Cloud9, you can beat Paris Gentlemates. There's no reason you can't beat everybody between the 2 of you now. But obviously, that's in the grand scheme of things and big picture. My biggest thing now is Paris Gentlemates, with this loss, they still haven't even played some of the other top dogs yet. So now already being at 3-1 when your competition's looking at undefeated, it's like, okay, guys, what's going on?
Do you think Cloud9 knows
the 1 seed, but they're all right.
Do you think Cloud9 knows they're supposed to do an interview after they win?
It might not. They're probably
Right?
They have no idea.
They're jumping up and down.
It's just unplugged right now.
Tweeting already.
As they should be.
As they should be. We have lots more matches to come tomorrow and Sunday. Here's a look, though, at what went down at the start of today. It is week 3 of stage 2, and we started with an 0-3 performance from Rosalie. That was the Boston prediction. We thought Spark coming in was going to bring in some new life. 1-9 were the Ravens in recent map count. We went with Boston. That was a bad idea.
It was a bad idea for predictions-wise. I will say, though, as Ant already echoed in the post of this game, Spark played well.
He's the guy.
And I think that's the biggest thing you wanted to take away from this is, all right, Boston, was this swap necessary? Of course, now we kind of have to get nitpicky and be like, okay, do you need another one? Because it didn't immediately fix all your problems going up against a team like Carolina Royal Ravens that should have been your equal, and because you were in honeymoon phase, you should have edged them out. So maybe some more movement to happen there. On the flip side for Carolina, you're taking this win. You really needed it, especially with the way last week went and with the way his standings and the teams you still have to face. They did good considering.
Snoopy and Purge need a bounce-back match. I will say that just to get the fans off their ass. In the meantime, Riyadh Falcons have the fans behind them after a big win over FaZe Vegas. This was near blowouts in the hard points. Could have been 250 to 100 point clubs.
Absolutely, Chris. I mean, they played flawless COD today. Teach tape. For the rest of the league, go watch that exposure. It was just beautiful from top to bottom. Showing us some new stuff on Blackheart. The P2 holds, they were already the best, that as Chance alluded to. And then they evolved, and it was the greatest P2 we've seen all year long. And yeah, for this Riyadh team, I think just like a lot of measurables you can look at where there's been huge improvement. Like they played this FaZe team on land, lost, beat them down here.
Can I ask you about that man on your screen? We look at the numbers from XNIT. After their 0-2 start to stage 2, there were rumors that a change is needed in the Falcons camp. And all eyes were on XNIT as he's the only one without a ring. Has he silenced those haters? How many more of these performances do you need before you shut everybody up?
1,000,000%. And I don't think he needs any more of these performances. I think the fact that he was the scapegoat is even funny because he's been consistently putting up numbers and Respawn. It was just some of the decision making that was raising question marks, right? But at the end of the day, he's got 3 world champions alongside him. They've got to figure it out too. But at the end of the day, it's Spark that's going to be leading the lot.
They've been hard on XNIT in that camp
really
too.
hard.
He's been improving fast, bro. Who knows how good he can be?
Clay said that he was investing in him, surrounded him with some great guys. Nexton said he is a sponge just soaking everything up. As we take a look at the big picture here, I see a 4-0 LA Thieves. I see Optic sitting at 4-0. Gentlemate's now 3-1, and you have 3-2 Falcons as your top 4 squads.
Yeah.
Do we continue to see the top start to separate from the rest of the pack?
I think a little bit. I think it will still stay close. I think we're still going to get game 4s and 5s on LAN. I think online, for some reason, we've just been having these quick matches with the momentum. But me and Ann were talking about it. There's like 8 teams that could win a major tomorrow, which is fantastic for the sake of the league.
Production contenders.
Go ahead.
I was going to say there's legit 8 contenders. And you look at C9 just beating Gentlemates, and then Carolina and the threat that they pose, at least online. It's like the league and the parity that we have this year is special. Like,
everybody's threats.
Vancouver got a dub. Gwyn got an MVP
and
last
they're looking
week.
better.
Let's take a look at your standings one more time. And if we can, production, let's bring up the schedule for the entire weekend as we try and get Okus on the line, I'm told. You look at your top 10. That is who will be moving on to Birmingham. Right now, Koi would have a slight advantage over Cloud9. That is going to come to the map count. That, of course, will change knowing every team plays every team here in stage 2.
Yeah, so it's the visual. So basically 1 through 6, like all of them could win a major tomorrow. And then you have the Miami Heretics and Toronto Koi who are upward surging. So they are also in the conversation. And then everybody else have become gatekeep teams now. Like Vancouver Surge are taking maps off people. Cloud9's taking Gentlemates. So there's really so much parity that can happen.
Yeah, real quick. I mean, can we just talk about how awesome this format is? One, the stakes are so high because 2 teams won't be in Birmingham. And also at this point, you look at a team like C9, you're like, there's still a chance for them to get a top 8 seed, right?
They could still go.
That's what I'm saying. Like, these teams that would be out of it at 1 and 3 still have opportunity. I love this format. I think it's much better.
I love that we are comboing with a DreamHack. If you guys haven't been to a DreamHack, make sure you get your tickets to Major 2. And reminder, we are going to a second DreamHack at Atlanta to close out the year. So it'll be a fantastic year. We've got a lot. If you can say it one more time in my ear, we've got Nezra joining the show. He's not here yet. Guys, I know you're excited to wrap there on the watch parties, but you got to wait for this Nezra interview. He is going to nail the 5 questions we're going to hit him with.
Yes.
Allie, what do you want to know about Cloud9?
I just want to know, like, their approach to becoming a team together. You know, like throwing a couple guys together and not really being on the same team in Challengers and just telling them, hey, go play the big dogs and figure it out. You know, I just want to know what that process was like for them and also where they found themselves fitting in the team, if anybody's a leader. I think there's so much that we could ask Cloud9.
You know, I played Nezra in ranked on Blackheart.
Yeah.
And I said it after, this is the greatest Blackheart player I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
And that was my reasoning when we were in the green room. I said, they might win this Blackheart because Nezra's the god of that map. But yeah, I'd like to talk to him and figure a little bit more about him.
Let's
Like,
look
came out of
at
nowhere.
the major road here for Cloud9. 4 matches in, Nameless. What have you seen so far? What have we learned today? Here is the graphic coming in just a moment.
Yeah.
The road to Major 2. They've got 3 more teams to play, at least on this graphic.
Yeah, I think we've seen, them grow over every series. Coming out of the Falcons one, we talked a bit about the Search and Destroy and like individual moments, which Nezra had. And then in the Optic match, I like the preparation and how they approached the S&D, trying to deal with shots. They got clutched up by Merc, unlucky, but the overload showed me like they have the firepower to be able to win a respawn against a top team. So I think all of those things kind of culminated into today's performance, along with the motivation that they may have gotten from some of the other pro players who said they wouldn't scrim them.
I also think these next 3 matches are the most important for them. Clayster with the big tweet. COD is insane.
It is
insane. I mean, you got the big Riyadh win and then obviously closing out with the upset. But I think those final 3 matches are the most important because, I mean, my God, we had to see them go against G2, Riyadh, Optic, now Gentlemates, and they were able to beat Gentlemates. So now it's a situation of, like, these next 3 matches, I think, are going to tell us really where they are standing right now and if they can be consistent.
I wonder which of those vague tweets got more likes, Methods or Clayster. We'll have to check those in a moment. In the meantime, we have our Monster Winner Spotlight, and we shine it on Nezra. A 20-9 performance between you and High. Dominance in that final Search and Destroy, but it was the whole team today that contributed to the win. What was it like taking down Call of Duty's best team?
Oh, man, it was amazing. Like, I'm not going to say, like, this is the beginning of something, but this is definitely, like, I don't know, bro. It's just a dream come true. That's all I can say. It's just a dream come true. But this is only the beginning. Like I said, like we're doing something special here. The camp is really good.
You guys absolutely are, man. You look good today. And, I wanted to ask you, you say it's a dream come true. How long have you been playing COD? Like, tell me a little bit about your story and your path to get to this point.
So I've been playing Call of Duty since I was, like, really young, like 14, 13, even younger than that. But I started competing at 15, and I competed underage for a long time, and then like I came back in Black Ops 6, and then that's when I made my actual story, and that's where now I ended up here in Black Ops 7.
Yeah, it's a quick rise, man, but you're looking good out there.
Very fast.
No, bouncing off of that, I just want to hear a little bit about y'all's approach, to becoming a team together. Obviously, the situation was incredibly unique. Did anybody kind of try to take the lead, take charge? Did you guys get along right away? How scrims been going? Just the process. I'd love to hear about it from you.
So the scrims have been going decent. I'm not going to say it's the best.
Of course.
But everybody on my team already has, like, chemistry with each other. I'm the only X factor on my team that hasn't teamed with any of them, right? And me slotting in to the roster and just teaming with them, it already worked out. It's been working out really well. Like, me and High connect really well together. Like, I don't know, man. It's just like
meant to be.
Yeah, it's just meant to be. Like, that's just really what it is. It's meant to be. But like I said, this is only the beginning. This one win doesn't mean anything to us. Like, we're gonna get more wins.
Stay hungry. I love that. Can you talk to me a little bit about how you deal with the outside pressure, because there's been so much noise? Oh, Cloud9 didn't get the pieces they want. These are just the leftovers. Everyone looks at stats, and all the numbers have been against you guys. So how do you guys block that out and just stay on the grind?
So our coach always tells us never look at Twitter, never look at Reddit, never look at anything online. Yep. But knowing us, you know what I mean? Like, we always doom scroll on Twitter or something. Like, we always see other pages of what they're talking about and, like, what they're saying about us. And at the end of the day, like, we don't care. We really don't care. Like, our performance here, like, showed us, like, we can actually be in this game, we can be in the CDO, and we can compete with the best.
Absolutely.
And that's the best thing.
Nedra, here's a fun fact. Only 37 humans on the planet predicted you guys to win against Paris officially tonight in the CDL
insane.
predictions. You guys got it done for those 37, and I guarantee that number jumps up next time we see you on the main stage. Congratulations on tonight's win.
Appreciate it. Go buy the C9 skin pack.
There we go. Get the C9 skin pack to help celebrate New York's first W here with the new squad. As we round out the night, we remind you of what we have coming up tomorrow. This is going to be 4 more matches on Saturday and Sunday, and it is a good one, Nameless.
Absolutely. G2 versus Riyadh. Both of those teams coming off of big wins.
Yeah.
And we got Koi and Heretics.
Miami,
we finally get
fire
to see.
again.
How about those two
Boys
4-0
legit.
squads to close out the night? Optic and
That was
LA
amazing.
Thieves will be match number 4, and that is just your Saturday. We'll be back Sunday to open up March with a match day. Thank you all for welcoming us back for week number 3. We'll see you tomorrow.
We back for another one. Another one. Here we go. Come on like that. We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it, nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. Been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. I like that. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one. Another one. Tell them let's do it again.
Oh, baby! Here, man.
Let's go, baby.
Yo, that's it.
يا عمري سيليوم والتعزيز سيليوم ضد 3 سيليوم ضد 3 يا سيليوم يا ذكي يا ذكي يا سيليوم لا 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 لا
I don't know if they'll do the same thing again. Getting beaten down both the hard points and Iceman just gets to feast on them. He dropped 40 at map number 1, didn't need that much at map number 4. Falcons dominate things in the hard points. That is a convincing victory. A very convincing victory for the Falcons.